The international group stage has come to an end. 32 teams were fighting in full power, and only 16 of the best made it to the final group stage. Let's take a look at how the group stage was and meet the current contenders for the Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2 title. With not a single loss in their group, they await their next opponents with confidence.
Blake will almost fall as well. He does have to get these gems in there. It's a long-range kill by Oak. Though, this could be brought back if Platoon are able to pick up all the gems, then they could do it, but nope, the defense from DD is too strong in that.
The team which never stops to amaze us at every tournament moves on without any problems.
Playing just at the edge, Lina gets a couple of shots off. Tom might be able to get this. No way, and there's a suplex from Tom. There's the pass to Tom and the goal. Drake.
Despite a disappointing loss in the upper bracket, they managed to overcome all the difficulties on their way and reach the finals.
Slows, connect there, jump in from Kanan, Sinks finds the follow-up, the stun as well on save. That was a nasty play from Sinks.
After the defeat in the upper bracket, the team was not confused. Having gathered new strength and prepared new tactics, the team was able to advance to the next stage.
If they can get those next two gems, but without that control, that's definitely not going to be happening. A lot of gems are aggressively dropped on the left-hand side, starting to pick them up, and that is...
They don't know what a loss is and demonstrate many different cool tactics. As a result, easy passage to the final stage.
High-powered red bot as well. Big stun or not a stun, just a gadget there from Jason, and plenty of damage coming in from Navi. That's the win. Cubic with the spin. MA and Jason.
The guys performed well at the beginning of the first game days, which gave them a ticket to the long-awaited finals.
Now he needs the stun, he needs the damage. 89% to 78. No, 73. No way!
The team that everyone knows, and this is not surprising, after losing their first match, they were able to give everyone the heat on a lower bracket and move on to the finals.
That's not working out too great for them. Scarix, look at the positioning, making sure that if he gets stunned...
There were some surprises in Group D, miraculously losing to Mood Gaming. Blows Gaming fall into the lower bracket, where they win with confidence and prove that they are ready to become champions no matter what.
Alex doesn't look like he'll be able to get to him though. Let's see what Alex is able to do. Does not get any damage. Alex, what? Alex didn't know he was there. Jamie's still shooting at him. Alex not buying it.
As always, the team surprises the fans with their competent play and easily passes to the final stage without losing a single match in their group.
In competitive, Mary solo HP goes down, 2-star difference, Mary survives.
A team that fights, as always, at 100%, showed us many incredible moments and many unexpected turns.
He takes him down, but it's a pretty wide open goal.
Group G was remembered for the fact that the team was able to make an incredible comeback in the lower bracket and break into the long-awaited final.
Capture on the point, Escobar will be taking the lead, and it might be impossible to bring it back from here. That's Escobar once more.
The team that suddenly burst forward, crushing their enemies one by one.
Supers and get the late game wall break. Consistently, that's rechargeable, not just on a gadget. Great defense there from Equax Science. Certainly not happy about that one.
Made a lot of unforgettable moments and played very well on the modes. The team goes further with confidence.
Making the difference. If they can find a kill on safe, they can still turn this around, but they need him to go down or the two other players. That's the one kill that starts off. There is the trade, and that means that
the team skated through their group with no feeling to their opponents. How will they show themselves in the final?
There's the push in from Caspi. Meeting is going to try 65, 64, 63, a tie. Jack will get that last bit of... No, never mind. No damage. S1 is going to be the game changer, but... Meanwhile,
it's amazing how the guys got together after the defeat and were able to give a comeback in the lower bracket where they secured a slot for the final. How well they dodged enemy bullets. The team definitely delighted their fans with reaching the final.
Blood Diamond in... Oh, well, Cubic is locked in the corner, so... Rappa's throwing up the anger pin. Not pleased about that one. Oh, he's gonna tease him. Oh, are you gonna be able to get me? No. They are going to be able to get Cubic. Cubic threw right on top of them. Yeah, Navi not happy about this one because they got completely gimped.
Join live streams, follow the final battles of the Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2, and support your favorite team. The year is drawing to a close, as well as the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. From December 20th to December 23rd, 16 battle-hardened teams will fight for their chance to participate in the playoff stage. On December 26th, we'll find out who takes the sweetest chunk of the prize pool, amounting to $30,000. Follow us on social media to join our streams of the final stage of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to GameStars. I am Ready Set. That is Teddy. That's right, we're both here in the same cast for the first time in GameStars, and it's an absolute pleasure, Teddy. I'm glad to have you here, and I'm glad to have everyone here in the audience. Teddy, we got some awesome games coming up today. How are you feeling, man?
Man, I'm excited. The group stage, the international group stage was already great. Now moving on to the international finals, I just can't wait to see who makes it all the way and which teams are going to be playing in those grand finals. I'm excited, man. I really am.
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited too, and we're going to get to see some awesome teams play today. We are going to have a lot of matches going on screen, as well as a few going on behind the scenes as well. So make sure you stay posted. Make sure you are keeping an eye on that scoreboard in the back throughout the day. If you're just joining us and you would like an explanation of this stage of the tournament, though, we got a quick explainer video for you.
Supers are charged, and the Brawlers are craving to use them in the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. The final stage divided into two stages. International Final Stage, which will be held from December 20th to 23rd, and the Playoff Stage, which will be played on December 26th. The fate of the champion title and the $30,000 prize pool will finally be decided. Top 16 teams that battled through the international group stage will be divided into 4 groups with 4 teams each playing in GSL format. The 8 most persistent teams from the international final stage will advance to the playoff stage. That will be held in single elimination format. Teams need to play all their matches in one day, so they have no room for error. Follow us on social media and join our stream of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2 Finals. Time to brawl!
All right, so we started with 32, now we're down to 16, and after this stage, we are going to be migrating down to just 8 teams to battle it out in the playoffs. Teddy, we're going to be starting off with Group A today. We got some great teams competing, especially one particular team that we saw pull off an awesome upset versus SK. It's Tribe Gaming EU, and despite not having the most amazing performance at Worlds, or perhaps not what everyone was expecting, they are popping off lately.
Yeah, they've been playing really well with Lenaza stand-in as well to add a little bit more variety or freshness, I guess, to the roster that we've known for a long time there from Tribe Gaming. But the rest of the group is actually quite fun as well, you know. Mood Gaming, they've been rising up lately as well. FA Scarlet Stars had some pretty cool performances as well in their group stage, and Final Stand pumped off in the end as well, playing with their manager too. So excited to see what this is all going to be looking like. Obviously, the matches here are going to be Mood Gaming versus FA Scarlet Stars as our opener match, and then right after Tribe Gaming EU versus Final Stand.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. So I wonder if Final Stand will once more be playing with their manager. That would be an absolute sight to see. We are in the international finals at this point, so playing with a manager, unless they are completely cracked out and have been, doing their fair share of scrims and homework, is going to be a challenge and could potentially be something that Tribe Gaming EU uses as an advantage versus Final Stand. Now, Mood Gaming, you mentioned they have been kind of popping off a little bit. We did see them in the international group stage, make it all the way through the winner's bracket, and now they are going to have to face off versus FA Scarlet Stars. Teddy, you also mentioned that FA Scarlet Stars, they managed to pull it through right in the end. So who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be Mood Gaming or FA Scarlet Stars?
Man, it's definitely a tough one to say. Just looking at the maps and modes real quick before we get to that. Gem Fort in Gem Grab Ring of Fire for a hot zone pit stop for Heist, Dry Season, and Bounty, and last but not least, Backward Ball for Brawl, giving a quite versatile set of maps here, a good mix between mid and long range, I would say, giving a lot of variety in the brawler picks we can expect in this matchup. But you were talking just before, right? Mood versus FA Scarlet Stars. I feel like Mood are in a better place, but I definitely feel like FA Scarlet Stars are in a position where they could win this match. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Mood are the favorites here slightly, but it could absolutely go the other way around. We already see the Mag Ben come in as well as the Bass Ben. What do you make of that already?
Well, I mean, Meg, pretty common ban. Buzz, though, is definitely one to be watching out for on Siege as well as Bounty, right? You want to be looking out for those close range encounters, especially Buzz combined with a support can be absolutely deadly to anyone who's playing a control comp. We are still kind of looking at a rock paper scissors meta here. It's like you play control, or you play tanks, or you play the counter, right? And all three of those possibilities pretty much tend to either really fall flat on their face versus one, or tend to completely dominate the other. So I would love to see some more tank counters in here. There is going to be the Poco ban, which Teddy, you like to say is quite a measure of confidence to be able to ban out Poco, and I think that is also going to disrupt some of the tank play that we might have seen otherwise.
Yeah, I think so too. It's something I say very often, and honestly, it's kind of like universally agreed upon. I think in the Brawl community, if you ban Poco, it shows that you want to simplify things a little bit comp-wise, right? You want to remove any of those shenanigans, make sure that there's no Poco double tanks, because that's where you're gonna see Poco the most, right? Play out with some tanks, and simplify a little bit the whole comp process, right? Making sure that you don't need to think too much like, what if they go Poco double tank? And that's kind of one of the questions you ask yourself as a player very often. What if they go Poco double tank? And in this case, you just eliminate that straight away. There are still alternatives, right? Especially Byron can be a really strong healer as well on a couple of maps, but it's still a little bit less aggressive of a healer than Poco that can just follow through and heal everyone from afar through walls with a super very strong healer. So I like the approach. It's gonna make sure that Mood Gaming, when they make their comps, they don't need to think like, yeah, maybe we should just put an M's or B in the mix just to be sure that we don't face a Poco double tank. But to be fair, Reddy, I feel like triple tank is also a big threat and something we've been seeing a lot lately. So I'm not sure if it's as efficient as it used to be.
Yeah, and I would say especially after Worlds, right? All eyes were on Na'Vi as they advanced up to second place at the end of Worlds, and they managed to completely pull off the tank comps one after the other. Versus Zeta, they did struggle quite a bit with that, but versus pretty much every other roster, even Tribe Gaming EU, they seem to be able to consistently run the tanks, and the enemy team goes, well, surely they won't run triple tanks again. I mean, we can afford to just bring like one or two tank counters when really you need all three possibilities. We are going to be getting into game number one, starting off on Gem Fort. Teddy, we do see the Gene, the Rico, in the Tara from the side of Mood Gaming. They're going for that double pull, just a single pull from the side of FA Scarlet Stars.
Yeah, that's an interesting matchup. I think both have their own reasons to exist, but so far the aggression from Angel Tense has been a bit problematic for Mood, maybe forcing them out of the mid, but gems are spread across two players there for Scarlet Stars, which is never ideal, especially in Rosa. You have to be in really aggressive positions. A nice double suck from Google, actually doesn't find a single kill out of that, goes down himself, and that leaves a bit more map control open here for Scarlet Stars, but not by a long way.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenge over here on the right lane with all of these bushes planted. Ope is going to look for some bush checking capability over here. Didi, though, is forced to take that Rico matchup. It would be way better if he were able to go versus Rose on the right lane, but that's just setting up his teammates for failure on the left side. Here comes Angel Tense, though, big push in. It is going to fall flat on his face, though. Mood Gaming will be picking up 8 and soon 9 gems here. 10th gem spawns for Ope. We're going to have to see Angel Tense make a big play here.
Yeah, Countdown starts to pull here, confirms the elimination onto Angel Tense. And Mood have a lot of space to work with here. Reliable going for the super, doesn't really find too many connections. And his life is ended as Mood will be taking this first game It was a pretty decent game on their side. I think there were some cool ideas on both sides. To be honest, I really like the Tara shadows coming in as Ope started pushing forward and trying to grab a couple of those gems. And what was really funny is the Rosa from Scarlet Stars moved out of the bush to aggro those shadows so that the shadows wouldn't block the pulls from their Jean, right?
Oh.
Except that the Jean did not read that and did not like go there. Like, it was a really good play actually, but the Jean just didn't really understand it. I don't know if the communication was poor. I think he was focusing on their backline because they were getting flanked as well. But it was like, I was there like, oh my god, such a good read, such a good counterplay, and in the end they just did not capitalize on it. But Mood Gaming, I mean, they definitely played better in that game, and they definitely deserve to take that first game.
Yeah, I completely agree. Now, going back and analyzing some of the gameplay, though, we did see some like minor slip-ups on both sides. We did see at a point Mood Gaming getting the double suck, but being unable to capitalize on it. Let's see how they are able to do in this next game. Now, DD is going to be looking for something versus Angel Tints over here. With all of that bush planted down, though, it is going to be a challenge. There's a big pull as well from Reyes. And FA Scarlet Stars has pretty good control off the beginning here.
Yeah, that pool is really important. You're gonna make sure that Ope has nothing to work with so far. He does have a pool of his own, but connecting it is a different challenge. However, Mood start building up a little bit more mid control. And from there, the Bolt economy can start, the gem economy, sorry, can start shining a bit more. And so far, so good. Pools are being used left and right here from Mood, and their gem count is starting to build up.
Okay, let's see what Mood is able to do to tie things up. Here comes Angel Tints looking for a kill. Ope will fall, and Angel Tints will once more lose those gems to Gugu. He now gets to pick them up. Now Reyes does have the pole ready to go, so does Ope. It's going to be tough for them to establish mirrored control on this right side. Let's see what Angel Tints is able to do. He is missing a lot of his bushes, does get to plant down yet another, but there's not really a whole lot of mystery as to where he is. We'll see if Reyes is able to get a good combo with it. That is going to be the win condition over here on the right side. Gugu doesn't have the pull either. This is the optimal time for FA Scarlet Stars to try and make a play.
Yeah, there are two pools available for Mood. Those could be game-changing. Both teams on 8 gems. The next couple gems here are going to be real important. Angel Tints gets taken out. Ope trying to grab that gem. A miss pull from Reyes. That's giving a lot of space for Mood, because now they don't have to be scared of a, well, pool coming out of nowhere. And instead, they're sticking to that mid control. Only need that one more gem. The pool connects from Ope, and Reyes is out of the picture. The gems are all picked up by Mood, and this surely is going to be set 1 going to Mood Gaming.
Well, great stuff there by Mood Gaming. We saw FA Scarlet Stars try the Rosa twice in a row, and twice in a row it did get some good value at times, but then towards the later part of the game, it ended up being more of a drawback than an advantage, and we saw that repeatedly, and I think that is going to be something for FA Scarlet Stars to watch out for in the upcoming sets, but most certainly is something that Mood Gaming was able to use to their advantage. Rosa constantly charging up their supers, and versus a double pull comp, that is the last thing you want to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely so. It's dangerous, especially, you know, I mean, I think Terra pools are great at confirming eliminations, but I think Gene pools are even better at trying to grab the gem carrier, right? Like, they give you so much space because the range is just from so far away, and you need to respect that. And we saw at the end of that game here, if the Gene pool from Reyes wasn't missed, or even if it wasn't used, it would have been a lot more scary for Mood to commit to that center control, because they would know that Reyes has that super available, and that if anyone gets too close, they could literally lose every single gem they own, and that's really, really scary, and you have to be very confident to fight against that.
No doubt, and take a look at the stats here. It could not be clear. 20-10, that's twice the kills for Mood Gaming, and the damage, of course, just about the same. Now, I don't think this reflects the entire match, though, because it was actually remarkably closer at times than the stats might have you believe. This is a bit surprising to me, Teddy. I thought it was going to be closer on the stats.
I mean, I would say it's mostly Rosa. right? Giving out a lot of damage, first of all, but also quite a couple of kills. I mean, the gems I don't really look at too much because it's a little bit complicated to read. If you die and you pick up gems, they count extra. It's kind of wild, you know what I mean? Like you can have a countdown, it gets interrupted, and that's a lot of gems. But to be honest, I just feel like Mood were much better overall. I think Rico was also just a better pick than Rosa. It's more versatile, has more range, it's easier as well with Rico to help the other lanes, whereas with Rosa you need a full-on rotation, a full commitment to go help out another lane, you know what I mean? You can't just like go for a shot and then go back to your own lane. You actually need to like run across the map.
Yeah. And here's another map where we could see Rico are going to be moving into Ring of Fire for set number 2. No Rico from the side of FA Scarlet Stars from Mood Gaming, though. They are going to be using it to take down Reyes on the left side. Picks from FA Scarlet Stars, though. They are going to be going with a Pam, actually. That is going to be having a tough time versus DD with the healing counter. And, of course, having similar range to Pam as well. This is going to be right lane belonging to DD. Oh, is going to go down, though. And there's the super from Angeltons. Maybe he didn't necessarily need to use it. Hopefully he's able to cycle out another one pretty soon here.
Oh, nice blind snipe there from Ope. In the bush, able to get that one tap. Mark from Ope is going to be a miss. And so far, Scarlet Stars were able to come in with a strong comeback. Angel Tense is quite low HP. DD going for the jump in, picks up the kill, and at last Mood retrieves some sort of control. Gugu goes down to Raze. That's going to give a bit more space here for Scarlet Stars. Problem for Mood is that Scarlet Stars don't only have control, they have the lead as well. The double sec from Raze comes in, and this is huge here for Scarlet.
It's absolutely massive for Scarlet. They do have that damage amp sitting on Reyes. Good blind snipe there by Ope, and Gugu's able to capitalize on it too. Just a few more percentage points to tick down from FA Scarlet Stars, and it's just about finished. If FA Scarlet Stars gets a single more push onto this point, then it is a game for them. Mood Gaming, though, are setting up pretty fearsomely over here. There's the pull, though, from Reyes, and it's all over. That's FA Scarlet Stars taking game number 1 of set number 2. Momentum is now in their hands. Good comeback after a complete sweep in set number 1 there by Mood Gaming. And this is pretty much what we expect from Ring of Fire too. Hot Zone overall is the potential of a momentum take back. It's a mode that can go 50-50, and for FA Scarlet Stars, this was absolutely the best case scenario.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I was a bit surprised as well because I felt like Mood started off this game really well, had a lot of control, some very aggressive positioning, but they started getting shut down quite consistently across all 2 lanes, and then in mid, it was kind of the same as well, you know, especially once you start losing control of your lanes, your backline is not safe anymore, and that's kind of the dynamic you have here. I would say sort of similar to Hard Rock Mine. Where once you lose your lane, you start having people very deep into your side of the map, and that is really problematic to deal with. It's already hard enough to dodge crossfire situations on open maps, but here, if they're literally behind you, it's so hard to really check both angles out and make it out alive, and I feel like FA Scarlet Stars did a great job at exploiting that.
Yeah, and I think we saw a pretty good lane swap as well from FA Scarlet Stars. They started off with Pam on the same lane as Crow, and then they swapped it over to Tara. Tara wins the fight versus Crow, and then Tara is all up in your bushes and all up in your business as well. Tara is one of those that you don't want to be, flanking you in those bushes. She's probably one of the more frustrating brawlers as well to be on your backlines, and we saw that was probably one of the win conditions for FA Scarlet Stars was getting the Tara back there. So it's something that Mood Gaming is going to have to watch out for. They didn't encounter the Tara in set number 1, but now they're going to have to look out for it in set number 2. I wonder, though, if they're going to stick with the Lu. The Lu didn't seem to be doing a whole lot. Maybe they'll swap on the Bell. I think you and I both agree that Lu is, maybe a pick that you go for if Bell is banned out. Otherwise, Bell is probably the best mid here.
I mean, honestly, I kind of like Lou, but I feel like it's even harder to play than Bell, right? Because
Yeah.
Bell, sure, it's not the easiest to hit those long-range shots, but at least you just need to hit one and you deal 1500 damage. With Lou, if you really want to get the value, you need to hit multiple of your bullets in your shot, right? And that feels like a lot to ask, and it's mechanically quite difficult to hit consistently. So therefore, I feel like, you know, if you're not really hitting your shots too much, you're not gonna get a lot of supers, and that's basically the only reason you're playing Lou. So it, you know, I mean, kind of counters that down. So we will see the Lou from Gugu this time around, and I think that might be a bit of an odd read, to be honest, from Mood. I don't know if they felt like the Lou was the difference maker, but it's definitely not how that game translated to us, at least. But so far, Scarlet Stars was a lot of mid control, and I like to pan mid, although it was a bit risky to bring in, knowing that they could have had a Bell, but no Bell in sight, and instead Scarlet Stars starting off really great.
We saw that Tara Super from Ope on the left side specifically to break open the logs that FA Scarlet Stars was using to hide. That is going to be a big difference maker for the Tara matchup over here on the left side. On the right, though, DD is having tremendous difficulty versus Rico, who's pretty much single-handedly holding mid and this right lane. We'll see what he's able to do now. A bit of a whiff super there, and falls right into that slippery super. Now FA Scarlet Stars is once again going to have to fight for this mid control the hard way. DD will be looking for some damage versus Reliable, but quickly has to back up. He is outmatched on this matchup on the right side. Angel Tens manages to take down that turret as well. And here comes the, well, probably next super from Gugu. We'll see if he's able to get enough damage to bring that one out.
Yeah, both Tara pools were missed, actually, which is quite interesting, but they do end up getting the kill inside of Mood, and we take a little bit of control. Angel Tens just walking in the zone once in a while is probably going to get frozen here, and will be indeed, and now he's a free target for DD and Gugu, but Reliable is not messing around, gets two quick kills, follow-up pull from Raze, makes it a triple kill for Reliable, and perhaps even the game.
It looks like it could be the game. FA Scarlet Stars just have to exist on this point for a little bit longer. That slippery super is going to push him out a little bit. Reyes gets that final bit of capture on 64 health. And that is going to be FA Scarlet Stars getting the sweep in set number 2. Great comeback for FA Scarlet Stars. I think this was an amazing thing to see. It is the best case scenario for them. We do look at Hot Zone as kind of a mode that can go 50-50, and it's where you want to start getting, or it's one of the easier places to start getting a comeback. But I don't think this was the convenience of the mode. I think that FA Scarlet Stars played this really well, and it's totally plain to see. I think they consistently got better matchups on their lanes and were able to rotate intelligently. And you saw Mood Gaming try to mimic it, but they just weren't able to pull it off. It was too little and too late.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So FA Scarlet Stars playing great here, and I think that Mood had a couple of great moments that could really have been like turnaround moments, you know, where you get a kill or two here and you have the space to turn around the game. But FA Scarlet Stars did a good job at shutting that down, and Mood Gaming were struggling to really capitalize of those moments and try to, yeah, turn them into longer moments, right, where they set up nice controls and firm control of the center area, or as we said in game 1, get deep behind enemy lines. It felt like here that they had like one chance of doing this maybe, whereas FA Scarlet Stars, they had that Terra in the backline a couple of times, just causing problems.
Yeah, and something we saw very consistently from FA Scarlet Stars was their ability to retake. We see that right here. Big retake. And Mood Gaming had a pretty, big lead on them. Here's the thing, though, is FA Scarlet Stars are good at the retake, and it does make me very hopeful for them for Siege. Should we make it there, of course. Recap of the last set is going to point out some of the conditions under which FA Scarlet Stars was able to take the victory. Fewer kills, but they had more permanence on the point. They just existed on the point longer, and that, I think, did work really well for them.
Yeah, I think overall there were a lot of those skills that were just so far in the base of Mood Gaming that sure, they get a kill, but really, what does it do? You know, it wastes a lot of time where FA Scarlet Stars keep that mid control, and even though the kill goes the way of Mood, they still need to run around the map to have any impact going from there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And I think FA Scarlet Stars, you said it wasn't the game changer for you, and for me it wasn't either. But the Lou, right? The Lou is going to get massive control. It's going to be one of the things that permits you a lot of points on the objective, but it's not going to get you any kills, unfortunately. And I think that could also contribute to the stats there. We're going to be heading into set number 3 for some pit stop action. I love me some Barley on this map. Of course, Barley is available, but what you do need to account for is the possibility of tanks and Teddy. We've been seeing a lot of popularity for the triple tanks here, especially BB and Bull.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So tanks are good on this map because you have quite a bit of cover to work around, and you can go for those wider flanks. I think Bull is probably my favorite tank to bring in here. I think Daryl can also do quite a bit of work. But yeah, I really like Bull. There's a lot of positions where you're just basically safe, and then you can dash onto the save and get a lot of damage down. But even a brawler like Barley can do a lot of work here too. I think it's very versatile, and you have to be careful because Edgar is a counter that gets played up quite often as well. So yeah, they need to make sure to be careful for that.
All right, well, let's see what Mood Gaming tries this time. They are going to bring the Imps for the tank counter, and the same goes for FA Scarlet Stars. Well picked here by Angeltons. I think he is going to be able to get some good aggression. He is going to be matched by Ope on the left lane. Gugu does bring out Edgar for sort of a counter, but also sort of a damage dealer for that high safe. We'll see if he's able to jump on Reliable. Good kill, actually, for Reliable. Another good kill for Reyes, and this is looking a pretty dominant around the safe here for FA Scarlet Stars. Mood Gaming, they don't take too much damage, though. We'll see what Gugu's able to do on the right side. Ideally, he would get the jump onto Reliable. Reyes is a fine target, but he's not going to be able to close in and get the kill, and Mood Gaming will still be behind despite getting a pretty good offense here.
Yeah, I like that wall break from OP on the left side. Often they just go in the middle, but this is going to be a little bit different. Than the reason we see an Edgar here as well is mostly because it's really strong against Rico and it's really strong against Barley. And that's a great combination of brawlers that you can see quite often in the meta of this map. And there's the jump in. Reliable still gets the kill over Gugu. That's going to keep him alive and keep Scarlet Stars with a little bit more control.
I'm actually kind of shocked that Gugu is not getting these kills, because it does seem like he is. He's connecting every single shot, but the enemy is absolutely prepared for some of these brawlers. Reliable, especially, is putting himself in a good position to defend versus the Edgar, even though he's not running multi-ball launcher. He's running bouncy castle like just about any other Rico would. Let's see what Ope is able to do on the left side, though. He could get a wall break. Reliable does have the angle on him. Meanwhile, on the left side, though, Gugu is going to go for a kill once more. Reyes does get the kill on him at close range. I'm not entirely sure what the Edgar is doing here, besides providing a good amount of room for Mood Gaming to work with.
Yeah, a strong push here from Scarlet Stars, and a scary one as well. All they need is 2% damage, and they have a flank onto that safe, and that's going to be the lead going their way for now. The base race on both sides, but it's going to be Scarlet Stars to close it out. Barely, but a win is a win, and now that makes it 3 wins in a row for their side.
That is fantastic for FA Scarlet Stars. I wonder what exactly happened from the side of Mood Gaming, though. We saw their Stu go extremely aggressive just to secure a bit of extra damage on the enemy safe, probably with the expectations that his teammates were going to be able to hold that 2v2. That's not what happened, though, and that's something that you're going to have to look out for, especially when you're facing an Ems, is, well, she's going to be able to shoot through you, and she's going to do a lot more damage at mid-range than she is at close range. So being close range with her, yeah, you're not going to take a whole lot of damage, but your high safe is absolutely going to be taking a beating. So I wonder what exactly the thought process was there. It did not work out for Mood Gaming, unfortunately. FA Scarlet Stars, as you said, will be taking their 3rd win in a row, and things have totally turned around. We were pretty strong believers in Mood Gaming to start us off, and now FA Scarlet Stars are really showing them up.
No, they certainly are. They certainly are. I said it at the beginning of the match as well, right? I feel like Mood Gaming are favorites, but I definitely feel and know that FA Scarlet Stars could beat them. It wouldn't be like a huge upset either. You know what I mean? I feel like they're ranked fairly similarly. And if I had to go like percentage-wise, I would have said maybe 55% in favor of Mood Gaming, 45 for Scarlet Stars. It's not a big difference, and that means that there's still a huge chance of Scarlet Stars making this work and taking a victory here. They still have some work to do, but they're showing some good signs of life.
Yeah, they're going really, really hard, and they're showing great signs of life. I do think that this has also worked really well for them. The couple of sets that they've had in a row that they've been getting consecutive wins on. We started off with Hot Zone. Now we've moved into Heist. And as far as game modes go, as far as control goes, Hot Zone and Heist are not necessarily control-based. You don't need long-term control around the mid, in my opinion, and I think these are the modes that can go 50-50. Siege is another one. Now, Siege is not going to be in our 5 maps for this lineup today, so I wonder if that is going to be bad news for FA Scarlet Stars. We'll see what they're able to do here. They do bring a couple of tank counters, and Ope is going to be on the stew. He does go right on Reliable and gets punished heavily for it. And this is not good for Mood Gaming, as they have some tanks all over their safe.
Yeah, right now, Scarlet Stars start off with a nice lead. Didi gonna get jumped on, still gets the kill on the Angel Tents. Now with the wall opened up, leaves some great angles open for Mood to deal some damage. Reliable gonna dash on safe, get a ton of damage down, and look at how quickly the HP is pouring down there for Mood. 47% left on their safe, and that went really quickly.
Yeah, and the damage keeps on pouring in. Here's Angel Tent now getting a ton of damage on the safe. 27% remain. Mood Gaming now will have their chance to make an offense here. Gugu does get some good damage with M's. DD also with the super. Now that safe is down to 51. Meanwhile, on Mood Gaming, safe is down to 4. Angel Tents with the final jump in, but Reliable finishes it off. And FA Scarlet Stars with a much more dominant game this time than last time. The triple tanks, if you really want to call Edgar a tank, he's a high mobility brawler, if anything, a high damage output. That is going to be their win condition here for set number 3. Pretty shortly, we're going to be moving into set number 4, but we do have some highlights from set number 3 to get through first. Teddy, I think really the main highlight for me was the difference in tank play and Edgar play across these two teams.
Yeah, I think that the dynamic from Scarlet Stars was very aggressive, you know, making sure that they would always have at least 2 members from Mood kind of worried about just the one player from Scarlet Stars that is pushing forward. You know, you have a bull dashing in. You need 2 players from Mood to deal with that. Otherwise, he's going to deal way too much damage, and that creates a lot of space for your teammates. And by the time you deal with him, there's another guy doing the exact same. And sure, the kills might be going the way of Mood. The problem is the damage is on that safe, and the fights are on the bottom of the map. So even if Mood Gaming gets some kills, they can't really just go get some damage of their own on the red safe because they're so far away. They're on the other side of the map.
Well, let's break down the stats too. And once again, something that we have noticed consistently is Mood Gaming does get more kills, but on the objective, they have fallen just a little bit short. Now, in set number 1, not really the stat. They did get more kills in set number 1. At set number 2, though, we see this same exact pattern is less points on the objective, more kills, but Teddy, you mentioned these kills are just not in the right places, and Mood Gaming, despite getting good lane wins here and there, they're just not getting the damage on the safe. And you also mentioned that FA Scarlet Stars, that they know when to play aggressive. They are playing consistently aggressive and applying a lot of pressure. And Mood Gaming, they are pretty good at inching up, gaining one bit of control after another, but when it comes to dealing damage on the safe, they don't fully commit. They fall back to mid, and unfortunately, that doesn't work out too well for them. It could work out on dry season, though. They won't have Buzz, but they do have some other brawlers in their arsenal that could really work out here.
I mean, you know, you can always try to bring in a Mortis or something like that. I would say that most likely I would expect something a bit more traditional here. So going for some throwers, maybe a sharpshooter here, like a Bell could work, or even a Brock or a Piper. But let's find out. Yeah, the Ruffs is also not the biggest surprise. Jean, also quite a classic on this map, but it's more interesting for sure on the side of Scarlet Stars going for double tank Mortis. That's gonna make sure that they need to go very aggressive here to try to find kills. What I like a lot about this comp from Mood is that every single second, the match HP count from their players is going to be going up due to Gugu's Storm Power. And that's going to make it more and more difficult for SS to actually go in for a push, because at some point you need so many shots to get a kill.
Yeah, this is interesting. Scarlet Stars are going to be pushing in here, and this is exactly what they need to be doing. Everyone is crowded into this area on the side. Reyes goes for something. Angel Tints will fall. Everyone's crowded in the corner. No, he's not going to fall. And there's the double kill from DD posthumously, too. So that is going to save them some stars. But he does have the blue star as he respawns. Just a quirk of the game mode. Mood Gaming will have the lead 7-6. And not a whole lot of risk if DD goes down, since he got both of the kills while he was already gone. Let's see what Scarlet Stars now do. The strat from Mood Gaming was going to be get that blue star, have DD push in with the last raw and get the blue star, and then just bunker down for the remainder of the game. Big pull. Reliable does have to roll out. There's the super as well on the Angel Tints. Mood Gaming, though, looks like they will get this bunker established on the back right corner. And Scarlet Stars will have to make something of it.
Yeah, that buff not even getting picked up by Gugu yet. Going and chasing for the kill. Will get it. But does go down 9 stars to 9. But Angel Tints is low and Mood take the lead once more. And they already had it due to the blue star anyways. But Scarlet Stars need to go for a push. Not really able to commit just yet, and that is gonna be Mood with finally another game on the board. And this is an important one as well, because they kind of needed this one, right? They don't want to give away a match point to FA Scarlet Stars, and now Mood, they're just a single game away from pushing things to set 5.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge for Mood Gaming, and hey, this is kind of where we expected them to come back too. They are pretty good at playing the control, and even versus Scarlet Stars playing their aggressive stuff. That can work in Bounty. It can work on Dry Season too. It's not, super surprising when it does, but not versus Mood Gaming. They play the control so well, and I was actually quite surprised that Mood Gaming was able to hold this, but judging by what we already saw in set 1 in Gem Grab, this doesn't come as a huge surprise after a bit of reflection. I do think they played this really well. I didn't expect them to lose that first fight there. I think really a big factor was the fact that Tick got the kills after he had already died, and that was a huge factor in allowing him to play a little bit more aggressively when he needed to, without the risk of giving away a huge amount of stars that FA Scarlet Stars could have used to come back.
No, yeah, I mean, it's always something that makes the game very awkward, right? Because it's gonna change the dynamic quite a lot, actually, because the star counts are all messed up, basically, and it's not really something you can just deal with. You just need more kills than for Scarlet Stars, and that's definitely not ideal. Definitely weren't able to get those, and Mood Gaming take this game. Let's see if they can make it a set, and yeah, there's only one way to find out already, and that's going through game.
All right, let's get it. Once more, the same comp from Mood Gaming. FA Scarlet Stars, though, taking a page out of Mood Gaming's book and copying the comp. It is going to be the mirror comp, which will be a good test of not only team synergy, but individual mechanics by each of the players. Mood Gaming will be getting that first blue star. It is going to be going on a Gugu, and he will also have those sandbags to defend himself later on. Ope does circle over to the left side as well. He's going to be trying to get his attack spread onto 2 brawlers at once, so he'll be able to farm up that super faster. And having the Gene super first is going to be a huge factor if Mood Gaming are able to do it, and they do. And once Gugu and Ope combine forces over here, they could get a pull on someone. They just got to consistently deny the super as well to the side of FA Scarlet Stars, and they'll have a decisive advantage for this match.
All right, Tickhead is available for DD. Trying to time that when his teammates can try to capitalize off it. All supers are actually available for Mood. Buffing up DD now is a nice treat. Scarlet Stars are letting the clock tick by, as they do need to push in eventually. And the pull comes through. Angel Tints goes down. Ope to open up the scoreboard, and Mood leading by 3 stars now.
Uh-oh, and the counter pull. Ope does manage to barely stay alive, and Reliable snags the kill. Still, though, the Blue Star will be the difference maker here. Angel Tint is all powered up. DD likewise powered up. FA Scarlet Stars push in. They are good at playing aggressive. Mood Gaming did hold their own in the last game, though. It is going to be a close one as the clock ticks down. Just one kill for either side will secure it. There's the kill on the Angel Tints, and Reyes will get the pull just at the last second, but it wouldn't have made the game any different. No Blue Star for you. And Mood Gaming will be taking us to set number 5. Such an awesome set for Mood Gaming. It looks like both teams have their specialties because every single set so far has gone in a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, absolutely so. Absolutely so. I mean, you know, I think that this is something that is not the most unexpected with teams like this. It's not like they're SK or Clash or teams that the modes where they're not good at, they're still amongst the best at it in the world. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And that's their weak modes. So here, if you go a little bit lower in the tiers and in the ranking of teams, it gets a little bit more volatile, where there are going to be modes that they are a lot better at and others where they are a little bit weaker, and it makes things a little crazier. But so far it's been a fun match to watch. Double the kills here for Mood, a fairly confident set from them, I would say, and this is important because that means they go into set 5 with a little more momentum, with a couple of games won in a row, and that could make all the difference here getting to set 5.
Yeah, just the ordering of the maps here could be a big factor heading into set number 5, as the momentum is on the side of Mood Gaming. And we talk a lot about momentum, and here's the brief rundown of it. When you're winning games in a row, you start to feel more confident, and your enemy starts to feel less confident, and it's going to change your playstyle. It's the whole concept of tilt as well, and obviously you don't want to find yourself at the mercy of it, but once it is on your side, you absolutely have to strong arm it to your advantage. Going to be moving into Backyard Bowl for set number 5. Now, this could be a pretty fast set, or it could be an excruciatingly slow set, as we have observed in the past, Teddy. It is one of the slower maps, but for good reason. It tends to be very, very well matched across both sides.
Yeah, it really depends on which areas as well, right? In the mid, you don't really have a whole lot of cover to work with, which basically means that the covered areas is ever so important. And on near the goal area, you have a lot of cover to work with. It's really hard to commit, and we see teams that focus their comps more around either the open part of the map or the closed one. Sometimes you even see some throwers here because they can be so good at making sure you actually score once you are near the goal, or that you can defend easily when you are close to your own goal. It's a lot of different philosophies, a lot of different ways to see the game, and it's going to depend on which brawlers they're looking to bring in and what they're trying to counter, what they're scared of facing as well. So I'm curious to see what their plan is here. And double bell makes sense, and this is what I was saying as well, right? You kind of expect to see something like a spike on this map, and then on the left side, on the top, you can see the Sprout, and it's a great counter to that, plus the fact that they can do good near the goal area. Can offer a lot of versatility. But look at that push from Mood. They have a lot of control, 2 versus 1, and the slow kicks in. That should be enough to defend for now, but Gugu trying to go for the pass. I hope he's just going to look it in.
That was amazing as synergy. It went from the right, and from the right to the left, and Mood Gaming were able to walk it in. Great teamwork here from Mood Gaming, and I was honestly quite surprised to see such an aggressive, successful push from them. But they have recognized the areas where they could improve and totally focused on them. Let's see, though, if we see a pass over the left side. Reyes will be blocking off mid. He does have the guard molter, and there it goes. Yep, there is the recycling of the wall. He gets a super back in, gets a goal off of it. Great play there by FA Scarlet Stars. That's got to be a first in Brawl Stars competitive for me, but definitely one that I don't want that to be the last. I think that was a great play.
Yeah, it's really hard to counterplay as well, right? I mean, you can only do it if you win your lane and you have your lane free and two other players are on the other side. But there's not that much you can do about it, really, unless you have, a super on your crow that enables you to jump behind the walls. It's just really tough. It really is. But Mood are retaking some nice positioning here, and I feel like Scarlet Stars, this game is slipping out of their hands as Gugu will fall, and that is going to relieve a little bit of space for Scarlet. The jumping from Reliable is important, but he gets slowed. He should get taken out, but instead he survives despite getting slowed. A bit of missed shots here from Ope.
Yeah, I wonder if he's running the speed gear, because that could have been the difference maker versus Ope. I will say, being being a speed gear enthusiast, you can get some interesting plays with it. It's always fun outrunning a tick super and never having to worry it exploding on you. And now you have a new pet. Not the case here, though. No ticks on the field, but it is going to allow Crow to survive just a little bit longer. No bushes to work with now, though, Crow, and here comes the slow from Ope. Guaranteed kill there with the super shot, and Angel Tints fires back versus Ope after a big slow. Angel Tints could find himself tripping that bear trap, though. He is going to play carefully around it. I wonder if he knows it's there. We'll hope that he doesn't run over it, though. Gugu would be able to get a guaranteed kill. But as far as the control goes, it's kind of up in the air. It's not clear who is going to be in control until there's a kill.
So far, overtime looked so nice for Mood, but control right now very much in favor of Scarlet Stars, and that surely is going to be the goal as the team wipe comes through and Scarlet Stars hit match point.
You know, as far as games, or as far as matches that go all the way to set number 5 go, I think this has got to be the fastest. It has been incredibly fast-paced, and I'm here for every second of it. Great aggressive play by both teams in that last game. We saw Mood Gaming picking up some more skill in areas where they needed to, and Scarlet Stars playing pretty good control and getting an interesting play there with the Sprout as well. Definitely one of the dirtier moves in the playbook. It's probably up there with Sweet Dreams being used as a combo for getting that goal in. We'll see, though, how things progress in the next game. Mood Gaming are going to have to watch out for the Sprout this time, though I'm not entirely sure what exactly they can do to counter it down.
Yeah, no, it's tough. And if you look at the trends, as you said earlier, right? Every single set, it was a 2-0. Is this final set going to be a 2-0 as well? Because that would mean that FA Scarlet Stars just take it home, right? But on the other hand, I feel like this was such a close game, pretty much closer than any of the games we had until now. That was maybe this is the one where Mood can actually strike back and push things to double match point. It is going to be tough. Scarlet Stars were looking really good, but honestly, Mood was looking pretty good as well. They had a lot of chances here and there, and we're just that close from capitalizing. I think that where things kind of went wrong is honestly, you know, when I said that Ope was whiffing a couple of shots despite the Crow being slowed, if that kill went true, that would have been a very different story, because they would have had the man advantage, the control, and the positioning to score early in overtime, and that just wasn't there. And Scarlet Stars were able to you know, come back together as a team, get a strong push going, and capitalize on that.
Yeah, and as far as, you know, things that have stayed consistent throughout this entire match, FA Scarlet Stars are pretty good at the comeback. Mood Gaming, they did really impress us with their aggressive start, which was a little bit out of character for them, but absolutely worked to their advantage. Now FA Scarlet Stars getting the comeback, and this could be the tactic, this could be the skill that sends them all the way to the next stage of the bracket today, and could send Mood Gaming down to the losers bracket to fight it out. Let's see, though. We are going to see the Bell, Spike, and Surge from the side of Mood Gaming, Bell, Sprout, and Crow from FA Scarlet Stars. I think this is a just galaxy brain prediction by Mood Gaming to bring in the Surge here. FA Scarlet Stars adjusting accordingly. They're going to bring the Sprout over to the left side. Ope once again trading lanes. He is slower than Sprout here. And yep, there's the lane trade again by FA Scarlet Stars. Ope, you're going to have to work for a super and get a little bit of speed before you chase down Reyes.
Yeah, this is a bit hilarious so far. TP in, not really going to find too much value. They do get the trade in the end. Reliable is getting tapped, and he goes down. Gugu not missing a single shot. And Mood have a bit more control. Still not done, dude. He's tapping. Almost gets the follow-up kill, and Gugu is welding right now.
Okay, well, it's going to be a challenge for Sprout to migrate over to the left side. Okay, unless, of course, he goes behind that long line of boxes. He was going to have to go through Gugu in any other case. Let's see what DD's able to do on the left side. Yep, completely blocked off. It is a hard counter. Ope now will be able to rotate over to this wall, and if Reyes stays too close, then Ope could teleport through. There is a super going down, though. This could be the opening for Ope. Nope. Once again, Sprout rotating over to the right side. Really does not want to mess with Ope here, though he will get to jack with him just a little bit. Good kill there between Reliable and Reyes. And now Mood Gaming are at a 2v2, soon to become 3v2 as Bell comes back to mid.
All right, a great kill from Reyes on the right-hand side. Man advantage for Scarlet Stars. TP from Ope. The walls will block him, and Ope finally gets to level 2. That's late in that game, but better late than never, I guess. However, you really would like to get to stage 3, as overtime is getting closer, and to really participate in those long-range fights.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. Let's see. Reyes is going to try and set up this play, though he's not going to get close enough with the hedge. DD does block off this lane too. Reyes, you're not the only one who can block off a lane. Let's see what he's able to do, though. Could be a super coming in as he inches up the left side. Well, those walls are going to break down, and we're not just talking about the hedge on the left side. Clock is ticking down. Ope does have the level 3. He's going to be a big kill if they're able to get it, and yes, Reyes is going to be able to help out Angel Tints to get the kill. Do we see the super in from Reyes? Yes! And FA Scarlet Stars will be taking this final set in a sweep. Teddy, your predictions are on point. That is going to be the game winner right there.
All right, 3-2 in the end. It was a close match, but Scarlet Stars just barely take the upper hand here in the 5th and final set. The games were so close, man, in that 5th set, but they both go to Scarlet Stars, and therefore they take this entire match. We'll be playing another match later on. We'll get back to the schedule in a bit, but man, that was quite an insane match. Both teams played really well, but FA Scarlet Stars were just able to, capitalize more overall, you know, and their positioning was always so good, so aggressive, some creative plays like that as well, and it was kind of funny because it felt like Mood did not see it coming whatsoever.
No, I mean, even the Sprout, right? The Sprout in the face of Surge was still doing so well. I mean, I guess if you choose to never interact with the Surge, then yeah, I mean, you don't win, but you also don't lose. Mood Gaming keeping up the streak also across all 5 sets, getting more kills. Even though they didn't take the win in the end, they did show a good form of consistency, and I'm hopeful for them in their follow-up match, which is going to be in the losers bracket. FA Scarlet Stars will be advancing along, though, with a nice track record. This was a big opponent to take down, Mood Gaming. We even saw Gugu, a remarkable opponent to make their way through. We saw him absolutely tapping, and I'm still kind of in disbelief that FA Scarlet Stars have managed to pull this off in the face of some very, very cracked out players.
Yeah, and stats-wise, I mean, this was a conversation we've had quite a couple of times already throughout this match for the set stats, but look at those match stats. Kill-wise, it's quite a big difference in favor of Mood, and they lose the match. And I think that says a lot about FA Scarlet Stars' positioning, always getting in positions and forcing Mood into positions where their kills don't really matter nearly as much because they are so far from the objective. They are so far pushed back in their enemy line, and it's some great work from Scarlet Stars and an impressive performance here against Mood.
Remarkable performance versus Mood. We're going to get to see some more of FA Scarlet Stars and of Mood later on. For now, though, that does it for match number 1. We're going to take a short break and get some highlights of this last match. We'll be coming back at you with match number 2 for the day.
Приветствую всех зрителей GameStars. Меня зовут Данияр, и мой игровой никнейм Angel Tints. Я капитан команды Scarlet Stars. Со мной в составе выступают такие ребята, как Reliable, Rice и Lifepool. В таком составе мы уже играем около года. Совсем недавно к нам присоединился Lifepool, так как я не всегда могу играть, и нам бывает необходима замена, так сказать. По групповой стадии могу сказать, что она, в принципе, прошла для нас неплохо, за исключением игры против Clash. Команда переволновалась, могу сказать, это топ-8 мира, и мы не смогли справиться с каким-то давлением, отыграли максимально ужасно. Но мы смогли отобраться в финальную часть, и это не может не радовать. Довольно много команд, с которыми мы хотели бы сыграть в финальной стадии, потому что они все довольно интересные. Но, наверное, Skag Gaming, потому что этот состав уже уйдет после GameStars, и там будет много изменений у них. Вот, и в последний раз бы хотелось с ними сыграть. Передаю зрителям большой привет. Спасибо, что поддерживаете нас. Вот, надеюсь, можем оправдать ваши ожидания в финальной стадии.
Hello everyone, my name is Drage. I play for Tribe Gaming EU and my teammates for the season are Tom and Lenane. So during the group stages, I'll say our most difficult matches were with BD. Blood Diamond are like a really good team and they beat us twice, I believe, something along those lines. And I'll say definitely our hardest matches is probably Blood Diamond. Also SK as well. SK was really intense match. We did sweep them, but it was still a very, very close match. In the finals of GameStars Season 2, I would like to meet SK Gaming because I feel like they've dominated all year and I think it'll be a really good final to have and to prove we're the better team on the day, and it's just good to beat the best team in Europe the whole year. I just want to say thank you for everyone supporting us this season. I appreciate all the support from every single one of you and hopefully we bring the win.
The year is drawing to a close, as well as the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. From December 20th to December 23rd, 16 battle-hardened teams will fight for their chance to participate in the playoff stage. On December 26th, we'll find out who takes the sweetest chunk of the prize pool, amounting to $30,000. Follow us on social media to join our streams of the final stage of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2.
Welcome back, GameStars fans, to match number 2 of the day. We're going to be getting into our first day of the International Finals, match number 2. Once more, joined by Teddy. It's great to have you here, man. We're going to be watching Tribe Gaming EU versus Final Stand. This is going to be a colossal matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, Tribe Gaming, I don't think we need to introduce them at this point. They are one of the titans of EMEA. They've had a terrific year across the board and have 3 immensely talented players, plus Lenane extra as well, just standing in for the event. And actually, I think he had a contract for the month of December to play with Tribe in all third-party events. So Uh, looking to add a little bit of freshness to the roster, as I said earlier. Final Stand, though, is a really good team as well. They are once again going to be playing with their manager, which is not ideal, but honestly, yesterday when they played with their manager, they popped off.
Well, let's hope that they are able to keep that consistency too, especially versus Tribe Gaming EU. I personally say they looked absolutely terrifying with Lana on their roster. They took a 6-0 sweep over SK in our international group stage. SK, they are in the round of 16 here in the international finals, but they had to make their way out of the pits. They had to play in the decider match, which was pretty much when no one was expecting at all. So we'll see what Tribe Gaming EU is once more able to pull off. We're going to also get a taste of which players they are bringing into the fight today. Hopefully we get to see some Lana action and a little bit of the trick shot from Lana if we make it into Brawl Ball as well. Just have to hold out and see. We'll be getting those maps up here shortly and the bands to follow to see if we'll get some of that legendary Brawl Ball action.
Yeah, I love that, man. I definitely love that. It is true that, those changes with Stripe open up some questions, maybe for the future as well, right? Because when is the last time we saw Tom not playing with Spen, for example? It feels like forever, right? I don't remember it seeing ever in competitive, and it's definitely opening questions for the future. It doesn't mean that it means anything, but it's something to take into account. Looking at our maps and modes, though, we'll be starting off on Backyard Ball for Brawl Ball, Dueling Beetles in Hot Zone, Bot Drop for Siege, Shooting Star and Bounty, and Hot Potato for Heist if we go all the way to Set 5. But we start off with Brawl Ball already, so we will have some of that Brawl Ball action we want.
We'll see if, we'll see if Lana is making any plays here. Now, Teddy, you mentioned actually that it's quite surprising that we don't see Tom playing with Spin for the first time in a while, but also I think something to think about is Lana is part of a duo as well. Doesn't he usually play with iChaos? And that is a pretty well-known duo as well.
No, that's true. That's true for sure. I mean, there's a lot of changes that are lining up, getting into the next season of BSC and all third-party events that go with it. And right now it's kind of experimenting time, right? Seeing what works, what doesn't. By the way, I'm not entirely sure why, but the name from the Nair is his old name, right? So it's a little bit of a wink towards that. He rebranded to just Lana without the Mr. in front. But yeah, it's interesting to see. This could be also still from season 1. I don't know, but his name here is Mr. Lana, which I hadn't seen in a hot minute for sure. Our bans are coming true, and I say bans plural, but I really meant ban singular, as we have Lola banned out by both teams.
It's Lola and her ego making their debut here in the ban phase. We thank you, Teddy. Thank you. I was waiting for that one to happen eventually. I wonder if we'll see like a double Meg ban or something for the first time ever. In GameStars, actually, just a few days ago, I had the privilege of witnessing both bans being matched up. It was 2 Lolas and 2 Meg bans. Not going to be the case here, though. We are going to see that Poco ban and the Rosa ban. We have seen Tribe Gaming EU ban Rosa in, I believe, every single match that we've seen in GameStars, and it's something that we can be looking out for as well. Of course, no team or no top tier team is any stranger to just having that one brawler that really irks them. For AQM a while back, it was Jesse, banned every single match. In NA, for whatever reason, Stamina really loved to ban out Sprout for practically the entire year. And I mean, they're kind of annoying brawlers. Like, I see why they would ban them out. I wonder, though, what this is going to deny for Final Stand. They are going to be banning out Poco as well, so this could limit the tank possibilities. We do know, though, that Tribe Gaming EU, they love to play Buzz, and I think that could be not necessarily making a debut on Brawl Ball, but should we make it to Siege, that will be a big game changer.
Yeah, absolutely. So a very complete analysis ready. I'm going to be here to provide some more interesting facts, such as the fact that yesterday we had Final Stand versus Activium, which had basically French Tom versus British Tom, and now we have British Tom versus other British Tom. So this is going to be an interesting match, just because of that.
Well, too many Toms. I mean, I guess you can't spell too many without Tom. So I mean, there's another interesting fact for you.
I would like to see a deeper study to see if people called Tom are maybe less creative towards making, unique usernames. Because it's the only one we see. Everyone is called Tom for some reason, and that needs to stop, man. That needs to stop. As a caster, I don't want to every day have to cast Tom versus Tom matches. That does not seem fair to me.
We need more Jerrys, right, to balance out the Toms. So we can have Toms and we can have Jerrys out here to balance things out more effectively. Yeah, we need like Tom 1, Tom 2. Maybe we can come up with a numbering
that
system.
Works. I'll take it.
I'll start up a spreadsheet, Teddy. We can share it around too, and that'll help us correctly identify. Because like, what are we gonna do if there's more than one English Tom, right? Like, what are they gonna be?
I don't know. I mean, do we call them Tribe Tom versus Final Stand Tom? But if there's a big play, I feel like that's gonna take a while to actually get out. Drake on the camera, very, very young player still here for Tribe Gaming. I have his jersey as well at home. It is actually next to me. I might be able to show it off later on. Final Stand, I don't think they have jerseys themselves. I mean, it doesn't seem like Sinks is wearing one right now. But yeah, Sinks, usually their manager. But yeah, a couple of their players did not necessarily want to do the media day and face reveal. Plus one of them had exams, so yeah, I don't think they expected to go this far anyways, but now they're kind of here and they're kind of there like we could have used the actual roster of the team to play this. That would have made a lot more sense. But now they're here and they got to deal with it, and they're facing Tribe Gaming EU, and this is going to be one heck of a tough match for Final Stand.
It's going to be a really tough match, and I'm really hopeful for Sinks because maybe he's realizing that maybe it's time to start managing and it's time to start getting on the field. They say that those who can't do teach, but it appears that Final Stand, they do have a manager that can do it all. Here comes Drage, though, on the buzz, as we pretty much expected from him, and there's Tom as well on the Frank. Pretty much expected picks. I think these are pretty much the mains of all of the brawlers on the side of Tribe. From the side of Final Stand, though, a bit of a different story. That B is going to get targeted very, very hard, but Sinks is doing a good job of holding his own. Bit of a slow there on a Tom. Lana will fall, and if Kanan's able to get a super here, this could be bad business for Tribe.
Yeah, this is not starting off great for Tribe. Don't have a whole lot of control left. Lana is gonna get taken out. Sinks could walk it in, goes for the pass, and it still goes in, but that felt like it could have been just a straight up walk-in from Sinks. But Final Stand get the first goal. That was pretty glorious, but I was scared, man. I was like, there's no way to mess up that opportunity. Leonardo is able to get the kill, is in a tough position, and he goes down. Tom not able to score. Ball is cornered up as well, but look how much health Tom has overall and how many shots he could go down, how many kills he could get before he would fall.
That is massive. We also saw Lana get the triple bats off, and that's just a bit of a taste of the Lana Mortis action that can be coming out later. Though Final Stand is looking pretty fearsome in close range. There's the grapple in from Drake. He's not going to be able to get much value off of it. Lana trying to dodge everyone out, but Final Stand all converge on the same target. Cool attempt there by Tom. Oh, and he's going to be able to get around the right side of Drake, and that is going to be Final Stand taking the first win off of Tribe. Great start for them. Not what we expected at all, but hey, they came prepared. The Crow, I think, was great at keeping those tanks consistently low, and I think the defense also was really, really spot on there by Final Stand when it came time to defend versus Tom. When he had that super, they perfectly predicted it. It was great movement there by Piper. It could have been a little bit of luck too, but then when I saw them come back on offense once more, I realized, no, they are just actually very, very good at this game. And right now they're showing up Tribe Gaming EU.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of an outcome, right? You have B versus tanks, you have the Crow that can slow them down as well. So it's not like it was a fair match brawler-wise, but if you look in the ranking, Tribe is, somewhere around the top 3 or top 4 in the MEA, whereas Final Stand, they're like, more about top 15 or something, and that, sure, it is just a ranking, and you have to look at the day by day, like how their form is and how they play. But realistically, this should be, a very, very strong match for Tribe. And Final Stand are already from the first game on showing that they can't be underestimated. Otherwise, they will punish you. If they get the better comps, if Tribe did not do their research, there could be some problems coming up. And that's the question we're going to see as well. Because sometimes, if you're the favorite in a match like this, you're not necessarily going to study your team all that much because you're supposed to win it anyways. But in this case, I feel like, if Final Stand have done their homework and they're ready and have some great comms aligned and Tribe do not adjust, it could get scary.
Yeah, and you talk about research, and I think that's exactly what we're looking at here as well. Tribe Gaming EU, now that I kind of think about it, they do like to go those tanks in game number 1 and then switch to something completely different for the rest of the match. They just got to get that surprise off the beginning. It did work more in Final Stand's advantage, though, as they noticed the trend and were able to play the appropriate counter to Tribe, thus surprising them. Though, switching up the comp a little bit, it is looking much more handily in the grasp of Tribe. That is going to be the first goal for them. Final Stand need to fire back, but how are they going to do it?
Yeah, this is a bit of an odd situation. Final Stand going for trying to surprise their opponents. Tom gets the wall destruction, but Sinks is going to be locked away. Does get so much value of that super, getting both a kill and a non-low HP. But for now, it's still Tribe with the 1-0 advantage. And Final Stand need to find a goal to strike back.
Kanan will be pushing up on Tom on the right side. Tom's not going to let him have it easily, though. There's a kill on Drage. That could be the game changer. And with all of these walls broken open, it's basically a gimme. Tom gets to walk it in. And that is the second goal of the game. We're now 1-1 between these two rosters. Lana and Drage are both very prepared to deal with the tanks here, but Tom is all the way circling around the left side. Kanan needs to get in on Drage. He's going to get slowed down too. It's not going to work amazingly in his favor. There's a stun on a Drage, and that's the time to make a move. Kanan picks up the pass, and Final Stand will be taking set number 1 just like that.
Wow, what an impressive start here. I mean, it's wild. It's wild. Mortis versus Sprout was just a really good matchup for Final Stand, but they also did face, a B and a what was she called, Bell, which are great against those tanks. So it was not that easy of a matchup for Final Stand to win this game. It wasn't quite as hard country as the first one, and they still made it work. And that's very impressive. That's very, very impressive. Especially now, they start off with some momentum. They can start gaining some confidence. And I told you, Final Stand, they are capable of making this happen, but it is going to be a really tough match. And so far, it's even not looking as tough as I would have expected. They're doing a great job.
Yeah, I think Tribe came into this one thinking, okay, light work here, and Final Stand really, really prepared for this matchup. I mean, if you look at it, it could be the toughest matchup they have all day. And facing that in game number 1 allows them to really hone in on the preparation. That final pass there to Kanan as he picked it up was just spectacular. And look at the difference here. Now, Final Stand was going to get a lot more damage there, especially with Tribe Gaming EU playing the tanks in game number 1. But the kills, I think, really, really speak volumes here. Final Stand did an amazing job. They started off very strong in game number 2 and surprised us with their gameplay in game number 2 as well. Now, as we head into set number 2, we'll see if the game mode favors them.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Final Stand brought the tanks in game 2, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just a really good performance on their end. I have to say, I'm really impressed so far with how good they played in that first set. And it is true that Brawl is a game mode that sometimes can be a bit easier for newer teams or less experienced teams because they played so much in ladder, and it's one of the most popular modes in the first place. So we'll have to see how they actually play on the rest of the different maps and modes. Dueling Beetles is going to be up next. It's going to be a different story, and it's not the easiest mode to play as an underdog because you have that constant fight around the zone, and you don't have any time for any breaks, so far though it does seem like Final Stand, they're having a pretty decent start.
They are having a pretty decent start, and surprisingly so. I didn't think it was gonna be so successful here. Though Drage is farming up that super gradually, needs some shots here, does get some peak shots around the wall at Tom. He's going to have to play carefully. Jump in from Sinks is not going to get really much. Does get a little damage on Lana, but most of that damage was blocked out by the Speed Zone gadget. Down goes Lana as well. The Tribe start to farm up this percentage on the hot zone. Final stand, gotta take Drage out of his mech, and they are going to be able to do that. There's a super as well by Kanan. Tom, all the way on the back lines, will be taken out by Tom, and Final Stand will be able to bring this back just a little bit.
Yeah, it's a nightmare to spectate all the utility that Tribe are bringing in. The speed booster, the lollipop drop, it's a lot of utility across the board. As well as the honey molasses from Final Stand. There's just puddles of stuff all over the map. But Tribe have taken back the lead, not by a long way, but at least a little bit in their favor. And Final Stand are trying to work through that retake. But now going for some peaks, does have his super to work with here as well. Gonna use it to heal up, but anti-heal from Sinks is gonna be kicking in as well. Sinks picks up the elimination on Lana. Drage is low HP, is gonna get out of that mech as Sinks jumps in and takes him down.
Well, I thought that actually Sinks was not going to be able to find value on anyone with the Crow super, but he did get the jump in on Meg, and that does seem like it's going to be a guaranteed kill whenever he makes that attempt as soon as Meg pops out of her mech. Nonetheless, Tribe are able to get this retake pretty well. Tom is invisible. He will be a tough target to get rid of, and there's the jump once more by Sinks. Drage, though, had the close range attack on a Kanan. Kanan just keeps on healing up, but with Invisi-Heal, though, Lana picks up the kill. The slow is in, but Tribe have been on the point the entire time, and Final Stand will be going down. Typically, we say that our less favored team, or our less favorited team going into this game mode, into Hot Zone, is the favored one. And now it seems that Tribe, they're going to be getting the comeback here. Not who we expected to be getting the comeback, but definitely a sigh of relief for the Tribe fans watching.
Yeah, no, absolutely so, and they played much better here as well. I think they had a very good team composition. I like it a lot of utility. I mentioned it earlier as well. So much happening across the board, but, you know, getting the movement speed, plus being invisible. I mean, that's just so much stuff to work with, and to be honest, I was kind of shocked even that they didn't capitalize off that even further, considering they had those lollipop drops that were basically impossible to take care of for Final Stand, and I feel like they could have had a much better start than that as well. But Tribe made it work. In the end, it started getting more and more convincing, and if they can keep it up like that, we're going to set 3 with a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, and I think a big difference maker as well for Tribe was that they brought the Meg. Final Stand, they didn't bring the Meg, and I think that could be a big difference maker, just at least to even the playing field. You have Meg versus Meg. She's such a powerful brawler. We saw Drage doing such a good job on her as well, getting those close range kills with the Stuper, with the Swiper, whatever you want to call it. It's basically 4,000 damage that you can take with you wherever you want, and Tribe Gaming, they made it work. Final Stand, they didn't have anything to match it. I think the Crow did hold them back a little bit. Sinks played it really well. He did take good opportunities. He was very opportunistic with the super, but I mean, that's just as much as he could do with Crow. He wasn't able to make really many other plays. Otherwise, the anti-heal was useful in some situations, but not all the way across the board. So I think Final Stands will do away with the Crow and switch out for something else.
Yeah, I think so too. That makes sense. We'll see what they decide to bring in. I think they have a couple of possibilities for sure. Worst case, you can go mirror matchup, right? I feel like Sprouts could have been a great opportunity here as well, to just kind of lock down some positions and harass them from a safe position. I like B, to be honest. I think it can do really well, and it keeps you a little safer against the tanks, but I feel like Ems could have done a similar job as well, maybe even better, and they're gonna go triple thrower here. Interesting. And honestly, I don't even hate it. I mean, you're definitely not gonna be feeding the Leon super too much, right? Because you have a lot of cover to work with. But at the same time, how do you even get control?
Yeah, how do you get on the point is the thing. I guess that's the whole idea with Sprout, is you're able to block off the enemy side and close in the lanes, but Lana doesn't care. Lana pushes right through the defenses. 1-2 kills for Lana, and he lets Tom
have the other one. This is a showstopper by Tribe. I wonder what they were expecting from the side of Final Stand, because really this seems like it could have been best case scenario for Final Stand, and Tribe Gaming are still seriously showing them up here.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. Maybe Final Stand expected this to be just a one-game calm from Tribe and that they would bring something different here, but they certainly did not. And it's starting to get really punished for Final Stand. Tribe surely gonna be taking this game, despite Final Stand trying until the end, but not successfully so. And we could see them just at the end running into the corner of the map in shame. In shame.
And in shame, or perhaps in fear as well, Lina was just decking them on the defense back there and consistently pushing them into the corner. I mean, you gotta hand it to them for keeping trying, even though they already knew what certain fate meant them had they progressed like even a tile away from their spawn point. It was Lina rushing right towards them and avoiding all sorts of damage. Let's get a recap of the last set. This was starting off with Tribe getting a good comeback. Final Stand still putting up a great fight. And then as we head into game number 2, it was very, very handily done by Tribe. The triple throw just wasn't it for Final Stand.
Yeah, it's always risky to be bringing in triple thrower, no matter what. You see it once in a while in Siege, on a couple of maps, or something like a Dry Season, where it's not the biggest surprise. But here in Hot Zone, I had not really ever seen it in competitive, and it definitely did not work. I mean, they got a couple of kills, but that was mostly from the first game. In the second game, they were a lot more quiet and didn't really do all that much. But yeah, Tribe playing really well here in this one, and I feel like Final Stand maybe taking a bit too much of a risk with that comp. And I mean, no matter what, you know, taking risks is a bit of a gamble, but it just didn't pay off. That's all I can say. It really did not pay off.
Yeah, and in hindsight, it does make me question a little bit their performance in set number 1. Were they just one step ahead of Tribe, or were they on the exact same footing and just getting a little bit lucky with their brawler picks? We'll see what they bring on bot drop. Obviously, you want to go with some long-range brawlers here. Sprout is a possibility, but the main thing from Tribe Gaming EU that Final Stand needs to watch out for is a combo of Bell and Leon. I believe both of those brawlers are available, and Tribe Gaming made great use of them in the last set. So especially Leon, I think, is going to be a big one to watch out for. Anything that can deal with Leon is going to be a huge asset to Final Stand, and no doubt Tribe Gaming is also preparing for that too.
Yeah, no, I agree. As you said, right, Bell, Leon, even Crow can be really good on this map. You could even consider Sprout that we saw earlier as well, or something like a Stu, but also healers or Max can do a lot of work here as well. So we'll see what they decide to bring in. And obviously some sharpshooters, as we will be seeing Drage on the Piper versus Kanan. And so far it seems like map control is much in favor of Tribe, although bolt-wise it's not that clear just yet. But Drage picks up bolt number 2, a nice homemade recipe from Kanan, and Final Stand, I'll get a couple of bolts from the next spot.
Well, that'll be the best that Final Stand is going to be able to get out of the first siege. They got to play defense now, and Meg is going to be dealing some significant damage to this bot. Lina, though, is just looking for a kill. Pushes up in an unexpected situation. There is 3 shots on a Tom and a free super for Lina. He cannot be touched unless Kanan gets really, really lucky, which does not appear to be happening. Drage also tapping Kanan at long range. This is a homemade recipe. Another shot for Drage, and well, that was the end of the shot streak, but it was very impressive there by Drage. He's going to get a little bit more damage as well. And Final Stand are going to start pushing up once more. They got to get this retake. They will have a few bolts for the final siege, but the second siege is once more going to try.
Yeah, bolt economy not even that great for Final Stand. I mean, it's a lot better since they just picked up those 2 bolts, and considering how much health they have still on their Ike, and the fact that they can force out a couple of those rotations pretty well, it's gonna be a fairly clean defense. Not gonna take any damage off it, actually. How they start off with a 7-bolt lead, I'd say 1 or 2 bolts, and that's enough for Final Stand to get this bot, but they do need to find a way to retake.
Well, hopefully Kanan's able to play around this hedge pretty well. Drage is going to be playing around it instead, so will Tom. Final stand. They still need to pick up one bolt, as you said. It does look like Tribe is doing a good job of depositing all of these. Will they get that last one just in time? No. Final stand will be getting the final bot. And 4% is the magic number to deal here. It doesn't look like Tribe will be able to get a push beyond here, and Sprout will be the difference maker. We need to see a kill from Lana onto Sinks. Oh, one shot, 95 to 96. And Sinks gets to sigh some relief. Drage not happy about it. That will be final stand, taking this one by just 1%.
Man, that is disgusting and definitely a bit lucky, but I think Final Stand will take it, man. I think they will take it. It is also slightly upon Tribe for it to get to this point, right? They should have had that final bot, I feel like, but well, unlucky. Final Stand got it in time, and that's the moments where you question as well, like, did we pick up every bolt exactly when they spawned? Could we have picked up, you know, one of the bolts just slightly faster and gotten that draw at least? They didn't, and the dive came in, the one Sprout shot connected, and that was enough to give the win here to Final Stand. Disgusting for sure, but for Final Stand, a win is a win, and I did not see them winning this game, to be honest, at some point, and they made it work. They made it work, you know, they capitalized.
It's the importance of getting that final bot. I mean, yeah, Tribe, had there been a fourth bot, Tribe would have gotten it, no doubt at all in anyone's mind. But Final Stand got the last bot, and they got the last laugh, and they just needed one shot from Sprout, which does kind of surprise me. It was really just a single shot by Sprout that connected with the Ike and dealt 5%. Somehow, I guess I need to pull up my calculator and do the math, because I didn't see that happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess it did, and that was a game decider right there. I think Tribe Gaming EU, though, they can bring the same strategy to the next game and still take the win, no matter what Final Stand throws at them. The deal is, though, that they're now down a game, right? And probably their confidence is a little bit down as well, because that is a very small margin for defeat.
Yeah, it's a sort of tough losses as well that can either be demotivating your squad or be the reality check you need to be there. Like, all right, let's not be dumb and let's just secure this game.
And Lana already will be getting good value off of that teleport. We didn't see amazing value off of his first teleport in game number 1. He did teleport right into the range of the Ike and didn't get the kill on Sprout in the process. Let's see what Drage is able to do. Does manage to bank that bolt. Now we're 1-1 on the bolt count, and Tribe has a level 3 bot to push in. Lana still wants this level 3. He needs to protect Kanan, or rather needs to protect Drage from Kanan. There's a level 3 for Lana, and this is looking much, much better for Tribe already.
Yeah, they got some nice damage off that bot, and now it's going to be retake time for Final Stand. We saw them struggle to get the retake going in game 1 of Siege, and so far it's not looking much better. It took already 15 seconds just to get moving. Now finally they have some sort of control, but can they keep it? They get one more bolt. Kanan trying to get an extra bolt, but that's about all they're allowed to get.
Kanan, he did drop that one bolt there, but he has been dodging out at least 2 brawlers for probably 30 seconds straight, and that is just remarkable that he was still able to get a bolt after all of that. Let's see if Final Stand are able to get this defense, though. Not huge DPS
this
from
pushes
Tribe.
it.
Oh, they could get it, actually. Level 8 bot will get that final smack on there, and now we're 1-1 in set number 3.
Reality check it was here for Tribe. They're like, all right, those clowns, they've been annoying us enough. Let's just, you know, move forward and start winning those games. And they certainly did that here. Convincing game from Tribe, and now Final Stand are going to need to bring in a different approach for game 3. A pretty wild match so far, not nearly as one-sided as we'd expect, and it's a big opportunity for both sides, because Tribe, they want to make sure their confidence is restored, win that next game, take back the lead, and force Final Stand to have to try to come back, right? Whereas Final Stand, now their chance is to take another set and take the lead, and they need to do so right now, because I don't see the chances of them coming back if they're behind. I just don't really see it happening, to be fair. They're already the underdog. They're already struggling to get some games here and there. If they need to win more games than Tribe do, it's going to be complicated, you know, if they're forced on that into that situation.
Yeah, and I don't think Tribe Gaming EU wants to take any risks here. I think they will play the same composition once more. Final Stand can use that to their advantage. If they pick like a spike or something, then they could counter out the surge. There's not going to be a spike or a surge this time. Tom will be on the Sprout, looking for some value versus Tom. That's right, it's a Tom v Tom on the right lane, and Tom is going to win versus Tom. Tom goes down, and Tom will look to pick up this bull. I hope that wasn't confusing. Maybe we should just call them Code Tom and Tom from now on, but the level 1 siege bot goes to Final Stand.
Yeah, thing is, Tribe were able to find 2 bolts, so off the bat, we'll have the better bolt economy, and the bot is not going to be dealing any damage to. The eye gets 2% off, not really a big deal. The buff does come true for Kanan, and that basically means that from now on, Kanan just needs to pop off. Sinks gets an important kill onto Linan on the left lane. That's going to be creating a little bit of space. Kanan, homemade recipe, almost takes him down, but he survived, goes down now, and that means that the buff was wasted as well.
And Code Tom is handily taking down these sandbags as well. It is a nice counter by him. Lana also jumping over to the right side. Drage having to fight versus Final Stand Tom on the left side. There's a super out by Drage. He is going to be lagging behind just a little bit on this push. Unfortunately, he won't be able to keep that control or perhaps get a kill versus Kanan just yet. Not even a single bit of damage there by Tribe's bot. They're behind by just 1 bolt, but they do have control of mid. If Final Stand is able to get a good retake, then this could be the set for them.
Yeah, and the retake needs to be better though. So far, it's not good enough. Tom is hitting a couple of shots, but almost gets taken out by Drage. Mark onto Drage though. Bolt-wise, it's still Tribe slightly ahead. And Drage is still alive, gets sniped out of existence, and this could be huge actually. Who is gonna get the bot? The bot is going to be a tie. And that means that right now, Final Stand have the lead by 2%. And there's 20 more seconds for either teams to try to dive.
Okay, let's see if it happens. Tom up on the right side could make it happen. He needs to push in. If he gets a wall, then he could use that to his advantage as well. Drage jumping in. He won't be able to get a connection. Oh! There is a single shot from Sprout. And Tribe have done it back to Final Stand. The Uno reverse card in Siege. Hey, you want to dip us with a single Sprout shot? Okay, here you go. We'll play Sprout. There you go. Have fun.
Man, that's ridiculous. Absolutely giving them a taste of their own medicine. The defense was so good from Final Stand, man. I was there like, holy, they might actually do this. And then I saw that final Sprout shot. I was there like, no way. There is no way that actually connects. And it certainly did. It certainly did.
Unbelievable that it worked out that way. We'll see a replay of game number 3 momentarily. Make sure you're looking out for that last Sprout shot making the connection. But game number 3 was so close. Of course, game number 2 went to Tribe. This was so dominant. We saw them wake up and come to the brawl with a whole lot of fire behind their eyes. And here we see game number 3. In the last few seconds, Tom made that push up the right side and managed to bring it home. Last siege ended up in a tie. Tom managed to get that last shot. Amazing stuff there by Tribe. So close. I guess the idea was that that Drage was going to jump in, take some of the damage, and that the rest of the damage would be dealt by Tom.
Man, that was an unbelievable set. Honestly, one of the wildest siege sets I've ever had the chance to watch. My goodness, the story as well, right? Giving them a taste of their own medicine at the end of the set, turning it around. Wow, that is insane. That is insane. Shooting Star is going to be up next, and now Tribe are ahead. Now Tribe have the lead. And here's the thing as well, you know, those kind of games that absolutely suck to lose. They're going to be impacting Tribe when they lose, right? But they have a lot more experience dealing with that sort of stuff. Do final stand. You know, can they recover from there? We'll see. We have, you know, the Pam Max Jean comp here from final stand. Not something too wild, but on the other side, we have a Tick instead with a Nani and also the Jean as well.
Well, we don't have really our classic expected comp from the side of Tribe, but it's the closest we are going to get. Tick and Nanny, always ones that we expect to see. Ooh, great kill there by Lana onto Tom. Now final stand still leading, but by 2 stars. Tribe will be able to pick up this lead too. And Drage has the super as well. We'll see what Lana does in close range. It's going to be horrifying. There's so much damage. Stinks, though, just keeps pushing forward. Great tank of the Tick super as well. But he will have to bail. The final stand is still behind by just 1 star.
All right. Right now, final stand just need 1 kill to take back the lead, but it's hard to really get anything going. A mispull from Drage, not something we see very often from him, and Tom doesn't miss. Luna gets pulled, gets taken out. Another kill there from Kane, and Kanan trying to tank that peep. That is gonna miss, and I think the peep all around was a miss as well. Not entirely sure what happened there, but Kanan doesn't get punished for his mistake. And Kanan is low HP, does end up going down, and Tom could have taken a lot of damage there. Is probably going to go down as well, and will be indeed giving the lead back to Tribe for the time being. 15 seconds left on the clock. Ready?
Okay, clock is ticking down. Kanan will try to push out of here. There's the speed. Will he be able to get the dodge? No. Right into the shots from the Na. There's the pull by Tom, though. He knows that there's no comeback from here, though. And that is going to be match point coming through for Tribe.
Man, that was close at some point. But, you know, the longer it took, the more it went the distance here for Tribe. Match point, a single game away now from going to the next stage of this bracket. Final stand, they've had their chances here and there, and this is, you know, the moment where it starts hunting them a little bit more, thinking like, okay, in Siege, we could definitely have won that set. It could be us right now that are set ahead and that are about to move forward in the competition, and it's a scary prospect. And guys, the team that loses this match is not going home. They'll be going to the elimination bracket, so they have a second life here for every single team competing in this group. But you want to be careful, and that means that you have no more room to play with afterwards.
Let's see what Tribe is trying this time. Jean, Sprout, and Leon from the side of final stand. Piper, Rico, and Tick. Rico is a peculiar one. We'll see if Sinks is able to make it work. The reason it's peculiar is because there aren't really many corridors for Rico to work with here. The knot is going to be kept at long range, though. On the right side, Drage wants this damage at long range versus Piper. It does seem like, for the most part, final stand outrange Tribe. The main exception are going to be Drage getting a bit of chip damage and Tom having a pretty long range with Sprout. We could be seeing a hedge over here on the right side that is going to limit the capabilities of Piper. Sinks also on the left side has this super ready to go, has tremendous range with that super. Tom still having to hold this right side. Drage has the super to do whatever he wishes with it. Once final stand is all the way backed up, then Drage will get the chance. Tom with a great tank of the Vengeful Spirits that otherwise would have nearly taken down Piper.
Yeah, a strong push here from Tribe. Find an opening kill, make it 2, almost 3, as Tom is very low HP as well, and that's now a 3-star lead in favor of Tribe Gaming. Tom finds yet another victim. He doesn't want to stop here.
Okay, Tribe once more have to retreat back to this lollipop drop on the back left side. Kanan does not have really any eyes on them, and it is going to seriously be hurting them. Will he be able to get a blind snipe onto Lana, though? It could happen. One shot at Tom doesn't connect, and the super away. This is going to be tough for final stand to bring it back. They got to get a team kill, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. That will be it. Tribe bringing it back after a loss in set number 1 and a rough siege, going on to the next stage of the competition.
Man, GG's here for Tribe Gaming, taking the victory in the end and showing that, you know, a couple of those games went a little bit out of their control and not exactly how they planned, but they make it work in the end and they move forward to the winner finals of this group. I want to give a particular shout out to Sinks in Final Stand. Not only was he my club league teammate yesterday, so thank you for that. But also he is a manager, guys. He is a manager. He's not even a pro player, and I feel like he played at a very high level of Brawl Stars today and yesterday as well. And we might still get to see him play later. I mean, we will get to see him play later again. But I'm impressed by how much he's brought to the table and how well he's been able to, fill the shoes of the likes of GGM and Cyclone that typically play for Final Stand.
Well, huge stuff. And once more, congratulations to Tribe Gaming EU and GG's to Final Stand. They will have their next chance in the elimination bracket. For Tribe Gaming EU, they emerge victorious. They have a single loss here in GameStars so far, and until today, they haven't lost a single game even. We'll see if they are able to continue this great trajectory. But first, some highlights of our last set. Final Stand, they were looking more hopeful game number 1. This was a pretty good comp that they brought out, but Tribe were seriously able to roll with the punches, and towards the end, there just wasn't any hope for Final Stand. Come game number 2, Tribe, their comp just totally surprised Final Stand, and probably surprised me a little too. I don't know about you, Teddy, but it most certainly did take the win over Final Stand.
Yeah, no, it certainly did. I mean, Tribe very much deserved the victory here in this match. They were the better team. They played better as well. I think that you and I are mostly just impressed about how good Final Stand played, considering, they're facing the likes of Tribe Gaming with Lena as well. So, man, this is definitely an impressive performance from them as well. And I'm looking forward to see how they play against the other teams in this group, because they will have to, since now they drop down to the elimination part of the bracket.
Yeah, and Tribe Gaming EU will also have to fight their way out of the winners bracket, or perhaps not out, but through the winners bracket. We'll be facing the winner of match number 1 for the day in our winners bracket. Final Stand, though, we will get to spectate them fighting their way through the elimination round as well. But before that, more of an overview of the entire match. We get to see the stats from the entire match. Tribe Gaming EU, we did see them pop off with Piper and Sprout and Bell. And those are going to be some important footnotes for our upcoming teams who are going to be facing versus Tribe Gaming. Final Stand, though, did manage to play pretty well with the Mortis and the Barley, but I mean, it all goes to Tribe Gaming EU. I think they did a really good job, and I'm looking forward to seeing them playing for it.
All right, well, guys, we will be back with our third match of the evening. We'll have 5 total today. Looking forward to watch some more Brawl actions just after a short break.
is drawing to a close, as well as the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. From December 20th to December 23rd, 16 battle-hardened teams will fight for their chance to participate in the playoff stage. On December 26th, we'll find out who takes the sweetest chunk of the prize pool, amounting to $30,000. Follow us on social media to join our streams of the final stage of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2.
Welcome back, GameStars fans. It's still ready, set, and Teddy, right? Welcome back, Teddy. It's great to have you. We're going to be getting into match number 3 for the day. FA Scarlet Stars versus Tribe Gaming EU. Taking a look at our winners bracket, both that won our first 2 matches of the day.
Yeah, this should be, once again, you know, on paper, very much in Tribe's favor, but who knows? At this point, I want to say, you know, Final Stand definitely gave them a bit of a wild match. FA Scarlet Stars, are definitely capable of doing that as well, but it's not gonna be as easy. Tribe are gonna be warmed up as well, right? They just had a long match, and we'll see what Scarlet are able to bring to the table. Just if you guys missed the 2 first matches, we had a 3-2 victory for Scarlet against Mood, and then Tribe Gaming winning 3-1 against Final Stand. That means that the elimination match, which we'll watch later on, is going to be Mood Gaming versus Final Stand, which is quite stacked as well for an elimination match. And then our winners match will be Scarlet Stars versus Tribe Gaming EU.
All right, well, this match right here, though, is going to determine who makes it onto the next stage. We're talking the round of 8. Could it be FA Scarlet Stars? Could it be Tribe Gaming EU? We definitely have some favorites in here. Tribe Gaming won their matchup more handily than FA Scarlet Stars, but they were playing against the team playing with their manager. We'll see how it works out as we head into hot potato for set number 1. Now, Teddy, we do see a lot of Edgar and BB on this map as well. And another thing to consider is that we don't have our bans yet. And those bans are also going to be applying on Dueling Beetles, Sneaky Fields, Gym 4, and Bot Drop.
That is very true, Ready Set. The bans should be coming in any second now, and we will have Buzz banned out by Scarlet. I keep wanting to call them Starlet Scars for some reason. I don't know why, but I want to call them like that all the time. All right, Scarlet Stars banning out Buzz. We have the Lola ban coming through as well from Tribe. So far, no really big surprises, as you said it yourself. Tribe, they do like their Buzz, so getting it out of the way for Scarlet makes sense. And also the Lola ban here, I feel like they could have, by watching the previous match, known that Tribe would ban Lola if they needed to. So maybe that's a bit of a wasted ban on their side, but Rosa is going to be banned as well by Tribe Gaming. The head-to-head here between Angel Tens and Drage. And Ready Set, are you back?
Kind of in the dark here, but it's cool. It's absolutely fine. We'll get it figured out in just a moment here as well. But oh no, don't show how dark I am. Okay, great. We're going to be going into set number 1 here. FA Scarlet Stars is going to be bringing out 2 tanks and the tank counter. Tribe, though, bring out a couple of tank counters and a damage dealer. We'll see how much damage they're able to get on the safe. Already a strong start for them.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough already here for Scarlet, to be honest. I mean, look at the damage. Just look at the damage, right? 50% dealt already, and there's finally a kill going the way of Scarlet, but it's tough to see such a dominant start here from Tribe, and Scarlet off the bat just in a really, really bad position.
All right, continuing on. Let's see how much Tom is able to do before Reliable can access him. Angel Tens has to come in for some assistance. Tom will be able to get one more shot there. And Tribe Gaming is looking so dominant here. Just 7% remains. The Na will fall to Reyes. Now the damage can start rolling in from the side of FA Scarlet Stars. Tribe will do a good job of forcing them out, though. Angel Tints wants his next super to the Na. We'll have to see if it happens. The Na has the super ready to go. That could be the win condition right there. The heals with his main attack there with Bouncy Castle will reduce the save to 2%. And Tribe will once more have to defend.
Ray's taking a big chunk of damage, needs to be careful in that mid position. Drage gonna peek it, will take a really big amount of damage, and Lana is able to find the angle to close out that game. Well, I mean, the start was insanely dominant for Tribe. Afterwards, we started seeing some signs of life from Scarlet, waking up a little bit, starting to find some damage of their own. And I feel like Tribe took a while to really be able to access the safe again, but once they did, they just closed it out.
Yeah, so I think we saw great plays from both sides in the last game. Obviously, I did favor the picks from Tribe Gaming a lot more. We'll see how things continue on into the next game as well, but overall, strong start for Tribe Gaming EU. That's not what happened in match number 1 for them. Match number 2 for everyone watching, of course, because they did get surprised in their very first game. They ran the tanks and they played into the tank counter. This time they played, I think, the appropriate amount of tank counters and were able to deal with the surprise quite well. Their tank counters were also great at dealing damage save. Bragi up on this stream. Always a pleasure to see our brawlers, our players having a good time, and I think Tribe is feeling pretty good after coming back after match number 1, and now in match number 2 for them, they're feeling quite confident that they'll be able to head on to the round of 8.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good match here for the winners matches for Tribe, right? They had, to be fair, on paper, a tougher international group stage than the international finals, because they had SK Gaming in the same group of 4. Here, the best team besides them is something like Final Stand or Scarlet or Mood. Definitely not at the same level as they are, and they should be able to just swiftly get through this group. I'm really not too scared about it, but you know, once in a while they will need to be careful enough, because we've seen a couple of mistakes here and there, a couple of games that they should have taken and couldn't against Final Stand, and they don't want to repeat that here against Scarlet either.
Well, let's see how it works out. Bell, Barley, and Rico from the side of Scarlet Stars. They were absolutely prepared for the tanks. Let's see if Tribe is prepared to make it work with the tanks. Reliable falls. Angel Tints will be next. There's a stun, and Drage is able to get the kill with that amazing super. He does fall shortly thereafter, but what a showing from Tribe to start us off. FA Scarlet Stars just need to get this defense, but Reliable is looking so vulnerable, and Tribe will be able to go to work on this safe with a couple of tanks.
Man, I love that bubble from Tom earlier that literally just hit nothing or no one, wasn't even close. But what is not even close either is this match here, as it only takes a matter of seconds until they shut down this match, or this set rather. Yeah, that was quick. That was quick. Even more convincing than the first game, which honestly was already very convincing. So 2 games in a row, not a sweat here for Tribe Gaming. Heist behind their back, and we move on to set number 2.
All right, number 2 should be incoming very shortly here. Sometimes the words do get a little bit mixed up, and honestly, I think FA Scarlet Stars could have been a little bit mixed up as well. I mean, Tribe Gaming themselves brought very strong compositions in both games, but they brought basically the same thing that FA Scarlet Stars tried in game number 1, and it did not work out at all for FA Scarlet Stars. For Tribe, though, they made it work so well. We'll see how they're able to play in set number 2, but first, a recap of set number 1. Here was the amazing play by Drage. He went down very shortly thereafter, but I think that it's important to play like the game of psychological warfare, and that Tribe Gaming did exceptionally well, and that influence is going to carry on into set number 2.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. I mean, I love the 4 zeros in 120 1000 damage on save here. It's just very satisfying, to be completely honest. It's just very satisfying. The full amount, getting both games fully closed out, very convincingly so as well. And FA Scarlet Stars, they just didn't really stand a chance here. There was no sign of anything really going their way. In game one, maybe a little bit at some point, but once they started pumping off, there was only 7% left on their save, and they had like 90% deficit and needed to really catch up, you know? So it was always tough in the set for Scarlet Stars. From the moment the game started all the way until the end, they just never had time to really thrive. But maybe this is going to be a better chance for them here on Dueling Beetles. So far, they start off with a man disadvantage and a low HP, well, now dead reliable, and an AFK Angel Tense, which is not exactly how you want those games to go.
Yeah, not ever a great start. We'll see how they're able to handle it. Reliable will be trying to get some damage. Ooh, looks like a bit of lag. Angel Tense also with the Angry Pin there. Tribe really looking dominant, but oh, now I seem to see what's going on. Was there a Poco ban, or was it just me?
Oh, that is actually true.
Yeah,
Wait,
Tribe Gaming though. It seems like they're just gonna play it like nothing happened.
Well, I mean, at this point, they might as well, right? I'm gonna end the game anyways.
Or perhaps not. Bans were Lola, Rosa, Buzz, and Lola.
Yeah, that wasn't
no
a previous
Poco
match to Poco ban, right? I was thinking about it as well. Was that like, I didn't think it was banned. I don't know what happened there. Maybe admins will be able to clear that out for us. But I mean, until we hear something. Oh, remake is coming up. Okay, maybe a connectivity issue. I'm not entirely sure, but remake is on its way. Once again, I don't exactly know what happened, but something must have happened.
Yeah, definitely bizarre what just happened, but fortunately we are going to get a replay of that last game, so that should hopefully clear up a lot of the confusion. With that, though, I mean, we did get a kind of a taste of what both teams were planning on running. So, Tribe Gaming EU bringing out the Poco, bringing out some of the tanky brawlers as well. FA Scarlet Stars, they were running the Crow. They were totally prepared for some of the healer play. And without the Poco ban, that's absolutely something that you need to be considering. And it's why Poco is banned in the first place, is because you never really know when he's going to come out, and does introduce this rock, paper, scissors once more into the game. It does exist without him, but it does get a lot more complicated when he is available to our team. So with that, we are just waiting on our teams to get into game number 1, part 2.
Yeah. Game number 1, part 2, that seems more or less accurate. I mean, I'm assuming some connectivity issues, right? That's usually what those remakes are for. But yeah, I mean, even until there were the problems, it looked like Triumph had things very much under control. You know what I mean? It didn't really look like they were in any danger. So I'm still very confident about them. I feel like this match is going to be a trio sweep, honestly.
I kind of think so too. I think Tribe have been looking so dominant here, even just in set number 1, that I think they'll take it all the way. And it was a bit uncharacteristic of them to fold in set number 1 in match number 2 of the day, but I think they are also not really expecting such a fight from their opponent, who was really popping off. I don't think they expected Sinks to do as well as he did, and honestly, I mean, neither was I, but Teddy, you were there yesterday, and Sinks was doing a great job in the elimination round. So hopefully he does a good job in the elimination round again, because, of course, that is where he has found himself once more with the rest of his roster. For Tribe Gaming, though, they're hitting their stride, I believe. They're all warmed up. They're ready to go. They're ready to claim that spot in the round of 8.
Yeah, they certainly are. Right now, Tribe, I mean, I can tell you they're not aiming for anything less than round of 8. They're probably even aiming for more than that, right? I think teams like Scarlet Stars, it's still a bit of a different situation where they know that it's not very likely that you know, that they're going to win the whole season, but they'll take what they get. And so far, they've gotten quite a bit except opportunities against Tribe here, where so far it looked very much more in favor of Tribe.
Yeah, so we're just waiting on our players to get ready. I think maybe what happened was, as you said, Teddy, some connectivity issues. So we will see how things progress along. This set should be coming up very, very shortly here. Game will be getting started soon. Just a reminder of the bans as well, because Teddy, you and I were both a little bit confused about it. Lola, Rosa, Buzz, Lola are going to be the bans. Lots of double bans of Lola today. It just seems like people don't like playing Lola or don't like playing against her. What's your take on that?
I mean, I think that Lola definitely got nerfed. I mean, she got nerfed, but it wasn't nearly as much as it needed to be. And right now she's still in a really good place. I feel like for me the best solution would have been to keep her the way she was, but have kind of like a hitbox around her that doesn't enable her to have like her clone on top of her, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the minimum space now that you need if you want to deal 100% damage, I would have made it like a hard space where she just can't get past it, kind of. I don't know. I feel like that could have maybe been a solution to it, or at least to not have that double stack of Lola that deals a whole lot of damage. Even 50% is already so much damage.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I wonder how Lola is going to be played when, of course, she is inevitably not banned in a matchup, whether players are going to try and occupy 2 lanes with her at once, or they are going to once more, no, you don't think so?
No.
See, that's what I would love to see with Lola, though, right? It's the unique mechanic of her that, you know, oh, you have her like horizontally spaced out, but it seems like just have her in front of you, like, just like every other brawler that has a spawnable, they put him in front of them, and I guess Lola is going to be the same.
Doesn't Tom look hella buff on that picture?
Looks like his face was photoshopped onto a random body.
Yeah, definitely. So how big is his face on that picture? Wow, that is interesting for the least. Looking at the head-to-head, it's actually pretty close. KD-wise, it is better for Tom, but it seems like he did play less matches, or at least less sets. Otherwise, there would be a lot more kills to it. Same gonna be applying to damage, and despite that, getting almost as many star players as Raze did. But right now, Raze seems to be a bit more of a ladder warrior, as he's a bit ahead.
Yep, and a good amount of star players too, I will say. Honestly, I've never seen all of these stats in the same place. Thanks to GameStars for putting these all here for us, and for the player cams as well. Hopefully we get to see whether Tom is really that buff on cam. But before we do, we got to get a reminder of a stat comparison once more between Reliable and Lena. Still going by the moniker of Mr. Lena, but here's a comparison between trophies, kills, deaths, damage, and star players. Once again, lots of kills across the arena. Not necessarily the same as what we saw with Tom, though.
Man, the shadow, like, you know, like the outline of Lena literally looks like...
It does look like him, honestly.
Right?
It kind of does. Yeah.
I was thinking, is that just like an outline of him, or is it actually just, you know, some standard...
I hardly even noticed. I hardly even noticed it wasn't a person at all.
That's fair. I mean, maybe not that far. Maybe that's just your eyes, you know, being built diff. But so far this match, I don't know, man. I feel like this should be a pretty smooth ride for Tribe Gaming. I just don't really, at least in the high set we saw, there was like no signs of life from Scarlet Stars. It just looked like freelo for Tribe, and I don't know if you can just improvise that in, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think FA Scarlet Stars did a great job versus Mood Gaming. Perhaps that was the matchup they were preparing more for. And now that they're on versus Tribe Gaming EU, they're like, okay, well, you know, we did our thing, and we'll get through to the decider match, because Tribe Gaming EU was pretty much set from the beginning to sweep this bracket, or really any bracket that they were placed in, especially after their win versus SK6-0. They do look very fearsome in GameStars. So with that, I totally agree with you, Teddy. I think that Tribe will probably
take the win here. Now, FA Scarlet Stars are obviously practically staring defeat in the face, so they have to evaluate their options here. Are they going to get some good practice out of Tribe, or are they going to try and use what they know about Tribe to their advantage and take them down? It does look like, though, that the the spirit is not there from what we saw in set number 1. It could just be the game mode, though. Maybe it's just not a great mode for FA Scarlet Stars, and we'll see in our upcoming sets how they progress along.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. I mean, we'll figure it out if they have some modes where they're more comfortable and can make it work better. But yeah, as I said earlier, it just didn't really feel like there were too many signs of life from Scarlet Stars early on, you know, where I would be there now like, okay, they can do this. So no, I believe that, you know, they can win this set. Not really anything along those lines. It's only been a set that we've been able to see so far, but yeah, we need still a minute or two extra, as there are some technical difficulties here from everyone obviously playing at home, so it's a little bit complicated once in a while, especially considering the you know, recent updates and maintenances and all of that stuff that may have broken a couple of things in the game as well.
Yeah, honestly, I logged into the game maybe last night, and I noticed that I think I was like the only one in the entire match who was moving around. Everyone else was just stuck at spawn. Not even a bot was taking over. It was really strange. It's not something like I've ever seen before, and maybe that was happening to FA Scarlet Stars in the last game. It seems like Tribe Gaming EU had no issues playing at all, but FA Scarlet Stars, you mentioned right as we loaded in that one of their players wasn't moving. And that is definitely worrisome, like a disconnect you can handle, but if not even a bot takes over, then that's really something to be worried about, because you really are down an entire player rather than just 90% of your player. So now, as we're working through the technical issues, and probably our players are as well, all we can do is anticipate how this one is going to turn out. We are going to be getting into the first look at our popular brawlers. Well, I mean, honestly, I don't know what I expected. I don't know what I expected, Teddy.
Man, I love how you're ready to say first game of Hot Zone, and then it became something else. Well, that's too bad for you, but I'll leave you the honor to read through the brawlers if you want, and the players, and whatever you want to make out of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, look at the bottom. You can see the trophy count comparison between all the players, and it's actually remarkably close. Perhaps coincidental. We'll see, though, between Angel Tense, Reyes, and Reliable, they do pick a good variety of brawlers. Same for Drage, Tom, and Lana. Doesn't seem like there are any duplicate brawlers across any of these players. It just seems like everyone has their niche, and I guess that's how you build a good roster. Though another thing is, take a look at Drage, Tom, and Lana, how they have a lot fewer brawlers played. You see ×2, ×4, ×5. They have gotten through their matches pretty swiftly with minimal brawler picks. It goes to show that FA Scarlet Stars, they are very scrappy. They have made it through some very tough battles. Tribe Gaming, they've made their way through tough battles, but more swiftly so.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think that's a very rich and empowering analysis. I feel smarter now that you have talked.
Here's Drage. Love the thumb socks. That's how you know that is the mark of a true mobile gamer, especially when it's cold outside. I will tell you, in my personal experience, the worst is when, yeah, it's like all cozy staying inside in the heat, but then your thumbs get sweaty. It doesn't just happen to me, does it? You just get like sweat on your screen, and that's when it's time to order the thumb socks. Teddy is gonna tell me, no, Reddy, you're the only one with sweaty thumbs, and that's really weird, and I don't know why you shared that.
No, I actually I agree with you. I think that if you have sweaty fingers, too bad for you. You'll have to get one of those, you know. Otherwise, it's gonna be a sticky screen. But yeah. I do not, so I can't really relate to the feeling. I have beautiful non-sweaty fingers, and I'm very glad of them not sweating on my screen. But it is a problem. You're right, actually. Like, it is a problem that pros sometimes have as well, right? Especially if it's a high impact match with a lot on the line. you can get sweaty like anything, right? When you're nervous, when you're stressed, when you're anxious, and that can impact your performance if you feel like, you know, the finger socks are gonna improve your gameplay. I don't judge whatsoever if someone gets it. Good for them. I don't think it necessarily gives a competitive advantage. I think it helps, you know, more on sorting out a problem if your fingers sweat too much, or if you just enjoy the texture more than, you know, playing without it. I don't know. I prefer feeling the screen, you know what I mean?
All right. Well, let's see. I mean, yeah, I gotta say, I do like the thumb socks. They do reduce the friction a little too much, and I'm not able to get as firm of a grip. And Teddy, I wonder how you'll weigh on that one. Let's see though, if Tribe does have a gameplay advantage from the thumb socks. We'll see how it works out for Drage. He is going to be winning this lane on the right side. Race is so low on health, and here comes some more damage from Lana, sitting on 6 health, but not really worried at all. Jump in from Angeltons, and Tribe is narrowly leading here.
Yeah, but those couple of kills here are going to assert a little bit more dominance. Reliable takes quite a hit here as well. Means that Tribe are almost at 50% capture. Ray's trying to make everyone's life difficult at Tribe. And so far, it's not really as impactful as he was hoping to be. Rage gets a swipe onto Ray's instantly, and that gets Ray's almost out of the mech. Had he barely just jumped into it, and this is looking really good for Tribe. Although Reliable might be able to get a kill here onto Tom. It's just a little late here to get started for Scarlet.
It is a little late. Tribe are going to be able to push in with Drage so much health, and the jump in from Angeltons will reduce healing that Tom is able to do, but won't win the match for them. Lana is able to heal himself up regardless, so with gas to heal, and that is going to be Tribe taking game number 1 of set number 2. We did see, unlike last time, Teddy, some signs of life actually from FA Scarlet Stars. It was just towards the latter half of the game. And now, I think maybe they could go into game number 2, showing some better signs, but I mean, it still was a Tribe Gaming EU game, and I think it'll be a Tribe Gaming EU match still. I still stand by it.
It looks like it so far, for sure. They're looking good. They're looking good. Scarlet Stars, as you said, I think some signs of life might be a bit optimistic, but we saw them play for a bit. I'm being very harsh, but no, we saw some small signs of hope here and there, but it was still very minor. I think very underwhelming. And you know, some small differences are like, for example, the mag for Tribe, when they get it, it's like when they get the mech available, it's like a huge difference, you know, like suddenly there's so much control. It's and everyone on FA Scarlet Stars is like panicking and have to face that super tanky, high damage and just scary brawler. Whereas when Scarlet Stars get their mech, it was kind of like, you know, it spawns, half a second later it gets swiped by the mech from Tribe. It has half of its HP already, and it somehow has to do something, and literally 3 seconds later it's gone, and Meg has no more mech to play with and is basically useless.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate there for FA Scarlet Stars. It could be played around a little bit better, I think, if the mech weren't played so aggressively. You know, if they used the mech on the back lines a little bit more, if mech healed up a little bit before getting into the mech, could definitely increase the survivability of a brawler that really needs their survivability. Tribe Gaming EU have been playing it very well, and I think FA Scarlet Stars with some adjustments could make it happen. It just seems that FA Scarlet Stars, they're playing with a lot of urgency, perhaps to the point where it is desperation, right? Just to try and find their footing once again, but there's not a rhyme and a rhythm to it. It's just a knowledge of, we got to bring this back, man, but not a coordinated execution on how exactly to do it. And I think if they are able to zoom out a little bit, sit back, reflect, get a recap, then they could absolutely start to shift the momentum of this match. But it's not going to happen in this next game. I think this next game, before it even happened, is already in the books. I think that FA Scarlet Scars, or FA Starlet Stars, Starlet Scars, Teddy, can start to, ramp up their momentum. It's not going to happen in one game, though. I think that the next set they can bring it back, next set or next game is going to be them starting to warm up again.
Well, they need to ready up for any of that to happen. And so far, they're taking their time. But yeah, Tribe looking good. And as you said, some signs here and there that Scarlet Stars exist, but they need a lot more. I think they need a lot more before I start actually feeling like they are any sort of a threat to Tribe Gaming. And they're just not there yet. And I don't know if they'll get anywhere close to that during this match. So far, yeah, it's been very much just the Tribe show.
Yeah, it has been a Tribe show, and it probably will be a Tribe show for a while heading into the international finals. I mean, we are already getting started with Group A, and I think as we progress into that round of 8, I think Tribe will still be stealing the show. They are going to face against some tougher teams, so it won't be a sweep as we've seen so far and may expect for the remainder of this match. But I mean, it has been a Tribe show through and through. Whether they take the W and whether they take first place or not, all eyes are going to be on these guys. We witnessed it at Worlds, and we're witnessing it once again. And I think it is well-deserved as well, because they're a fantastic roster, and especially with some of the shifts in the roster that are going on right now, especially with Lana joining them for now and Spin kind of taking a back seat. A lot of people, including me and including you, are very interested in this development.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it was surprising enough when it happened. We'll see what the long-term implications of that are, as Angel Tense is going to disappear from existence, and we're back to Tribe having control. Drake just not having any of that raise dashing around, going to shut him down with one super, and Drake just by getting one mech is able to get, what, 2-3 kills against those tanks, and is probably not even that far from getting his next super available. And right now, Tribe, they're just running away with this game once again.
Ouch. And I believe that was Screeching solo.
Yeah.
It could be, yeah, that is obviously going to be a flex from Tom. We'll see if he's going to be going down reliable anytime soon. Reyes is looking for an opening. It's going to be tough. Drage is farming up the next super as well. Bit of a fake towards Drage, and Tom is able to get him. There's the toxic Tom coming out. The Protesto Lana was spinning earlier. Tribe, they are really trying to wear down Scarlet Stars to get their easy win, and they will be taking it now. And once again, Teddy, this is so a Tribe Gaming EU set. We'll get a recap as well so that we can point out some of the things that they did well and maybe some of the things that FA Scarlet Stars can work on in game number 1 of set number 3 when we move in there. For now, though, we still already know how this one's going to go.
Yeah, it feels so far very much on the side of Tribe Gaming, and I think some of the reason as well why they're being, a little, I don't want to say upset, but a little BMing at the end of the match could be that, right now the technical issues seem to be on the side of Scarlet Stars, and they're like, why are you guys making us wait for this long if we're just going to destroy you anyways? Just let's get through this, we want to go home. And I get that. I definitely get that as well. I mean, Tribe, if they win this match, they're done with their day, and they can be relaxed for the rest of the week until the playoffs, So they're chilling. And yeah, the thing with Meg is that if you're facing tanks, and this is what we see in game 2, it's literally so easy to get your super, because they're not going to get any damage from afar, the tanks, and you get them quite low HP. You'll have your super really easily, and you just don't really need to worry about anything,
Yeah, let's get some stats as well so that we can get an overview. Of course, we're going to be moving into Sneaky Fields pretty shortly, though. Set number 3 will be heating up, and I think Tribe, they could absolutely bring the tanks here, though FA Scarlet Stars no doubt will be coming prepared with the M's. a recap, or no, not a recap. We're getting right into it. Wow. And it does seem like the pace of the match has picked up significantly. Double pull from the side of Tribe. We'll see what they're able to make of it.
All right, Tom pushing forward, and yeah, that is gonna be the goal. The Magic Puffs here helping out a bit, keeping his teammate alive. That's a quick goal here for Tribe. And Rage, maybe a little bit optimistic on that blind pool. I mean, why not? But it was like 1 chance out of 10, so so I don't know if that's the kind of bets you would take unless you're very confident in this game going your way.
No doubt. I mean, Drage definitely confident he can get that one back, and he will get it back. He's going to have to fight through the bear first. There's Faux Fur from Angel Tints, and the first pull onto Angel Tints. He still will stay alive, and Drage is going to break open the wall here. Tribe are so confident that they'll take the win here that they don't even care too much about their defense. There's a jump in from Reliable. Drage is able to shrug it off pretty reliably. We'll see how Tom handles once more the attack versus Angel Tints. A bit of a pinch here between the two pull-capable brawlers. Tom does not have the pull, though. That would be the final ability that he really needs. That's going to cycle out with the pull from Drage, and now Tribe can have a handy offense.
All right, slowly, Scarlet Star is trying to build up a push, but every time someone even moves slightly forward, they get shut down. Tribe even looking to make it a second goal here. A pull from Drage connects, follow-up elimination comes through. The pass is not quite there, but the pull there from Tom is gonna take care of it anyways, and Tribe Gaming hit match point.
5 wins in a row for Tribe Gaming. We expected nothing less of these guys. FA Scarlet Stars, on the other hand, we were absolutely hopeful that they would be able to get a couple of wins off of Tribe, and we were certainly impressed as well by Tribe's previous opponent that they were able to get some wins as well, but FA Scarlet Stars are really struggling here. They're going to be going down to the pits, it seems, unless they can start to get this reverse sweep off, but it's looking so unlikely. Of course, we always root for the underdog, but we also got to be realistic and provide some realistic predictions here, and Tribe Gaming is looking so dominant here. This is looking very strong for them as well, headed into the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, so far it's been looking very solid from them today. I mean, a little bit more finicky against Final Stand, but Final Stand played really well earlier too, you know. And this is the thing as well. You mentioned earlier that a lot of teams just kind of accept the fact that they're going to lose against Tribe, and I think that is also strategically a way to approach this group, because you see that there's Tribe and then the other 3 teams are fairly evenly matched. So I don't think it's wrong for any of the teams to just not prep against Tribe, not even think about it, man, just go for it, and if a miracle happens, good for you. If it doesn't, you lose to it and you're ready to face the other teams that you are already most likely to face anyways, you know what I mean, and put some research and time into that. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out as well. It does feel like Scarlet Stars are trying pretty hard here, but just not really finding any sort of results. It is match point now for Tribe.
And match point is coming in, and I totally agree, Teddy. I think that, yeah, maybe it's not really worth it to prepare for facing a Tribe, especially because you still get a second chance if you lose versus them, so it's absolutely fine. You can afford a loss and just cut Tribe out of the equation, and that is great for Tribe, and it's also quite convenient for anyone who ends up facing them as well. If you look at like the monthly finals or the world finals, however, when you face up against a really cracked out team, then you got to prepare for them. That's really the only situation where it is worth it to prepare versus these kind of rosters. Otherwise, you're putting in a whole lot of effort for just a small chance that a miracle is going to happen or that you're going to pop off. We'll see how it goes down in game number 2. Scarlet Stars are going to be bringing out the Sandy, M's, and Max. This comp can deal very well with the tanks, especially with the speed, but now with the spin. We already know how this is going to happen. Tribe already with a trick shot and 1 goal away from heading on to the round of 8.
All right, so far a great start for Tribe. Follow-up shots connecting as well, and now will get put to sleep. It's not quite gonna go for the ball, but goes on the hunt instead. The pull from Tom doesn't go through. I feel like that was kind of free, but to be fair, Angel Tens had a bit of a wide flank there as well. And now Tom at last gets the pull onto Raze. Won't be able to secure the kill just yet, but Lena is pushing forward, maybe looking to make a play happen. Instead, will be going down before he can really make anything happen.
Reyes needs to heal up here. Reliable needs his next super. If he does, if both of these two get their super, then that could be absolute domination. Angel Tins will be claiming a kill on the right side. Does go down to Lena, and Lena heals up a little bit too. Pass over to Lena. Reliable will be able to get it, but he goes down in the process. And now Tribe.
Oh, the trick shot from Lena.
Oh, trick shot from Lena. Will we see it happen? He is lag walking with the ball.
He's looking for it. He's looking
the
for
super.
It.
Oh gosh! And now they're just trolling.
I thought about it for a second. You know, it just I got some PTSD. All right.
Well, Lena is ready to jump in any second now. He's not dodging these shots very well, but that doesn't matter. He's able to heal up with with his super. He's pushing in. Of course, I'm talking about Reyes. No trick shot for Reyes. No trick shot for Lena either.
Yeah, a bit disappointed. I felt like it was meant to be, but the push now from Lena doesn't quite catch the ball. But it's chaining bats like it's literally free. There is the goal advantage already in favor of Scarlet.
Oh.
But do we get the final trick shot? Lena pushing forward. Lena.
Oh no!
They don't want Lena to trick shot, guys.
And the BM from Lena. How is this even possible? But Lena takes star player, and that I think we knew was very possible and and very likely too. Great stuff there by Tribe Gaming. That is going to be Tribe advancing on to the round of 8 following our international finals second group stage. They are going to be the champions, or the first champions of Group A, and FA Scarlet Stars will have to go down to the decider.
Man, I love how, you know, it's not weird to have to give everything you have to stop someone from scoring, but here they had to give everything they had to stop Lena from trick shotting.
I
that
mean,
was the commitment.
He did get the first shot off. He went for a bounce and then a dash towards it and a little next bounce. And Tom got a nice snipe in there. There's the trick shot from the Noah, and there was just no one in the way. And anyway, great stuff from it. FA Scarlet Stars, there were some opportunities for them to score that they just fell short of. Here's a stat comparison too, and it is a lot closer than some of you might have been expecting.
I do think that Tribe may have kind of like given the closest of the set, you know, like they had some chances to score for sure. They were kind of just playing with their food.
Yeah, pretty much, just playing with their food, having a grand old time in, well, pretty much the reward, the I don't know, the reward of everything that they had worked for over the course of this match, wearing down the confidence of their enemies, and now they're able to kind of troll and play around.
Yeah, I mean, they had some fun, right? They had some fun. They also know that it's the end of the day for them. Final match of the day for Tribe. We will have 2 more matches. Scarlet Stars will at least have 1 more match as well, as we will be moving to the bottom side of the bracket, to the scary side of the bracket, where a loss means you go home and a win means you fight to, you know, just stay in there for a little bit longer. But guys, we'll be taking a short break as we get the teams ready here for the elimination match, and we'll say goodbye to a team of this Group A. We'll see you guys in just a couple minutes.
Oh, hello guys, my name is Vitekin, better known as Yu-Gi-Oh! On Brawl Stars, and I'm representing Mood Gaming as you can see on the jersey. I'm playing Brawl Stars with OakPay, DD and Rolex. So I think no match has been a problem for us, except the last one against Flows Gaming. They played very good, but I think we won because we were more prepared. For me, I would like to meet the teams that went towards for the next stage, like QM, Bunker, SK, or even Totem. So guys, thanks for supporting us, and we will try our best to win the tournament.
The year is drawing to a close, as well as the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. From December 20th to December 23rd, 16 battle-hardened teams will fight for their chance to participate in the playoff stage. On December 26th, we'll find out who takes the sweetest chunk of the prize pool, amounting to $30,000. Follow us on social media to join our streams of the final stage of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game Stars. Very shortly, we're going to be getting into our fourth match of the day. It's the elimination match, and Teddy, we're going to see one of these teams going home. Mood Gaming or Final Stand will be packing their bags after this match.
This is going to be a tough matchup for sure. The French from Mood versus the Brits from Final Stand. Only one can survive through this match, and only one can move up the bracket to face FA Scarlet Stars next up. So it's a high stakes match, and I cannot wait to get into this one. Once again, a double bias match for me, you know, because I am French for Mood, and I am friends with a couple of the Final Stand players. So I don't know what to think of this one already. I feel like both teams have been playing well, and from what we've seen so far, they look fairly evenly matched here for this elimination match.
I think they are pretty evenly matched too, right? We saw Tribe Gaming take a huge win over FA Scarlet Stars. Mood Gaming did pretty well versus FA Scarlet Stars. Similar to Tribe Gaming's performance, a couple of sets did fold in 3 sets though, so that's why they're in the elimination round. On the other hand, Final Stand managed to take a game off of Tribe Gaming EU, so that's really going to be our reference point, is Tribe Gaming EU performance versus that roster. And from where we stand, totally agree. Very even matchup here. We'll see how things turn out. First, we got to get a look at the maps. Minecart Madness will be starting us off, and madness surely will ensue, not just from the minecart, but also after this first game, we're going to have a much better idea of how the match will turn out.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the rest of the maps as well, we'll have some dueling Beatles action for Hot Zone. Shooting Star is going to be in Bounty. Pinball Dreams for Brawl, and Factory Rush in Siege. So far, I mean, it looks like we have a very versatile set of maps. Nothing too crazy about that. But as you said, Minecart Madness coming in first is going to be interesting for sure. It's one of the tougher maps to play. And also, overall, just an interesting way to get warmed up, right? Once you start with Minecart Madness, you're kind of ready for everything that's coming afterwards.
Yep, well, I think we're ready for our bans. Here we go. Meg and Lola, pretty much the bans that everyone expects. The two really strong brawlers in the game right now that people seem to either not like playing or not like play against, or maybe a mix of both. The other day, actually, we did see the double Lola and Meg ban, so once we get our next couple of bans out, we'll be able to draw that analysis. But for now, it's refreshing not to see Lola, even though we haven't seen her yet today. Meg was a big game changer. There's a double Poco ban. Okay. Actually, not the duplicate ban I expected, but I don't know. I mean, I'm glad to not see Poco. He's a bit of a frustrating brawler to deal with.
That's just mean, man.
I don't like him. I don't like Poco.
Okay. Well, fair enough. I thought we were trying to be inclusive and friends with everyone, but it seems like you are being so rude towards Poco. I think Poco is a nice guy. I just feel like, you know, he's a bit too strong for his own benefit, let's say.
I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Reddy, I don't like that dark side of you. I was starting to be a little scared, man. What if suddenly you don't like me anymore? You're gonna ban me?
All right, wow. You're getting banned. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I wasn't getting timed out in the chat. I'm just saying.
This is true.
In the chat.
Yeah, I dare say that you were grinding your teeth while casting, and apparently that was really crossing the line. As soon as I clued in that, no, I don't like you, Teddy. You're getting banned.
That wasn't a problem. You can say it once. You can't say it 3 times in a row and just add exclamation marks. You thought Nightbot was naive enough to let you pass, and Nightbot took some time, but did punish you eventually.
Nightbot really ought to have a kill counter on her stats, honestly, because I've seen a lot of people timed out by Nightbot for saying like "Go Tribe," and then like a minute later they're like "Let's go Tribe," and Nightbot's like, "No, you can't support them. You gotta spell it."
Do you remember BSC's Nightbot on the first couple of broadcasts where? I remember I said hype in caps, literally HYPE, all caps, and I got timed out for 10 minutes, and I was that is overly aggressive. But getting back to our match at hand here, I feel like on paper, final stand, if we look kind of at what the standings were so far, they did get a set against Tribe. And they almost got another set against Tribe in Siege. So I feel like that could give them a little bit of an edge in at least the indication of their form for this match. So therefore, I would say maybe they take this. Because if you look at Mood Gaming, they did almost win against Scarlet Stars, but lost against them eventually. And then Scarlet Stars didn't get even close to winning a single game against Tribe. You know what I mean? You see kind of the reasoning I'm having? Yeah. Because Scarlet Stars beat Mood, but got destroyed by Tribe, and I feel like Final Stand didn't get destroyed by Tribe. They had a fairly close match. Not close, but fairly close match. And I feel like, doing kind of the math all together, that should lead us towards feeling like Final Stand have a bit of an upper hand coming into this matchup. But that doesn't mean that they will. Mood Gaming is still a fantastic roster with a lot of talent, and they could absolutely destroy them as well.
I think so too, right? I'm hoping for an even match because I want to see a lot of good gameplay. But I think Final Stand does have the ability to pop off. They did it versus Tribe. They got some clutches here and there. Now Tribe, even when Tribe started playing seriously, Final Stand, they still stood their ground and they still had the wind at their backs. They had the momentum, but they also had the skill to show for it as well. Mood Gaming, on the other hand, definitely consistent, right, on certain modes. When it came to Hot Zone, not really, a strong showing, and neither did they on Heist. Another thing to consider is that, yes, Gym Grab is a great mode for them for control, but Minecart Madness introduces a totally different dynamic into this game, and sometimes it can work to your advantage, sometimes it doesn't. It kind of depends on which side of the map you spawn on. Of course, also we're waiting on our players to get ready in case you're wondering where that match is, but shortly we'll be finding out who spawns on which sides. Do you get the mushrooms? Does that minecart spawn on the left side or the right? And who's going to get that easier first push in? And who's going to be the most adaptable as well? Because that's the most important factor, is how well you can adapt to the situation and play the hand you've been dealt.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. You can't decide if the minecart is going to start on your side, but you can practice both scenarios and kind of work, through them and find a way to make the most out of it, kind of. So I think that it is a very interesting map, and I like the fact that it exists just for the sake of it being so different to the rest of the mechanics we have in the game. There's nothing even close to minecart in the game. We have They've added teleporters. They've added like launch pad, like the jump pads thingies, and even the spikes, which I don't think exist in. I mean, I know they don't exist in any competitive maps, but there's a lot of those like kind of things that aren't really that present in competitive right now, that aren't used in any of the competitive maps. And the minecart is still so much more complex than that. You know what I mean? Like, it's such an interesting concept, and the fact that it's still being played in competitive, I think, is really cool.
I think it's super cool too, and some players have strong opinions about it, but really the most RNG you're going to encounter in this map is going to be which side the minecart spawns on. We are spectating from the mushroom side. That minecart is going to spawn on the left, and it's going to make it a little bit easier for Mood Gaming to push in. Final Stand are going to find the opportunity to back up, though. Here comes the minecart headed towards the side of Mood Gaming. They're going to have to play intelligently around this. Here's the free mid control for Final Stand. The slow will hit Tom, though. That is the bear trap from Rolex. 1, 2, 3 shots, and of course that damage amplifier. Some people getting hit by the minecarts as well. Great shot there by Sinks, but Rolex is there to finish him off. Mood Gaming and Final Stand relatively tied up here. It is going to be a very even match.
Yeah, I feel like Bam is a bit of a risky pick to go for when you're facing, or at least when you don't ban Bell on a map where Bell is popular. I think it's a bit risky, yeah, because Bell can mark you up, and the bounces between your turret and yourself can just be really annoying to deal with. And once again, Rolex gets a snipe, although gets taken down. Gems will be retrieved on the top thereby. Final Stand, 7 now in their pocket. And Mood, they're keeping theirs behind because they just want to be able to fight freely, knowing that they can't drop those gems in a dangerous position.
Let's see what Sinks is able to do on the right side. One casualty there for the minecart as well. Jump in from Gugu will net him all the gems. Will he be able to get the next super, though? It's going to be a tough fight, and he advances towards the side of Final Stand. Drops all of those gems. Here comes Sinks once again. A kill onto Rolex, and Kanan pushing up as well. But Didi can't pick up all of these gems on the back line of Gaming. It seems really like the gems are just being traded back and forth by the Crows, who just keep on jumping in, getting kills, getting the gems, dropping them over and over again.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough gems there for Mood to tie things up, and that means that Final Stand are going to be taking game 1. Honestly, a bit of a shock here. I feel like Mood Gaming weren't playing better for the most part. Had, in my opinion, also the better comp, but they do get shut down in the end, and some clutch crow jumps, I think, making most of the difference. Once again, Sinks, we've talked about him quite a bit already earlier today, playing impressively well and doing his job here very, very finely as well, and making it work for Final Stand.
Yeah, and we've seen him pop off on the Crow already. There are some times when we question the Crow pick just a little bit, but it's clear to see that Sinks is just good on the Crow, and when he does get countered out, he doesn't really have much to show for that expertise. Here, though, definitely managed to make a splash, and Final Stand is, as we expected, looking quite strong versus Mood Gaming. It also did appear that Mood Gaming got the easier start because of the positioning of the minecart. It went towards the enemy side first, which should have given them the free mid control, and Final Stand held their ground pretty well. Now, that considered, the gems were traded back and forth a lot, so I think a lot of microplays do get lost in that exchange, in that trade-off, because it did seem like every few seconds, one person from one team was dying, and we had a constant 2v2 at mid.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point. I'm not entirely sure how much I want to read just from that first game. I feel like, I'm kind of scared of jumping too much to conclusions. I feel like one team was really playing much better than the other. I feel like it was fairly even, but in the end, Final Stand make it game 1 on their board, and the minecart is going to be heading upwards as now Mood Gaming have a little bit more control.
All right, let's see. Final Stand. We'll be looking for something here. There's the anti-heal from Gugu. He does fall with that gem. Now it's Tom versus Didi. Once again, Teddy, we see the Pam being played into the Bell. You weren't too fond of it, and I can completely understand why as well. There is that turret, though, and DD's going to go right for it. There's the damage reflecting off of the turret and Sinks and Tom. DD still doesn't have a super, though, and he won't be getting one anytime soon, at least not at mid, with that hedge dropped down by Kanan.
Healing station out of the way. Final stand are gaining more and more control. It feels like Sinks going for a very aggressive jump. Will get punished for it, but at the expense of a gadget from Gugu. And he gets traded out right after, and that is going to lock DD in almost against the minecart. But he does survive. Problem is, the gem count is high enough to start a countdown, and Final Stand just need to defend their spawn off now.
Great timing, too, for them to start this countdown with the minecart rolling through. Now just 5 seconds to make a play from the side of Mood Gaming. Kanan and Sinks both getting great tanks. The healing also for Sinks will be keeping him alive. And Mood Gaming, unfortunately, will not be able to take a win off of these guys, not in set number 1. Very dominant look here for Final Stand on Minecart Madness. And we said also this is kind of a litmus test. And it totally proved to be true. Mood Gaming, we decided in the first match of the day, yeah, Gem Grab's one of their strong sets, but now you throw the minecart into the mix, and Final Stand, they take it all the way. Of course, other factors were at play, but for a mode that we really needed for Mood Gaming to be good at, for them to take the win, it's not looking too hopeful.
Yeah, no, definitely so. That was a very strong start from Final Stand, a bit of a statement as well, you know, after a very close first game that did feel a little bit like a steal. It's nice to see them reaffirming the fact that, yeah, we are the superior team and we deserve this set. And that was definitely much more how this second game transpired. Sorry, and I'm down to see it. I'm down to see it. Kills wise, and even damage wise, it's not a big difference. A little bit more damage from Mood, but that makes sense, right? You have a Pam on Final Stand. That means that she's going to be taking a lot of damage while healing up, and that basically just gives that extra damage to Mood. But besides that, more kills on the sides of Final Stand, being able to confirm them and actually take them out rather than getting that poke that ultimately helps reloading your super, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, and still, taking a look at the stats, taking a look at the outcome of the set overall as well, this is not looking amazing for Mood Gaming because they were playing the Bell into the Pam and still did have quite a rough time. Even with the Crow for the anti-heal, they had significant trouble, especially with the Pam. I don't think Pam died a single time in the last game. She walked back with 10 gems and stayed alive the whole time and had a lot of help from Sprout and from Crow as well. I think Mood Gaming will absolutely have to watch out for the Sprout as well. They did make some aggressive plays at times that paid off on a Sprout, but from the side of Final Stand, the Sprout looks so strong. It could come in here on Dueling Beetles, maybe on Shooting Star, but for the rest of the maps, probably not. It's something that they will need to consider, though, because it seriously shut them down at mid.
No, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I think that, I mean, we saw Final Stand play this map earlier as well, right? And wait, no, was it Final Stand?
Mood Gaming played this set.
Yeah. And Tribe played it also against Scarlet, right? But never mind then. My point does not stand anymore. Unlike Final Stand, they still stand.
Finally.
All right.
Let's get into it.
Thank you for moving it to game. I did not know how the next minute would have gone otherwise, but
apparently,
game.
Yeah, apparently the magic word is finally, Teddy.
Oh, well, I'll try it out. I'll try it out later on, all right? So far, Mood have a slightly better start. It's not anything that Final Stand can't work through, but it has to be said. Actually, Final Stand have the better start. I got confused for a second, but I'm saying some very wrong things. DD goes down, and Mood are kind of struggling to get any sort of mid control going their way.
Final Stand are doing a pretty good job of holding the back line. Kanan, especially with the lane victory over Rolex. Now he's got to find the flank on a DD. There it is, and a jump in from Sinks. Mutually assured destruction after that super, but Kanan stays alive here. He would, of course, like to farm up that next super, which is going to be very easy for him as he connects every single shot from his main attack on a Rolex. Here's a push forward attempt by Rolex. Cannon now circling around to the left, recharges the shield from the gear too, and finds a nice angle onto this offense attempt by Mood Gaming. Once again, Sinks is able to jump in, and the super from Cannon comes up the right side. It's looking quite dominant for Final Stand and almost impossible to come back from for Mood Gaming at this point.
Yeah, right now this is looking like a dominant game here for Final Stand. And once again, reaffirming that they are the better team. 3 in a row now, and they start to get more and more convincing going their way as well. Yeah, now I feel like Mood need to start being a little bit more worried. You know, you can have a bad game, or you can have even a bad set, or a map you're not good at, whatever. Now it's 3 games in a row. It's starting to impact the second set as well, and they want to make sure they keep things under control. They need a strong next game here. Otherwise, it's going to be too already for Final Stand, and they need a full and reverse sweep to win this match.
Yeah, you can have a bad game, you can have a bad set, but you can't have a bad match. Or, well, you can't afford it now, right?
Yeah, I was going to say you can, but you really don't want to, right? Especially when you are playing the elimination match, and that if you lose, you are going home.
Yeah, that is true. Well, I mean, just for making it to this stage, the players are awarded $400, so that is quite nice by itself, but there's so much more to be won. If you get first place overall, you get $10,000. That is a pretty big difference, and you don't want to find yourself missing out on such an amazing potential prize. So I think that Mood Gaming, I mean, they got to be digging deep here, but it was such a rough game for them. That Final Stand, I think, could have the next one. A counter comp could be amazing, but what do you even do versus what Final Stand was running? I think you just got to play it better, and if that doesn't work, bring it back in the next set, and if that doesn't work, then you're out, man.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point. It's going to be very, very complicated already now. You can feel that pressure is starting to rise up as Mood Gaming can smell the end of their the end of their run here at GameStar Season 2. They had some good performances here and there, and in their group stage, to be fair, they came out first seed, right? And now they are down on the bottom of this group, and a couple more games, and that could be it. I mean, you know, you guys might think, yeah, it's just been 3 games, but 3 more games going like this, and Mood Gaming are back in France.
Yep, back where they started, which is out of GameStars, and not where you want to be, especially when there's so much more potential to be won here. I think that Mood Gaming has had some really rough matchups. I think they could go further, at least marginally further than where they are now, but it's not going to be an easy fight, and they absolutely are going to have to earn their way there the hard way. They got to get the wins versus these tough teams. They of course, had a tough matchup in match number 1, and now versus Final Stand, they, I think, have lost a lot of their momentum. They've had to wait a couple of games, and they have also been coming off of a disappointing loss. We'll see how things pan out here in game number 2, upset number 2. It won't be great for Mood Gaming should they fold here. We'll see how Rolex and Gugu are able to do at mid. This is actually a hopeful start for Mood Gaming. Let's see what Didi does versus Tom, though. He needs to get this life plant up, but he has to get it in an aggressive position for really to do anything.
All right, so far, Mood with a slight lead. Nothing too worrisome just yet. Actually tied up now, and Final Stand back was just a little bit more control. Kaden getting pushed. Does have Inviso Heal to try to remain healthy and alive. Jump in there from Gugu. Tom is able to shut him down, and it's only Didi left alive. Sinks just chilling in the zone and getting more and more percentages going his way.
All right, Final Stand now with nearly twice the percentage of Mood Gaming. Rolex does get to rush forward over here. Gugu now with the super prepared to jump in. Didi still looking for a victory on this fight versus Tom, and a great protection of the slow A lot of that damage from Sinks' super will be soaked up by DD as well. Jump in by Gugu and a double kill. This could be the comeback by Mood Gaming. They are marginally leading now. Kanan is slowed down just a little bit, and that invisibility is going to expire. This is not optimal for him versus Rolex, as Rolex is going to be able to get more reliable damage at about the same range. Final Stand is responding pretty well, though. They just aren't getting enough capture.
Yeah, right now, Mood have still the advantage, but positioning-wise, can they keep it up like that? DD trying to push forward. Does get the elimination. Actually, Rolex was the Flames gets the elimination on Sinks. And this is looking much better here for Mood. Finally, something going their way. And they should be able to close out this game. They're first here in this match. 1-1 now in hot zone, and a sign of relief for sure here for finals. For Mood Gaming rather. But they need to be careful, because it's still just a game away from that third set coming up with a 2-0 lead for Final Stand. And on the other hand, Final Stand, they don't want to give away that lead. One more game for Mood and we're tied up, and we're moving to a third set fair and square with 1-1 as a scoreline.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake, and there's only one game that separates these guys from either an amazing next set or amazing potential for taking it. That's for Final Stand. For Mood Gaming, if they lose it, then that is going to be absolutely horrible for them. So a lot is at stake just for the next couple of minutes of gameplay once we jump in. And I think, honestly, this was a great last game, especially mechanics-wise for Mood Gaming. The Stew was putting in a lot of work, and it was played very, very well. I think for Final Stand, also, they played the B pretty well, and Mood Gaming could definitely match that up on the left side. So I think it's pretty recognizable what needs to be addressed by both sides. Mood Gaming, they got to be prepared for the B, and Final Stand, they got to be prepared for the Stew. So once more, I think it's going to be a quite even match across both sides. It was looking very dominant by Final Stand to start things off, even closer in the last game, and now it's just as close.
Yeah, it's getting, you know, a bit more under control here for Mood, but for things to really stabilize, they need this next game to go their way. Otherwise, it's still gonna be a pretty terrible position for them. Sure, they, you know, I wouldn't say that they're relieved. No, it's more along the lines of they have a chance now. And that is not the best sign either, but they're close enough, you know, in Brawl Stars, even best of fives, they're not that long of a match, right, compared to some other games, and you can come back. It's definitely doable. It isn't as scary, but you need to make sure that you take the right decisions in the right moment. And right now, Mood, they have a big decision ahead of them, both comp-wise and then obviously during the execution of it. They need this next game here, I think. Otherwise, I would almost already call it over in favor of Final Stand.
Yeah, and we were so quick to do it with our last match where we watched Tribe play, where it was very clear how the outcome was going to be just after midway through the second set. And now here we are, midway through set number 2, but this time it's not as easy to call. It's going to hinge on, as you said, this next game. Let's get into it. Finally. Is that the magic word? I believe. Let's see Mood Gaming. They are going to be going for the Crow this time. They did get some good Crow plays on Minecart Madness. Let's see how it works out for them. But that Stew is going to be putting in the work this time. If it doesn't, then this is a bad game. And already Kanan is going to get that close range victory. Gugu takes a lot of damage, does have to stand on the sidelines, and Final Stand is leading by a nice amount.
Yeah, it's a decent lead for the early game, but to be fair, Mood can catch up quite quickly if they manage to get a couple of kills so far. Really able to find any, in fact. And Sinks will at last go down to Gugu jumping right onto his face. Final Stand still in the lead for the time being. However, a great elimination there from DD is gonna go a long way. And I think Spike is so good on this map. I'm not sure why Final Stand are refusing to bring him in. I feel like it's just more versatile than B as well, in my opinion. It does a lot more stuff good on this map. I don't know, it's just better.
Let's hope they can keep it up. Mood Gaming does look like they have a fighting chance here, but Final Stand is quickly catching up. The Stews doing kind of a ballet at mid, and Rolex is going to walk away alive. Not unscathed, though. He's going to look for this victory versus Sinks. There's the kill. Cannon takes him down. Mood Gaming, though, continues to rack up the percentage points. Tom is getting absolutely demolished by DD as well. And there's a super. Kanan looks for the long-range kill. Down goes Gugu. In goes Sinks for the kill. And Rolex will fall. It is pretty late for Final Stand to be picking up some control here. But now is better than never. Mood Gaming only have 18% life to capture. It's going to be a close one, Teddy.
Yeah, but control is going their way right now, and they should be able to do so. And a second set will be picked up by them. Barely close it out here, but no matter what, they have a pretty significant lead percentage-wise. And Mood Strike are back in this match, and we are all tied up here moving on to set 3.
All tied up, and set number 3 is on the way. Amazing gameplay and amazing comeback by Mood Gaming. Final Stand, they proved to be good at the comeback, but Mood Gaming are showing that they are just as strong. Once they find their footing, and it seems that Stu was really one of the major brawlers that made that happen. Here you can see game number 1, and it was so dominant for Final Stand, especially with Kanan on the Leon. Sinks did get some good plays in here, but I think it was mostly a Kanan show. And then, as we moved into game number 2, it became Mood Gaming's absolute territory. Rolex, most importantly, doing great work on the Stu.
Yeah, they certainly did. Nice comeback here from Mood, especially after a tough first game that looked dominant for Final Stand. They start to wake up, they start to warm up and show us that they have what it takes to be here at GameStars. They show us what they were, how they managed to sweep through their group stage, their international group stage as well. Now they need to keep it up like that.
Well, take a look at the stat comparison too, and you will see that it is quite even between the two. Final Stand had a great start too, but Mood Gaming was able to pull it through in the end. They played the objective better. Final Stand, though, they got more kills, they got more damage, and it's really hard actually to chalk that up to a whole lot. It's not like Mood Gaming was necessarily playing super tanky brawlers. Maybe Stu healing up consistently with gas heal, but that's not going to amount for such a huge difference between the damage and the kills between the two teams. We'll see if that continues and stays consistent as we move into set number 3. Shooting Star is on the way, and Teddy, get ready for some Nanny, Tick, and Piper.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, that's the traditional comp, but I feel like we're seeing more maxes as well here, with Jean and stuff along those lines. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like that come in here as well. The possibilities are there. Comp-wise, we've seen some crazy stuff here too, but for the most part, yeah, we're going to see both comps. We're going to see the classic one. I mean, I guess a little bit less classic since it's a Bell instead of a Piper, but fair enough. And we'll see the Pam, Max, and Jean from Final Stand come in as well. And so far, it seems like traditional is leading.
That traditional is looking quite nice here. Of course, Rolex will be looking to get some good value with the damage amp. Tom is going to be able to juke it out. Sinks now trying to advance up the left side. There's a scrap sucker. Gugu's so vulnerable here. He will have to circle around to the right side, right between Kanan and Sinks. Does look for value on Kanan and can claim it. Will we see the Tick Super connect with Sinks as well? Nope. Goes for the turret. That is so unfortunate. It would have been a guaranteed kill for DD had that Tick Super gone just a little bit differently.
Yeah, impressive enough, to be honest, that Final Stand managed to tie things up. Now, obviously, Blue Star means that Mood gave the lead for now. But at this point, if Final Stand can just find the one kill, the game will be turned around. The only disadvantage here is that they don't have the Nani, and Nani is kind of the brawler that can get the freest kill out of them all. Kanan gonna actually dodge that, but he does get tapped right after his phase shifter ends, and does go down. HP wise, it's so close, or it's so low on the side of Mood, but Tom is not able to shut anyone down. They're all still alive, but all still so low HP. Couple of kills come true now, and in fact, the lead is in favor of Final Stand.
Just a few seconds left. What can Final Stand do to keep this lead? There's the pull on Aditi, and Mood Gaming will fall. Final Stand back in the lead. They did let that last set slip, though they did take game number 1, which was followed by a comeback there from Mood Gaming. Wonder how this will go for the remainder of the set.
Yeah, just for your interest, Ready Set, it sounds like there's a truck behind you once in a while.
There is construction going on in the room. The other room.
Fair enough.
I think someone is sawing through the wall.
Interesting. Well, hopefully they don't saw into your room, because that would be quite scary to witness. You know, there's randomly like the wall just breaks open behind you. But anyways, a great comeback here from Final Stand. I mean, we have to take into account that they lost 2 players very early on, as well as the Blue Star. They were behind by 5 stars and did still manage to come back and take the win. Pretty wild stuff. Was it convincing enough for me to say, yeah, they'll consistently just take the next game of Bounty as well? I'm not sure, because Mood were leading for the most part of this game. They just at some point fell to the pressure.
Yes, they absolutely did, and hopefully Mood Gaming are able to bring it back once again. Final Stand, the construction is still going on. Final Stand, though, have been bringing a good performance here to start things off. Mood Gaming, though, they have been seen, as per last set, to be able to shrug it off and to take it back just with the comp change. And I think, honestly, Mood Gaming, they tried something traditional. Final Stand, something a bit unorthodox. If Mood Gaming get creative, then I think they can manage to pull this off. I think Stu was a little creative there on dueling Beetles. It's not always the most amazing pick because he is a little bit squishy, but they were able to make it work mechanically with mobility. Mood Gaming, though, they are going to stick to their guns. Same comp as last time, and Final Stand are once again going to take full advantage of it. Already a 5-star lead for these guys.
Yeah, that is a very different dynamic from the previous game, being so one-sided early on for Mood. And look at Sinks. Ridiculous spam plays, getting that sweet double kill, and Final Stand leading by 11 stars, and still so much time left on the clock.
There's so much time left for Mood Gaming to come back, but they're not exactly playing a comp that benefits from getting a whole lot of kills in a short period of time. They're more playing for control, trying to bait the enemy into their defense and then getting kills from there. Sinks is going to take quite a bit of damage. Gugu needs to hit these shots. He's not able to land them, though. Big damage on a Sinks. Rolex finishes him off. And that is going to be the beginning of this offense. Only a minute remains, though. And that play right there already took enough time. It may just be a matter of time whether Mood Gaming is able to expedite this process of picking up kills and catching up. Final Stand, though, will be playing defensively, and Mood Gaming are going to have to crack this defense.
And the Peep is moving upwards, looking for a target, and Sinks is dodging pretty well. The Peep hits a wall, will destroy it, so it's better than nothing in case someone planned on hiding there later on, but Rolex falls, and that's 3 extra stars for Final Stand. Make it 2 more as Sinks finds Gugu. And Sinks has been playing his spam out of his mind, honestly, with those aggressive turrets as well that deal damage to your opponents. Nice mama squeeze, and Mood have given up for this set as they stay on their side of the map and admit defeat. Final Stand 1 set ahead again, except that this time they only need 1 more to close out the match.
Well, amazing stuff. Final Stand are looking so dominant, and Mood Gaming, their hopes of bringing it back are pretty much all but gone after this last set. Set number 4 could be looking hopeful for them. We'll get some recaps of the last set to decide whether that is a possibility even.
Yeah, absolutely. So, after the first game, it was a big clutch, and that was very impressive already for Final Stand. But the second game was just a stomp. They just bullied Mood for 2 minutes and a half. Great stuff there from them. We'll see if they can close it out with a 3-1 scoreline, or if it's gonna require another set here for Mood to push things to a 5th and final set. So far, final stand have been looking better, and Mood have been very inconsistent, to be honest. There are some of those games where they look really good and they come up with really good plays, and some of the other games where it's kind of like, okay, you're doing a lot more mistakes and not quite as convincing at all. But right now, they need you to be very careful, because there's not that much room to play with anymore. It's 2 games separating a final stand from the next round, and also separating Mood from being done with this second season of GameStars.
Yeah, would not want to end off the season that way. Let's see how things pan out on Pinball Dreams. We love the side lanes on this map. Sometimes, if it's conducive to mid-range and short-range brawlers, and yes, we absolutely love it. Otherwise, it does create some strange dynamics with, for instance, a Spike who's just waiting on a Surge to teleport in on that lane, and it kind of creates a boring game. Hopefully that doesn't happen. We'll have to consider it as a possibility.
Yeah, no, absolutely so, absolutely so. I'm looking forward to seeing what they want to bring in here, if any specific brawlers might really shine. But there's only going to be one way to find out, and teams are going to be prepping their comps here, and we're ready to hop in game. All right. And look at that, Didi getting a kill of the bat. I assume that they have so much control here in favor of Mood. Honey Molasses is going to be very annoying to deal with, and Tom is going to get hit by another shot from Didi. This one hits for a 3K and hits like a truck.
It's like the truck that it sounds like is passing by in the background of my environment. Let's see if we're going to see any more colossal hits from that side. 2 Bs going at it. On the left side, though, Tom is playing the Surge. He wants that level 3. It's not going to be given to him easily. On the right side, Sinks will fall. Another super there by Gugu. Unfortunately, a bit of a whiff, but the pass will go over to the left side. Rolex looks to put it in. No follow-up shot from Didi. Will be able to take Kanan out of the way. Final Stand will be able to get this defense. Kanan has the super ready to go. Gugu wants to just walk it in, and Didi is trying to cover this offense path for him. It's not going to happen easily. There's a killer B for Kanan. Just has to find a good target, and it will be Rolex. Now a 3v2 heads to the side of Mood Gaming.
Yeah, push coming for it now for final stand. Gugu is gonna go down. Perhaps a chance. Kanan was a trick shot, but Didi is there. A bit optimistic, in my opinion. Hoping that that would end up inside of the goal. But Sinks is gonna remove the walls, make sure that they're not a problem anymore, and we have an incredibly awkward Frank fight on the left, but they play different gadgets, and Gugu is able to unstun himself from that tricky situation.
On the right side, Tom has this level 4. Didi is looking for some shots, but Tom is able to outrun it. Meanwhile, double stun, Sinks is able to get out of here, and a super in from Tom will secure the lead for Final Stand. With just a few seconds left, this could be Final Stand heading to the match point.
All right, tough situation now here for Mood. Can they find a goal? The pass is there, but Sinks gets the ball away once more. 5 more seconds, another goal could still be possible, but that kill on Rolex is gonna settle it. And Final Stand are at match point, a single game away from knocking out Mood.
Well, that is absolutely huge, and such a stressful situation for Mood. Final Stand are really handing it to them, and Mood Gaming are doing their best, but it just seems in certain situations they aren't able to make it happen. We saw there right at the end, right when they needed to clutch, there was an unfortunate very near miss there on the receipt of that pass, and that ended up costing them at least the tie there. So if Mood Gaming are able to kind of look past this and still bring their best, then we could once more see a tie and maybe even a set number 5. I think Final Stand, though, are probably going to take this one overall, so set number 5 is only going to prolong one team's suffering.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. I mean, I feel like the game was close enough that I think Mood could have taken it, and I think they can still take the next one. But it's been challenge after challenge, mountain after mountain that Mood have had to pass over. And at this point, I don't know if they still have the stamina. I don't know if they still have the strength to make it work here, as Final Stand is so close to a victory, and you know, getting one step closer from qualifying for the playoffs. They just need one more game here, one more match, and that's it. And they can slowly start to you know, see that happening. Whereas Mood, I think a little bit less. It feels like a dire situation because it is one, and it is that match point for Final Stand that could just end their season, just like that.
Just like that, it could end so swiftly, and it would really break our hearts to see, but it is the cruel reality of any tournament, really. Only the best get to succeed, only the best ascend to the top, and it has to be proven right here on Pinball Dreams. Mood Gaming are picking up the surge for themselves. Sandy also is an interesting one. Will be getting a lot of speed from those bushes, especially with the speed gear. Let's take a look at the picks from the side of Final Stand, still sticking with the same comp. Hopefully, for their sake, it will take them to victory, but Mood Gaming, of course, they picked this comp in response to what Final Stand was offering in the last game. We'll see how it works out for them. Sinks does look to push up on the left and gets punished heavily by Didi and Gugu. This could be already a goal. Yeah, Gugu was looking to teleport in there. Tom beat him to the punch. And now Mood Gaming have to lock these guys into their own spawn to have any chance of scoring.
Yeah, Tom keeping the ball behind for now.
Well, Mood Gaming still trying to make something happen. Gugu will get that super in the stun onto Sinks. Didi could get a lot of damage. He just has to connect the shot twice in a row. Sinks is a viable target. He does get one shot and saves that killer bee for Tom. Tom goes down, pass up to Rolex. Sinks is able to intercept it though, and the kill onto Rolex will allow Final Stand to keep up this defense.
Sinks got a really clutch kill, and he got a little greedy, wanted to try to take Didi with him, but instead he just destroyed his side of the map for nothing, which is not... It went from a really clutch move from him to a pretty bad one. However, things could be worse. There's some semblance of control now for Final Stand. See if they can keep it up like that. Sinks doesn't really care too much if you're feeding Gugu super, because Gugu is already on stage 4 with a super available. There's not really much more he can be fed.
Yeah, and we saw him bait out the level 4 super from Gugu already. So Gugu's already wasted one super. He has a super sort of as a second ability, as a sort of dodge. Sinks isn't going to get stunned. There's a follow-up super from Gugu, but he's going to lose all of those levels with the exception of level 2 now. Sinks is waiting for these guys. Here's a sneaky super. No way, and Sinks doesn't make the connection. Unfortunate. And it's going to be a tough overtime for him if he's not able to consistently juke out the B. Super over to Didi, and there's the goal for Mood Gaming. We're all tied up in set number 4.
Yeah, it did feel a little bit like everything needed to go wrong here for Final Stand, for Mood to make it work. And even then, they needed the overtime as well. But Mood make it work, and now I wouldn't say that, you know, they're back in this match. I would say they have a chance at this match. They need to win this next game, and then it's the best scenario for them. We're tied up. It's 2-2. We go to set 5, and it's that whole reset, right, from the final set. Going in there was a little bit of momentum as well. But on the other hand, there's still a match point right now available for Final Stand, and all they need to do is win this next game, and this is all over. They don't want to go to a 5th set. They don't want things to be tied up. They don't want this match to get close, and this is the moment for them to put an end to that.
Yeah, well, Final Stand, they have already, unfortunately, taken the first win and then let Mood Gaming take it back in game number 2, then game number 3, sort of reverse sweep on the set scale. And now it looks like it could be a reverse sweep on the match scale. if Mood Gaming keep up the momentum. Final Stand, they got to adjust their comp, basically, in order to roll with the punches that Mood Gaming is throwing at them. I think we did see some really clutch plays on the side of Final Stand. Teddy, you pointed out, Sinks got a great kill and then whiffed a super, and then we saw his next super unfortunately miss the target as well. And Final Stand, you know, probably feel pretty good after taking a set off of Tribe Gaming still, and being so close to victory, they're like, okay, come on guys, let's wrap it up, let's close this out. And they are trying to go a little bit faster than the most optimal pace for them.
I think so too, and what scares me a little bit here as well is that it was definitely a little bit of a choke, and I hope they don't really see it as, you know, a reason to get discouraged or demotivated.
We'll have to see how that works out. Sinks is going to get that huge kill onto Gugu. So much damage rolling out from this dude. Didi will look for a final shot. Sinks just has to close the distance. There's another shot. Sinks will fall, but he has done so much work on the back lines. Final Stand can leverage this. Kanan does have to throw down that honeypot to defend against Gugu, though. Gugu won't want to get slowed down by getting in close range, and he does actually manage to get some value on a Kanan, lowers him down to enough health for Didi to get that final shot just with his normal uncharged attack. Sinks, though, still has to establish something here. Gugu might look for a play, teleport through. Gugu has so much health, and that is going to be the goal for Mood Gaming to start us off.
Great goal there from Gugu. Popping off. Super from Sinks does not connect once more. And right now... Oh, go on.
Sinks does like to hang around this right side, doesn't he?
He does. And we have a push actually from Final Stand slowly, but Tom going for the trick shot. It's gonna be missed. It is gonna be missed. That is sad. I saw that going in for a second.
Yeah, looks like he kept on walking forward and overshot it just a little bit. It is one of the quirks of Brawl Ball where it says your ball is going to go one way, but if you're moving, then it's going to go a slightly further distance in the direction that you're walking. And sometimes it gets the best of us. It did appear to get Tom there. Let's hope that it doesn't send Final Stand in a set number 5, though. That would be really, really unfortunate. Kanan is going to go down very swiftly. Now Gugu has this ball ready to go. Can afford to waste this super too. Might go for a trick shot. But the most important thing for Mood Gaming right now is to play defense, as they're already up a goal.
Yeah, nice sweet dreams from Rolex. Missed gadget from Sings. Gets the kill nevertheless. Gugu doesn't get stunned. The ball is quite far away. I don't know if it's still feasible to score. Oh no. Tom just supered the ball up. Why? I'm so confused.
I'm confused too. Well,
I feel like he may have wanted to pass and just auto-aim, then it auto-aimed the wrong way, but I don't know. I'm not sure, but we're going to set 5. That I am sure.
That really stinks, especially considering that game number 2 kind of felt like a choke, and now game number 3 felt like asphyxiation, right? Because Final Stand, they were so close to victory numerous times, and Mood Gaming has just completely pulled out the rug from under their feet. Let's get a more in-depth look at it as well. Final Stand got great defenses in game number 1. Come game number 2, of course, this was following a bit of a missed opportunity there for Mood Gaming, and yeah, one more choke after the other, but they managed to make it work in the end. Here was an amazing play by Sinks, by the way, followed by a bit of a whiff super.
Yeah, I mean, missing a super is not the end of the world. When it destroys your cover and your side of the map, it's not quite as nice. But yeah, look, oh, we don't get to see it. I was saying, look at that, and it doesn't happen. But I feel like they still had time to score it, but they didn't even really try there. I don't know if there were any sweet dreams left on the Sandy. If there weren't, that was a free goal for Final Stand, I think. But it is what it is, and now they have to deal with it. It was a very close set all around, but Mood take this one home, and now that 5th set is going to be deciding who stays in Gamestars and who goes home. And the more terrifying part about this is that not only does it decide who stays in Gamestars, the other ones is not like they go straight to the playoffs or something like that. They'll have to play the decider match
Yeah.
to see again who stays and who goes home. So they're not out of trouble just yet.
Not even close. Factory Rush will be coming up, and we will get to see a little bit of Leon play here, I think, as well as Bell. That's another one that I would love to see, which leaves one more brawler. I think Sinks will probably pick up Crow or something, could play that Frank. Of course, we know that that Buzz is available as well to pick up the bolts, but so is Mortis. Let's see who is going to be collecting the bolts. No dedicated bolt collectors from the side of Final Stand. From Mood Gaming, though, we do see the Buzz. Let's hope it works out for them. Sinks is playing very defensively. Mood Gaming will get that first bot, though. Final Stand are going to have to play defense.
Yeah, this is a good start here from Mood, and Final Stand have to watch out. As now they'll have to not only just deal with that bot, but deal with the retake that comes after, and a pretty significant amount of damage that actually connects onto the Ike. And so far, pretty weak start on their end. Sinks not going for the TP either onto Gugu. Going for one onto Didi, but it's not exactly the greatest one, although Kanan is there to find the follow-up snipe. Sinks does go down with that bolt, and Gugu is trying to retrieve it.
All right, Seeper back by Piper. And here comes the level 4 siege bot. Gugu would really love to get this bolt. Looks like Didi's going to be able to pick it up. And now Gugu has to pick it up. Sinks goes for the pinch, and Kanan is there to finish him off. Rolex is dealing significant damage on defense, but there is the wall break from Final Stand. And a couple of follow-up shots as well. 64% left on Final Stand safe. That is going to be the number to beat. They got to start by winning this final siege, though.
Yeah, it is in a position where it's a little bit awkward, because sure, there's a nice bolt lead for Mood, but for how long? Because control is still in favor of Final Stand. Their bolt economy is starting to rise up, and it's looking more and more like they're going to get that final siege bomb.
Mood Gaming still having to play defense here. 83% on their Ike. That is a narrow margin to defend. 19%. Will they be able to do it? Didi doesn't have a super. He did get a nice shot on to Kanan there, but not enough to get a super, and it's all over. That is going to be Final Stand taking this game. Ike demolished, and 1 point on the record for Final Stand once more. But if the pattern holds true, Mood Gaming can bring it back. Double match point could be inbound. It would only be the second in GameStars that I have witnessed. Final Stand are once again poised for success, and they're dealing with that bit of tilt that we observed in set number 4 very, very well, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, they definitely are. A very strong mental reset. Right, because that's tough. You know, you just lost a set that you kind of had in your hands, 2 match points, all that stuff. But now there is that final chance here for Mood Gaming. They need to win this next game, or they go home. But it is close. It is close. I saw that Sinks said unscorable anyways. I'm not too sure. I mean, it was very close anyways, so I don't think that it was likely that you'd score, but it seemed like it couldn't be happening. And I see someone else saying, bro, how do you miss a super on the bot? Did someone miss a super on the bot, like a bell mark on the bot or something? Like, I didn't see it, but that would be kind of terrifying, to be honest, because it shouldn't really be happening for sure. But I did miss that, so I'm not entirely sure. Usually you focus where the action is and not necessarily on missing supers on bots. But yeah, I did not pick that up, at least.
It's all about who's getting the kills and who's getting killed, right? That's where the real action is at. And you know, you can look for, you know, people getting supers, but that's gonna be when there's not as much action going on, right? And I can tell you that the players themselves are paying closer attention to who is getting killed, right? Because that is the deciding factor of, you know, can you finally push up? Can you go for an aggressive play or not? Or, you know, is this a winnable scenario, or do you need to fall back and, you know, adjust for a 2v3 scenario? In my opinion, kills are super, super important and a great way of getting control. And I wonder how Final Stand is going to look to get kills in this next game. Mood Gaming, they adjusted really well, in my opinion. I like the Bell pick from both sides, but Mood Gaming, they really needed a super on that bot when it counted most, and they just didn't have one.
All right, well, they're bringing in the fake boys as Frank is going to be joining the party with his Christmas tree. And there are still some measures to deal with those tanks, but Rolex get a really important stun there that is going to secure the bolt, and every single lane was absolutely swept by Mood so far.
Well, great stuff by Mood. It definitely seems to be getting to final stand. The amount of pressure already. Kanan is going to look for damage on the bot rather than a kill on DD. There is the super, luckily not destroying his own wall, and Tom will be looking for a lot of damage on the spike as well. And it's going to be tough for Tom to find an optimal matchup. I think he probably expected to face a long-range brawler on lane, and that's not what he's going to get at all. He's not going to be facing versus single-target brawlers with the exception of DD. There's only recipe on the DD, but he's not even phased at all, as he does get to pop that gadget. Now Gugu looks for something. There's a slow from Tom. Gugu will be very vulnerable. Let's see if Tom's able to pick up the kill, though.
Gugu is healing up, does get sniped eventually, and this is not the worst scenario if Tom can get that bolt as well. I mean, it is a bot for Mood, but Final Stand have an okay bolt economy coming into the next retake. They just need this defense to be as clean as possible, and Gugu is going to be destroying those walls, which means that damage can start connecting on that Ike. The stun from Rolik follows up. This is a lot of damage, in fact, but they also surrender the final bot to Final Stand by not holding on to the control.
And I think Mood Gaming also sensed this game kind of slipping through their fingers too, so they went all in on that push. And now Final Stand have to respond with enough damage. 62, or rather 62% is going to be the number to match or exceed. Level 12 Siege Bot will be coming in, and Gugu doesn't have a super. He really needs one. Enough healing for him to get some good damage on that bot, but it's hardly going to be anything. Rolex would love to get some super as well. That bot quickly takes him down. Big super by Piper. Will they be able to do it? 60 now past the mark, and Final Stand will be taking the game and thus the match. Congratulations to Final Stand and GG to Mood Gaming. And yet another match gone 2 sets to 3 sets right out from underneath them. So close. Mood Gaming certainly went the distance. They played the most games today out of any team, and unfortunately it has not resulted in a victory for them. They're going home, but not empty-handed. $400 stuff in their pockets, and Final Stand will go on to see how much more they can acquire.
Yeah, this is an important clutch here for Final Stand. They'll be moving on to the next and final match of today. FA Scarlet Stars, or as we like to call them, FA Starlet Scars, will be playing against them right after. And that is going to be a whole other match, to be honest. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, this match was incredibly close, and it could have gone the other way, absolutely. A couple of games going different, it would have been a whole different story. And Mood, I think that if they didn't start so weak and took so long to really get going, it could have been a whole different story. But that first set was just, yeah, they just struggled a lot, and even in the second one, it took a while before they'd warm up. But once they did, they were another team, and Final Stand was able still to match them and use that to their advantage to take them out.
Yeah, and taking a look at the stats too, you can tell. I mean, this last set was absolutely Final Stand's set. But, I mean, after this, we'll get into the stats from the overall match, and then we'll be able to break it down a little bit more. Mood Gaming, as we observed in their first match of the day, picked up more kills and more damage than their enemy, but unfortunately did not take the win overall. So we'll see how the stats overall look, but for now, well, there's no doubt in anyone's mind or in anyone's eyes that Final Stand has this one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I mean, it does feel like they deserve it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, for example, their match against Tribe, I mean, they weren't exactly close from taking it, but there were quite a couple of games where it felt like, I mean, for example, the Siege set, it kind of felt like wrong if they would take it. Like I would be happy for them, but it still felt kind of wrong, you know, because they would have kind of stolen the set, which is perfectly fine and perfectly fair, right? But in this case here, it does feel like Final Stand were the better team. If you look at the stats, damage, kills, they were superior, and for it being this close, it was by quite a bit. And they made the best out of it and had a fantastic match here. Mood is a fierce opponent, and I think they can be proud of what they've achieved this season. Definitely are going to be disappointed and expecting more, but it is what it is, and they'll have to focus on the next season and the rest, and basically 2022 that is to come really, really soon. With that being said, guys, we have one more match to watch. That is going to be right after this short break. We'll be watching FA Scarlet Stars versus Final Stand Esports.
My name is Sinks. I'm from Final Stand Esports. We're all from the UK. My teammates are Cannon and Tom. We've been playing for about 12 months. I am normally the manager, but for this tournament I'll be playing as a player. For the group stage, obviously EXO free agents are a tough match to play. Very well-known players, they played really well. But the other tough match was kind of underrated was the Golden Age. We played some off-meta comps that we didn't expect, lots of tanks, and it threw us off a bit. Personally, obviously the big giants of each region, Navi, SK, AQM, Totem, they're all tough teams to play, and it'll be a good experience to face them. Thank you guys for all the support so far. We're doing our best. We'll try not to let you down.
The year is drawing to a close, as well as the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. From December 20th to December 23rd, 16 battle-hardened teams will fight for their chance to participate in the playoff stage. On December 26th, we'll find out who takes the sweetest chunk of the prize pool, amounting to $30,000. Follow us on social media to join our streams of the final stage of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to GameStars. We're about to get into that last match of the day, our second elimination match of the day, the decider. Who will be advancing on to the round of 8 and who will be packing their bags? Teddy, it's great to have you back, man. We are going to have an amazing match between FA Scarlet Stars, who just fought their way through a tough match, and of course, Final Stand also, who just took down Mood Gaming.
Yeah, Tribe are already going through to the playoffs. The first team to qualify for the playoffs this season. Their path till there was pretty straightforward. They had a closer match, to be fair, against Final Stand. Almost gave another set away, almost a 3-2 potentially. But they did take the win. Scarlet Stars, though, they managed to sweep them quite easily. And talking about those two teams, they'll be facing each other next. FA Scarlet Stars versus Final Stand is going to be your next and final match of the day. Mood Gaming, sadly, will be saying goodbye to for the rest of this season, as they couldn't quite take on Final Stand in the elimination match. And ready, we have our maps and modes ready.
All right, yep, let's get them. Factory Rush will be starting us off, which coincidentally is what finished off our last match. So this is actually going to be quite nice for Final Stand. They're already all warmed up for some Factory Rush action. Shooting Star will be going second, and Hard Rock Mine will be our third set. And should we make it on to set 4 and set number 5, which has proven to be quite likely, accounting for our first few matches of the day, Pit Stop and Split will soon follow. So those are your maps. We'll be getting those brawler bans out shortly. We have seen a lot of duplicate bans throughout the day too. We haven't seen double duplicate bans, but we have seen at least one duplicate ban throughout the day pretty consistently. If Lola isn't banned out, then I will be super surprised.
Yeah, well, bans are coming true, and Ready Set You read in the future. Don't you? We have the Lola ban on the side of Final Stand. Buzz is banned by FA Scarlet Stars. I was gonna say FA Scarlet Scars again, man. I said it once, and ever since, like, I've never made this mistake in last season until today, and said it once today. Now I only hear that, man. Kind of wild, but yeah.
Should just rename at this point. Be Scarlet Scars, so that everyone mispronounce it correct way.
Mispronounce it correctly, yes. Well, Lola is double banned, as they will be taken on by Scarlet Stars as well. Then Final Stand will be removing Poco. So I believe the same bans from Final Stand pretty much throughout the day. And then on the side of FA Scarlet Stars, nothing too crazy either. So Buzz, Lola, and what was I gonna say? Poco are gonna be our bans. I mean, it's always a bit more complicated when there's one less ban because of a double ban. It does open up a couple more possibilities brawler-wise, and also leaves open a couple more weaknesses for certain comps. So that's all stuff to take into account. But I'm sure those teams are experienced enough to make sure that their comps, cover most grounds and don't leave too many risks open.
Yeah, and considering how close this looked to our last match as well, I think from Final Stand we can expect pretty much the same approach to the maps that have stayed the same throughout the last match to this one.
Most importantly is going to be our first game, which is going to be getting started in Factory Rush shortly. We can take a look at the brawlers that these guys have been playing, especially Final Stand, right? We've already seen them play Factory Rush very recently. They're coming hot off the heels of that last match. We did see a good Hyper play. We saw a great Surge play as well. From the side of Synx, though, I don't believe any of these brawlers were ones that he played on Siege, but I could be totally wrong. From the side of FA Scarlet Stars, though, some prime candidates for this first set. We're looking at primarily at Reyes on the Mortis. Angel Tense could be picking up the Bell, and Reliable on Crow, or maybe Rico. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a fair analysis. Thank you very much for this. You are good at what you do. Okay.
Thank you. This is why they pay me the big bucks, Teddy.
Yeah. No, but it just felt like you weren't too sure anymore at the end of what you're saying. You were there like, am I done with this explanation?
Well, I finished off my analysis on a rising tone, and I was like, where do I take this now? How do I pass it back to Teddy?
Yeah, it sounded like you were keeping it up, and then I was kind of waiting, like, is there something else he wanted to say? Or is it just like, is he gonna leave us like on a cliffhanger like that? But
a cliffhanger for sure, yeah.
Yeah, it was just a cliffhanger. That's okay, that's okay. Well, you guys will get the next, like the rest of the analysis in next episode. But I mean, looking at this match, it's kind of tough to say, you know. The only thing we can compare is their match against Mood, which went equally close, and then their matches against Tribe, which was much better on the side of Final Stand than from FA Scarlet Stars. So, in theory, Final Stand might be looking a little bit better getting into this match, but honestly, in practice, I have no idea, dude. Really.
Yeah, I mean, we'll actually have to see these guys get down and dirty on the field and get into the brawl to be able to make this analysis, right? Final Stand is looking pretty scary, and FA Scarlet Stars, consider the momentum from their side as well. They're coming off of a 0-6 loss versus Tribe Gaming EU. Yeah, it's pretty much what we expected, and surely it's what they expected too. And we've already talked about this, Teddy. Just a recap for anyone just joining us, we mentioned that FA Scarlet Stars, like, what are the odds that they even prepared for a match versus Tribe? Since everyone can afford a loss here, and it's pretty much, you know, already known that Tribe Gaming is going to be getting that spot, at least that first spot. So the second spot, you don't have to go through Tribe in order to earn it. Let's see it here in Mortis already, and it is going to be from the side of FA Scarlet Stars. From Final Stand, though, Bell, Surge, Spike, all brawlers that were in the cards from that pre-match analysis that we saw.
Very good job, Ready Set. That's why they pay you the big bucks. All right, we have Synx hitting stage 2, getting the kill onto Reyes as well. Should open things up a little bit. Then the first bot was a tie, meaning that now we have quite a long time until the actual first bot comes in, and Final Stand have been building up the Bolt economy ever since.
Yeah, and Final Stand is looking quite fearsome here. They are going to get that free mid control once this next siege rolls out. Reyes does try and get on Tom here, manages to get a bolt off of it, not too much supercharge, but enough to where he could make a play in the next siege. Of course, he is going to have to defend this next one. Angel Tense is holding onto that super for as long as he might like. There's a kill onto Synx as well. It's going to be crucial for keeping up the defense. Synx is going to respawn right as the bot is coming out, though. So it's not going to be terribly amazing, that last kill. There's a teleport forward by Synx, and that is an amazing kill on a Bell as well. Damage amp is going to be present on that bot. It's going to be taking more damage from the Ike, but that is all. And 52% has been dealt to that Ike. Final Stand have control of mid, and it's looking quite good for them.
Yeah, a great start here for Final Stand. Bolt-wise, though, it is Scarlet Stars with a bit of a lead, and FS need to be really careful about that. The Mark there connects onto Reyes, but they don't punish him for it. Although now he's down to 40 HP, doesn't have the bats, but won't go down. It's going to be close, bolt-wise. It's going to be very close. And in fact, it's going to be a draw. Yeah, it's the draw, and that pretty much settles it for game one, as I just can't imagine Scarlet Stars finding this much value out of a dive.
Unfortunate stuff there for FA, or rather for Final Stand. For FA Scarlet Stars, this is not looking too hot for them. It seems like the Mortis just wasn't it. I think Final Stand got a great start as well. Reyes especially was putting in a lot of work trying to get those bolts, but the fruits of his labor were not realized, unfortunately. He was constantly laning against Spike, and from that, I mean, what do you really expect is going to happen? You're playing not even really a tank, but an up close and personal brawler versus a brawler that excels in those scenarios and is specifically picked to deal with them. And what do you really expect? I think that it was a worthy attempt there by FA Scarlet Stars, but Final Stand, I mean, the momentum from their last set of Factory Rush is obviously showing here.
I mean, they definitely are warmed up Factory Rush-wise, right? They are in familiar territory at this point, and they managed to make that mode work against Mood as well, so they must have come in with quite a positive attitude, and so far it has paid off. It was close. A couple of seconds later for that final bolt to be picked up by Final Stand, and the bot would have been Scarlet Stars, and it would have been like level 7 or something, so it could have gone wrong for sure. It wasn't like, you know, a super dominant win, but in the end they'll be happy with a start like this, and now they can start, you know, raising their confidence even more and try to make something happen. Scarlet Stars, on the other hand, it's not the start they were hoping for, and differently to Final Stand that are moving on from a win streak, Scarlet Stars, they just lost a match against Tribe where they literally didn't win a single game and didn't stand a chance whatsoever, and right now they need to regain that confidence as soon as possible, because otherwise, you know, all that momentum, although you wouldn't necessarily think it adds up, but it kind of does though, because they got stomped on for, you know, most of the day, or at least the most recent match.
Yeah, and it does seem awfully convenient that we are ending off on Factory Rush for Final Stand, and then they are getting their start there. It's pretty much free momentum for Final Stand, even just heading into the first set. And really, for Scarlet Stars, if there was going to be anywhere to earn that confidence back, it was going to be in set number 1. And it could not be a tougher scenario for them. We'll see if Scarlet Stars is able to turn this into any sort of confidence, though. Already level 3 siege spot for them, and a bolt to match Final Stand's count. Final Stand is able to bank yet another for the second siege, but I mean, really, getting back up to mid after this defense is going to be a challenge in and of its own. Reyes is going to try and get all over Sinks. This could be a tough matchup. Sinks is going to get some damage, and Reyes won't really get anything. The ideal scenario is that Reyes gets on top of Piper, but Kanan is hanging so far back. Actually, Kanan does get a little bit brave and is punished for it. Reyes gets a couple of shots off on him. Could be a super incoming. Kanan will get to blow things up on the right side. In any case, though, Kanan's going to try and stay so far back that Reyes can't counter him out and get that close range kill.
Yeah, Sinks able to get an extra bolt for the next one. Kanan just casually shooting at his teammate. But bolt-wise, this is not the best for Scarlet Stars, because they don't get to keep control, and they will have to get... Oh, that destruction is barely enough, but Reyes just single-handedly destroyed almost the entirety of Final Stand there. Not sure what happened there and why Kanan jumped right into his face, but now it's the fight for the final bot, and bolt-wise it's very, very close. But I think that Scarlet Stars should be able to get the bot here.
Let's see if they're capable of it. Reliable is getting great dodges. Kanan is all but given up on that attempt. And there's a level 9 siege bot coming in. A level 10 would have been real nice, but level 9 does the trick. 90% to 100. 10% is the number to match. Tom will have to get a lot of damage. He's able to slow things down. Angel Tense is getting even closer. Reliable makes the connection. 90, and that percentage is exceeded. Final Stand will actually be giving this one to FA Scarlet Stars. Great effort from the side of FA Scarlet Stars. I think that They put all their effort into the right places this time, the right brawlers, the right lane matchups. We especially saw Mortis going for Piper way more thoroughly this time, and Kanan on the Piper was actually sitting up quite high considering that he was playing into a rough counter. If you look at the way game number 1 went though, Kanan was able to sit up relatively high without being punished by Mort, and I think he thought the same thing was going to happen again, but I mean, FA Scarlet Stars got their stuff together and brought it back in game number 2. Now, Final Stand has a real opponent.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. I honestly feel like Final Stand threw this game away a little bit. Like, how do you lose 2 players in the middle of the map while your bot is pushing forward, and on the retake you have like literally just 1 guy alive? I don't know. It was kind of weird, and I'm not exactly sure what they were doing, and I feel like they should just have played it safe, you know, wait for the final bot. If they got the final bot, which they were more likely to get because they had they were just like 1 bolt behind and they had control. It felt like a good position to be in, you know, so I'm not entirely sure what went wrong. And I mean, I saw the Piper jump right onto the Mortis and lined up with someone else, and that was like 2 free kills, you know, and I feel like that was very much avoidable, but they got a little greedy and got punished for it. And in this next game, I do feel like, I don't know, I feel like I would read that Scarlet Stars would probably bring in some tankier brawlers again, and I would remove that Piper, bring in a B or something like that, you know, maybe even an Ems, or bring back Rico, something that can deal with those tanks, because right now I feel like it was still very, very close despite Scarlet Stars having some pretty good counter situations, in my opinion, and not really having, you know, too many brawlers on Final Stand side of things that they should really worry about.
Yeah, and another thing is they got to be careful to balance out their tank counters with their brawlers that are able to stand up to brawlers like Mortis that can get in close range. I think B especially, and we've seen it in our previous matches today, that yes, B can do amazing versus these tanks, but Mortis is kind of a different beast. He's able to GQ out. He has mobility with his attack. He's a really tough obstacle to tackle if you're playing a brawler like B or Ems. And Reyes is going to be all over Tom. Tom does get that super often. Looks like he will be able to get the kill as well. There is the kill from Tom onto Reyes, but it doesn't change the fact that FA Scarlet Stars has gotten the level 2 siege bot to start things off. Now, something to consider though, Sinks has that Vortex to work with, and there's a super back by Piper as well. Looks like he is going to be able to save that. Oh no, that is awful. Reliable has the wall break, and now Sinks is all but useless.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say all but useless. Still decent against the tanks and decent against Frank, but definitely not as impactful, for sure.
Yeah, and Sinks is going to get to push some people back as well into his own spawn. A great use of his super. Will be able to push back Reyes just a little bit to keep himself alive. Missed shot there by Piper. 3 health on the side of Reyes. He narrowly avoids the super as well. And he'll get to stay alive to join this bot on its way all the way to Final Stand's Ike. Big difference this time though. Reliable had his super last time to get the stun, and now he'll be able to get that stun on the Ike.
Yeah, it does connect, and a lot of damage follows right behind, and that's gonna be enough actually. Scarlet Stars take this game and set after Reaver sweeping it as well, and that is gonna be hurting the morale from Final Stand as well. No one likes being Reaver swept, and I can tell you Final Stand do not escape that rule. It's tough. It's a tough first set to lose here for Final Stand, and on the side of FA Scarlet Stars, this is going to be great for their morale, great for their confidence, and finally something is going their way, because the last, 7 games before that were just not. They lost 6 to Tribe, lost the first one to Final Stand, and at some point you're a little tired, you know, it's getting close to the end of the day, but they make it work. They do find a bit of a new life here, and now they got to build up from there.
Yeah, Final Stand have played a lot of Brawl Stars today, and they've also, unfortunately, been reverse swept, within the set scope, at least, quite a few times. Yeah, Sinks is not enthused there, and I'll tell you why. Because heading off the heels of their last match, they got reverse swept so many times. And look at the stats here. I mean, tell me this isn't upsetting. Final stand with over double the kills and over triple the damage of FA Scarlet Stars, unfortunately, are going to be giving this one to FA Scarlet Stars. Now, you said, Teddy, that for game number 2, it kind of felt like Final Stand threw it away. They did lose a couple of brawlers on their way for a push, and I can agree. And I'll tell you that this is not a set that they were supposed to lose. They looked good from these stats, but from the overall score, different story.
I still think they kind of just put themselves in a tough spot just from the comps already, because I don't know if they've watched any of FA Scarlet Stars, but they should have known at this point that they go pretty tank heavy, and so far they haven't really brought much to deal with those tanks. I mean, Gil, sure, but it's not gonna stop them from getting the bolts. It's just gonna, you know, if you super them after they pick up the bolt, it's nice, you're gonna be alive, but the bolt still goes to your opponents, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I wasn't the most convinced. This is interesting. We'll have the B on reliable. That can definitely catch someone off guard. Not really a brawler we see too often on this map. And for the most part, the come from final stand is not too surprising. The Max, Gene, Pam. I've seen that quite a couple of times already on this map. But I definitely think the more interesting bit is on set of Scarlet, because they kind of have like 2 snipers and like 2 sharpshooters and the nanny. It's not something you see too often here. You usually do see the tick instead of the B.
See what they're able to make of it. Final stand. Oh my gosh, Kana is going crazy and is able to get out of there with the phase shifter and a super to match. They're going to try and turn this around too. After losing a brawler, Reliable will go down. Kanan picking up more stars. He is going to have to be very careful, as he is quite a vulnerable brawler. As soon as he really goes for anything, he is going to be in range of all the enemy attacks. Reliable does have this killer bee ready to go, and Tom will be chipping him away gradually. Reliable will have to back up. Kanan wants his super. Reliable just keeps on backing up. No one is in range, but Final Stand are still in a safe position. They have a very, very safe Tom over here, and hanging on to his super. No one dares approach him.
Yeah, still a 7-star lead for Final Stand. And Kanan has to be thanked for pretty much all of that, actually. I think he's the only one that's gotten kills so far in this game. And Final Stand try to back off. Angel 10 still alive, and Max has to be careful. That could deal a lot of damage. Tom is going to tank for him, and as long as they keep Kanan alive, Final Stand are fine. And that's going to be game 1 of Bounty going their way. And Kanan did not get star player, but he definitely deserved star player here.
I mean, he had the most stars, so he's got some kind of, he's a star player in one way or another. Great start for Final Stand. As usual, we'll see if they get reverse swept, as the curse has seemed to befall them. I mean, they did break it at the end of their last match, but once again, it starts up again in set number 1. In set number 2, it could creep up on them if they get ahead of themselves. I think that the Max play was terrific, and really, I mean, I think it was a nasty play there by Max, but typically Max is not the playmaker, right? Typically, I mean, Kanan can be the playmaker, but it's not usually Max. And so try that again in game number 2. I mean, there's a fair chance that it will not go that way, and then Max will just end up beating the enemy, and now you are outranged trying to play against FA Scarlet Stars with them in the lead.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I feel like, especially on this map, Max kind of feels a bit more like a support brawler, right? That just comes and gives you max speed. That's kind of like its thing, and it also uses its phase shifter to feel like a beat or something like that, you know? That's kind of like about it. But here, he really took it to another level. I mean, I had some nice Japanese Max sort of vibes here as well, you know? Like absolutely popping off, just dodging everything and getting kills left and right. I mean, that triple kill was definitely nasty. Definitely was very nasty. And so far, it gives me some hope back in and Final Stand.
Well, let's see if Final Stand is able to keep that consistency. It is almost a mirror match here, just a difference in their sharpshooter, Piper versus B. Who will take the lead? B does have a fractionally larger range than Piper, but of course that's not what we're here for. Piper has homemade recipe, and that is going to be the guaranteed kill. Angel Tints is very low. Homemade recipe not even needed. Kanan gets it the old-fashioned way. And Final Stand has a nice lead.
Yeah, right now they're playing very well, leading by 5 stars. Eyeball trying to get up close, but his cover is going to get blown out. And the thick hand is diffused. Good teamwork for Final Stand. I was scared for a second that just no one would help my poor Tom on the tick deal with that close range thick hand. But at last, they made it work. And right now, I mean, time is starting to run out, and there is still enough time for Scarlet to make a move. They get a kill, an important one as well, 3 stars, and now they're just 2 away from catching up. If they were to find Tom, that would be enough. Well, that will do it too.
I guess Kanan will have to do for now. There's the lead for FA Scarlet Stars. Final Stand has 20 seconds to work with. Usually 20 seconds is the indicator that it's drive time. It's time to push in. And Final Stand are kind of moseying their way over. Scarlet Stars, though, finally find themselves backed up all the way. Final Stand now have to cover their tracks. 8-7, now 8-9. Angel Tints with the facepalm. 14 stars for Final Stand, and they will swiftly take this set. Set number 2 goes to Final Stand. Momentarily, we'll be moving into set number 3, but Teddy, they've broken the curse, and, well, good for them, I guess.
Yeah, it was a close game here. You know, you could, if you look at the results, sure, 14-8 in stars. That sounds like a pretty convincing win, but it was really close. But Final Stand has been playing much better here in Bounty, and both games they very much deserve to take. So good for them. I mean, that play is just disgusting from Kanan.
Just disgusting, dude.
I mean, who gets this many kills with Max this early on in Shooting Star, you know?
Tensei. Well, maybe.
Well, okay, my point was for you to say no one.
Oh, right. Rewind. No one.
Yeah,
no one gets it.
Sink said in chat, to be honest, Kanan is a Hong Kong Max. So.
Oh. well. I mean, honestly, Teddy, you were getting the East Asian Max vibes in. Well,
Close
your radar was
me.
Correct. Yeah.
Close enough for me. But yeah, it's actually true. As an interesting fact, Kanan is actually Asian, and he moved, I believe, somewhere around last year back to Asia. And I think he's come back now. I mean, I'm assuming, otherwise he wouldn't be competing here. So he's been competing. It's one of the few people that has been competing in multiple BSC regions, because he just happens to be in different regions depending on when it is, you know?
That's honestly very, very cool. I wonder how, I wonder if it'll affect Hard Rock Mine. It is quite refreshing to see some Hard Rock Mine, because I don't believe we've seen too much of it. So Hard Rock Mine now incoming. We had a lot of Minecart Madness today, actually. So let's get some good old-fashioned stuff. We love Rico here, and we love our mid brawlers as well. Bell's a possibility, but with Bell kind of falling out of the meta, I would honestly say Pam, maybe even 8-Bit could be making an entrance here. I'm really crossing my fingers because I love my boy 8-Bit, but I think really, if anywhere, it could be here.
I can ask you a wild question. Ready? How many times do you think 8-Bit was played at the World Finals?
Shoot. Honestly, wait. More than you'd expect, right? Or is it 0?
It is 0.
What? You're kidding? Not even once?
2 brawlers were not played at all. I don't remember who the other was. I don't remember who the other was. But
Shelly?
I think Shelly was played.
Oh my! Even Shelly gets some love.
So, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Penny was played, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was played too.
Carl. No, Carl was played, wasn't he?
I don't remember. But what I do remember is that we have a match at hand.
Oh, yeah.
And there's
Right.
no 8-Bit because you are terrible at your job, ready?
Oh, man. Well, let's break it down. Here we have FA Scarlet Stars. They had a nice lead, and now Final Stand will be getting a great kill. Sinks, especially, on the Rico. Now, Reyes would love to switch over to this left lane and go for Sinks, and it looks like he's going to try and do just that. Sinks is going to keep him back considerably to start things off. Sinks does pick up the kill, too, and barely stays alive after that turret nearly takes him out. Disposes of the darn thing as well. The Final Stand has a huge, huge lead. They got to be careful of the Rosa lurking around the right side, though.
Yeah, Mortis could also very much cause some problems here. He's going to go aggressive, pushing up, but gets melted down. Too much firepower here in the hands of Final Stand, and that's going to be the countdown starting now on the right side of things. 10 seconds left, and Scarlet Stars need to make a push, but Sinks is beaming them with the Rico, keeping everyone low HP constantly. And that is very much going to be game one, already picked up by Final Stand. And it was a quick one as well. Definitely a quick one.
Yeah, very, very swiftly finished there by Final Stand. They absolutely have found their footing. They started off with a win, did take a couple losses, now a couple more wins, and even one more to top that off. One more win, and they are heading on to set number 4, one game away from that match point. So, if they can keep up the momentum here, then that would be absolutely amazing for them. FA Scarlet Stars, though, I mean, they were looking pretty good at the start, and even towards the end, they started to encircle Final Stand, and I almost thought that that would be the complete turnaround of the game, and Final Stand, unfortunately, once again, letting themselves get kind of the rug pulled out from underneath them. But it didn't happen. Final Stand with another win. Hopefully they don't let their guard down even more than it appeared that they did, because I think they took a sigh of relief and said to themselves, okay, now we're safe. But they're really not. I mean, if you go down here in this match, you are eliminated, and one game can make all the difference.
That's true. I mean, it says Decider. It's a lot less scary of a name than Elimination Match. But the result is just literally the same, to be honest.
You get eliminated. Or, well,
yeah,
it gets decided that you're eliminated.
It is decided that you're eliminated. Or it is decided that you move on, but the scary part is the elimination part, right? And that's kind of the tough thing about leagues like GameStars that take a while, right? It's not like it started 3 days ago. It's been a couple of weeks, plus everything that happened before that as well, in the regional qualifiers, the wildcard qualifiers, all that stuff. It definitely hurts to leave at this stage, right? Because you're this close from the playoffs, but at the same time, you have a 50% chance of not going to those playoffs. It's tough, absolutely, but so far it seems like Final Stand are holding on to the pressure a little bit better. We'll see if this next game goes good for them again, but this looked really, really promising from them. I mean, it's not the easiest playing against those tank-heavy comps because they're so aggressive and so different to deal with than mirror matchups. But it seems like so far, Final Stand are able to kind of like work through them, even despite not always necessarily having the greatest picks against tanks either.
Yeah, and I think honestly, there were some picks that really did work to their advantage from Final Stand, but I think they mostly do play brawlers that they are comfortable with. And once again, I think we're going to see Sinks on the Rico. No, it's actually going to be Kanan on the Rico this time. Sinks will be switching over to the Sandy for this game. Tom on the Pam at mid. We'll see how Reyes works out on the right side too. He is going to be very, very fast, especially with the speed gear. It makes this game very unpredictable, and Reyes is absolutely going to be using that to his advantage. Tom can check a bush, and then Reyes still can appear out of nowhere at any second. And Final Stand, as a result, are playing very, very cautiously to the point where it is giving a win to FA Scarlet Stars at mid.
Yeah, I don't really know why Angel Tins was checking that bush on the right, because, I mean, he knows that no one is there. Like, he has information of the location of the rest of the players. Sinks, we can't quite find Reyes on the right-hand side. Great pickup from Reyes there. Kanan should be next to fall, and this Chaos gave a lot of gems to Final Stand, but Reyes is able to steal them away. Now it's 8 sitting in the pocket of Scarlet.
Well, Kanan really needs to move around the right side or just get something versus Rosa. If he's able to sneak around the right side, if he plays his cards carefully, and Race did actually reveal his location, and there also was a disposal of a couple of the nest eggs from the side of FA Scarlet Stars, and a great kill by Kanan, a double kill by Kanan, and a team wipe for Final Stand. No way they managed to pull it off, and Angel Tints is going to get tanked by Tom here. Final Stand do have to kind of stagger their defense, otherwise FA Scarlet Stars could totally take them out. Angel Tints is going to be really the last chance. Reliable could try and do something, but it's just too late. Final Stand have this one, and that's 4 wins in a row. They're headed to set number 4 with a couple wins under their belt.
Wow, I don't know how they turned this game around. I thought surely this is going to game 3 here in Gem Grab, but somehow they made it work, and that was very impressive. Very, very impressive. Great plays there from Final Stand, and those are some of the moments that we were missing once in a while as well. You know, those clutches. I mean, they showed a couple against Tribe, but besides that, it was a little bit more quiet. And here, I mean, that was a really, really strong clutch. Like that, getting that team wipe immediately after the countdown starts for Scarlet Stars. That was very impressive and very good adjustment as well. Because comp-wise, it was very much, in my opinion, in favor of Scarlet, just because. If you look at Sandy, it doesn't do well at all against Rosa, and that's the lane he was kind of stuck with early on. But they adjusted, had some rotation, some sneaky attacks, and some good usage of utility to compensate for it. And in the end, they make it look easy.
They did make it look easy. Take a look at the kill count, almost 3 times that of FA Scarlet Stars. The damage, okay, maybe we can kind of cast that one to the wayside. FA Scarlet Stars did really love their tanks on this matchup, and Final Stand did have a little bit of difficulty dealing with it in game number 1. In game number 2, we saw one of the tanks depart the FA Scarlet Stars roster, and then it was mostly Rico trying to do damage to Rosa. And it wasn't really happening. It's what we needed to see throughout the match, and it didn't happen there right until the end when Kanan seriously started to pop off. I think the Sandy also was a major contributor to that possibility, and as you said, Teddy, the adjustment was spot on. It's going to be going on to pit stop for set number 4. Final Stand might have a challenge here, as FA Scarlet Stars are great at running the tanks, and that is what excels here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it's a great map for them, and if there is a map where they can clutch up, this could be it. But it is also a map where it's a bit more natural to maybe bring in some tank counters as well because of that. So it's going to depend also on the read from Final Stand. And actually, look at that. We have some really interesting picks here. No tanks whatsoever for Scarlet Stars. Maybe feeling like they were being a bit too one-dimensional so far.
Oh, well, Final Stand is going to open up some walls and some new dimensions. There's a little access point for the safe. Reliable is still looking for something versus Kanan. Kanan just shifts between 2 separate targets. Reyes could look for the kill. Reliable is also looking for the kill. Tom does have a potential to close in this kill on Reyes. Nope, Reyes is going to stay alive, and Angel Tints is able to push up on the right side. This is not a good matchup for Angel Tints, actually, versus Ruffs. Ruffs is a pretty good counter, especially with those sandbags. Angel Tints gets it done nonetheless, and there's some damage on Tom as well. Kanan is deciding between going for Reliable and the high safe, and it looks like, well, he is going to decide on Reliable for now.
All right, so far, a very minor lead for Final Stand. Thing is, the more the map gets opened up, in theory, the more that should be favoring Final Stand, considering the extended range advantage they have compared to their opponents. So far, it's still slow, but the clock is ticking as we enter the final minute of this game.
Final Stand keeping a good lockdown on mid. They do outrange these guys. Angel Tints doesn't care, though. His mobility is so useful that he's still able to dip these lanes. And there's a kill on a Tom as well. Now it's just Kanan, and this is going to be a tough matchup to fight. He would love to use a super, but he doesn't want to break open these walls. Race is going to go for it. There's a kill and a whipped super. A power-up on a Tom. It could be their saving grace. We'll have to see, though. Angel Tints breaks open a wall. And here is the access point for Reyes and Reliable. So much pouring in from Scarlet Stars. And Final Stand only have 20 seconds to respond. They do have a team kill. Let's see how it happens.
Yeah, everything needs to come now, and that kill is important there onto Reyes. Some more damage pouring down, but not enough just yet. Sinks does find an important elimination, but is that going to be enough? Reyes still alive, and this is looking like it's going to be a game for Scarlet. Wow. Just barely taking the win, and again, a bit of a choke here, I think, from Final Stand, because in the longer run, they had a much better comp, but they just couldn't really make it work. And at the end, yeah, they whiffed a little bit there. I feel like the supply drop was rushed as well. They had the supply drop and they used it just to buff someone up. I think it would have been better to destroy more of those walls, to have a wider angle and more possibilities. Because there at the end, you could see that, you know, there was someone invincible in front of the safe. They just had to wait or shoot at him and waste their bullets. Or even if he wasn't invincible anymore, just go through him before they could do anything to the safe. So yeah, I think that was probably the mistake that cost them the game, or that would have allowed them to turn it around better.
Yeah, I think that if they play around that supply drop a little bit more shrewdly, then they could totally make it happen. Because here's the deal. It looked like the main brawler giving them trouble was Stu from the side of FA Scarlet Stars. Now, Final Stand, they did bring a Ruffs of their own and consistently played the lane of Stu with Ruffs. And we're going to see it happen again. Angel Tense isn't phased, though. He is going to look for some opportunities to go around. Sinks is going to look for the kill likewise. Reliable, though, is going to get to push up on the right side. It is really the exact same matchup as last time. FA Scarlet Stars may have anticipated maybe some tanks here. This would have been a great matchup for them had they been playing against tanks, but not the case at all. Final Stand, let's see what they got.
Yeah, I feel like both sides were kind of expecting the change to come true, you know, and the tanks to remain in the playing field. But this is a great start here from Scarlet, and honestly, their chance to maybe go and see that set 5. Sinks gonna get buffed up, and now they're waiting for some utility maybe to open up the wall in front of the safe. I don't know if there's any silver bullets left for Kanan. Doesn't seem to want to use them just yet. Rey's gonna get slowed, takes a lot of damage. The super comes through there, removing a little bit more cover. And every wall that gets destroyed here is gonna be giving a bit more of an advantage to Final Stand from a purely map standpoint. But damage is still 24% in favor of Scarlet, and Final Stand haven't dealt any damage yet to the blue safe.
Well, there's some damage with the supply drop, some wall break that you were wanting to see, Teddy, from Tom on the left side. But the most important wall still stands. Sinks is going to use that to his advantage to throw down a honeypot. And there is Kanan getting lots of damage on the high safe as well. It's not going to close the gap quite yet, but it is a good start. And there is a supply drop to break open a pot and also give some power to Kanan to use versus Angel Tense. Angel Tense is playing very cautiously, but meanwhile, Sinks is getting some high-powered shots onto the enemy and onto the safe as well. Still a very close match here. Reliable can get rid of Colonel Ruffs over here. Tom is going to get the kill. Reyes looks like he is going to go down. It is going to be a close one. Scarlet Stars has to push up here.
Yeah, they need that final push to be strong. Reliable is so low, gets shut down. Angel Tense and Reyes, everything is counting on them now, but they get shut down by Final Stand, and this is gonna be match point now for the British squad.
Match point for the British squad, but honestly, not even an opportunity to stop and rest and just a sigh of relief here, because FA Scarlet Stars, should they win the next game, we're going to set number 5. This is not any sort of breathing room for Final Stand. They still have to hold their breath and really, really grit their teeth and get this done. Otherwise, it is going to be a rough set number 5, I think.
Yeah, no, that's a very fair point. I mean, right now, pressure is up, and it's mostly going to be up on FA Scarlet Stars, but the sign of hope for them is that Final Stand have shown that they like to choke before, and if they choke again here, this could be causing some more trouble, because I mean, everyone chokes once in a while, right? Messes something up when they're supposed to make it work. But at the end of the day, like, it also matters how much patience you have towards, you know, those mistakes. And I think that right now, Final Stand, I mean, they've played more matches than anyone else today, but they don't want to, you know, choke at this point. And if they do, that would be quite terrifying for them, because FA Scarlet Stars, they're just a single game away from pushing things to that 5th set. It's very close. You know, it's just that next game here is going to be very important, and Scarlet need to capitalize, but on the other side, Final Stand, they need to not choke again.
Yeah, ideally no chokes. Final Stand though, I mean, they have, as we said, they have played a lot of Brawl Stars. They are on match number 3 for the day, and we're playing 5 total matches today. They've played 3 of 5 matches of today, and that's a lot for one show, but it's also a lot for just 3 guys playing Brawl Stars. So Final Stand are absolutely going the distance, and FA Scarlet Stars, I mean, I'm not sure how they can leverage that for themselves, but for Final Stand, if they don't succumb to the fatigue, then they have just as good of a chance as any of taking this. But there's this factor at play for Final Stand that is not even a question for FA Scarlet Stars, if you ask me. FA Scarlet Stars, they are on, I guess, also match before but Final Stand have been playing consecutive matches in a row, and two in a row, and then they got like a 1 match break, and after the beginning of the show. And gosh, it really does have to be tiring them out going to the final few sets every single time.
Yeah, no, I think you're making a lot of sense, to be honest. But yeah, it's pressure is up. I think that kind of sums up where we are now. Pressure is up, stakes are high, and both teams need to not choke, to be fair. Because on the side of Scarlet Stars, they're not far behind, just a single game. And sure, it might look like 2, right? Because they're behind by a set, and, you know, right now it's match point for Final Stand, but that match point is gonna reset, right? And 1 game is all it takes here for Scarlet Stars to get that fresh restart and have just, 1 set that decides it all, basically. And Final Stand, their goal is the whole opposite. Avoid that from happening, and make sure that they stay safe. But here we go. Match point for Final Stand, set point for Scarlet Stars. Only 1 ticket on the line for the playoffs.
And already, these walls are being broken open by Kane, and it's what we needed to see from Final Stand in game number 1. Game number 2, they made it happen. In game number 3, they got to continue that, but down goes Sinks. And this is going to be a great start for FA Scarlet Stars. The pick of the Barley is going to be super impactful, and it's going to hurt Final Stand, because either they break their own wall in front of their safe, or they find some other way to get rid of the Barley. Raze is not touchable in close range. There's the super as well. Tom will not fall, actually. There's a wall break on the right side. Reliable can get pinched in. And, well, actually, there is the bouncy castle. No way, and he stays alive, but only for a moment, to be taken down by Tom. It is all over the place, but the main attraction is, of course, going to be Final Stand already having taken a lot of damage. 44% already knocked off their safe.
Yeah, thing is, we know, right, that from that comp, they plan for late game, because they get buffed up in late game, and the walls will get destroyed the further we get into this match, and that's at their advantage as well. The question here is, was that maybe a bit too much damage that they took this early on to still really be competitive? Because so far, I mean, now they have control, but Scarlet Stars, they're just sitting there, just waiting. Not really giving any space away. And Kanan, I don't know if he has no more gadgets or if he doesn't want to use them, but basically they're just stuck there.
They're practically trapped. Final Stand needs some kind of wall break. Sinks could throw down the honey molasses, but it goes just as up. Kanan is not able to push in. Neither is Tom. And this is just a fortress that FA Scarlet Stars has established over here. Lane is blocked off on the right side. Wall break could mean something. Slow on the Reyes, but an aggressive super is going to prevent anyone from marching forward. Final stand, despite getting so close, it's close enough to where they could taste that match point. FA Scarlet Stars will be making them go the super all the way to set number 5, 2 matches in a row.
Yeah, I don't think it was a good comp from Final Stand in the first place. Like, I don't really like it. But bringing it twice in a row was kind of like 3 times in a row. In fact, I was kind of there like I don't know, man. Like, I already didn't really like it in the first place, and now I was there like, okay, it's been a lot. And when I saw the Barley, I pretty much just knew it was over, to be honest, because I saw how much they struggled to get their setup going, and a Barley is going to deal so much damage to that save that there's nothing they can do about it. And
yeah.
And they were just watching the save from behind the wall. That's literally what they spent their entire game doing. They didn't get any damage done.
Yeah, and I wonder why Final Stand committed to this, because it was a struggle the entire distance, no matter what FA Scarlet Stars was bringing. But admittedly, from the side of FA Scarlet Stars, they didn't switch up the comp either. I think neither of the teams wanted to take really any chances here, so consistency was key for them. Final Stand, look how much damage they got. Look how many kills they got. But this is Heist, man. You got to get damage on the safe, and that is where FA Scarlet Stars really put their focus, and that is why they took the victory in the end. Even though Final Stand played well in the 1v1s, they weren't able to get on the safe, and when they did have opportunities to get on the safe, they made sure not to overcommit. They were playing for the long game. They were playing for control, and then the damage followed. But FA Scarlet Stars played for really half and half, and that is why they were able to succeed and get so much damage without sacrificing too much in terms of control.
I mean, what I simply don't understand is why did they not have any silver bullets to deal with that wall, you know?
Right.
I feel like it's the one wall that you know you want to destroy. I don't really get it. But this is set 5 starting now between Scarlet Stars and Final Stand. And so far, the start is once again better for Scarlet. And this is getting a little scary here for Final Stand. Could be the end of their run. They've won 2 matches already today. Each one went down to a 5th and final set. And
well,
right now they do have full control of the map, so things are setting up nicely for them to make a move, but they still have a lot of work to do.
Okay, Final Stand could bring it back. They are closing in. Down goes Reyes. And Angel Tints could be soon to follow. Kanan looked for the kill, barely stays alive. Now, Sinks could have this versus Reliable. Both of them have some kind of invincibility. Reliable tries to back away just in time, but Sinks is able to pick up the kill anyway. 91, 92, 93. Someone get these guys off the left side. Well, the right side needs to be defended too, and Sinks, that is his job. Oh, and he gets tossed away. There's the stun, but Reyes gets it. 100 to 90, and Scarlet Stars is just 1 win away from taking this one.
Yeah, man, again, I feel like they're lacking of tank counters in here, you know? Or they should have banned things differently. I'm not entirely sure, but, you know, I remember specifically from Final Stand's interview of Sinks' interview here for GameStars, where he said they were surprised by I believe it was Golden Age, because they brought in so many tanks. Why are you still surprised now? You had the entire day of watching this team play tanks. Counter those, please. I mean, I know they're taking some measures to do so, but I feel like there's definitely more that they could do about it. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, and my read is wrong, but I feel like Scarlet has been very one-sided, and once in a while they do surprises with some more traditional comps, but that's the thing, those are surprises, right? And still 9 games out of 10 they're bringing in tanks that are pretty counterable if you bring in the picks to deal with them, and right now it doesn't really feel like Final Stand are really dealing with that, because it's a match point for Scarlet now.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we expected not to happen. We thought that Final Stand would stumble a little bit, but not go all the way this far. FA Scarlet Stars, though, kudos to them. they have totally marched through the gauntlet and faced, I mean, pretty much everyone's expectations that Final Stand was going to take it in the end. They shrugged off of 0-6 versus Tribe Gaming, and we already talked about it. I mean, they probably, there's a fair chance they didn't prepare for it at all, right? And, well, if this is how they're performing versus Final Stand, it's certainly showing that they did not prepare for Tribe Gaming specifically. Let's once again get into the game. Final Stand, oh boy, same exact comp from FA Scarlet Stars.
Oh my. So far, it is starting off just as badly for Final Stand and just as good for Scarlet. They have a free lane on the right side, and they're committing 3 players to still not really be doing that amazingly on the left. Let's see how it goes. Now, at last, Reliable goes down. And they have a bit more control, maybe even a chance to take back the lead. But Raze is still alive and still problematic. Reliable, pushing Kanan away. Kanan does manage to clear him up. Sinks is very low. Nice super from Kanan, a lot of value and a lot of kills. As for the first time here, Final Stand might be taking the lead if they can find him Reliable, and they will indeed. And now this could be a different story, because Final Stand, all they need is capture the right side. Angel Tense is too busy on the left side. That super from Reliable does find a connection, but I think this is going to be double match point.
Well, let's see. Final Stand just need a little bit more. Angel Tense is the only one who can stop them, and there's just no hope. FA Scarlet Stars will be brought to a double match point, or did they bring Final Stand to a double match point? It's really hard to tell who is in charge at this point, because it does seem to be exchanging hands quite a bit, just going back and forth, and now really it's totally up in the air. Where's it gonna go? Final Stand, I'm just saying none of these guys are gonna be able to sleep tonight, no matter the outcome, considering the prolonged stress over the course of several hours that has been haunting them throughout a couple of consecutive matches. I mean, this is going to be an absolute banger, Teddy, no matter how it goes. We're going to get to see if Final Stand take this one. We can have high hopes for them heading forward, because, well, it would mean that they change up something very fundamental about which brawlers they're picking and how they play. From the side of FA Scarlet Stars, we can be just as joyous as these guys have overcome a lot of odds to make it to this point.
That's a fair point. And once again, I just want to insist on the fact that Final Stand, to get to this point, they've had 2 wins that went down to the 5th set. So 2 3-2 wins, and this, if they win this one, would also be a third 3-2 win. That's as complicated as you can make your day, but they're still here, and there's still that chance. And now they have maybe just a tiny bit more momentum getting into the final game. But comp-wise, I still don't really like it on either sides, and I'm not sure if they want to keep it or not, but at this point, it works once for each. I'd say just stick with it and find out who makes it work for the last and final time. We can't have any more games than this. This is the final game, no matter what, unless we get a draw, but I don't believe in draws in the hot zone. That there's no way.
I don't know if we've ever seen it. I mean, maybe we've seen it once in competitive, like a single draw in hot zone, and yeah, and I guess we were still like we were both watching, but oh no way, maybe was there a tie in the World Finals on hot zone?
I don't think so.
No?
Think so.
Okay. Well, I mean, in any case, right? It's such a rare occurrence that in competitive, it's like, yeah, you've like we've only ever seen it once. I think we saw like maybe a tie on Siege somewhere, but these percentage-based modes, it's just so rare to tie up the game that it's not even a possibility. It's just going to come down to who gets more capture, who gets more damage on the Ike or on the heist safe, or I guess that exhausts all the percentage-based modes. Yeah. Well, anyway, very soon we'll be getting into the last game here. Nothing beyond this. For one team, it is Oblivion, maybe a little bit of cash to line their pockets, but that's about it. For the other team, the possibility of winning real big money in the round of 8.
Yeah, I think you hit it right. I mean, it's exactly what's going to be happening, right? The difference is huge here between winning and losing. The stakes are high, and there's just one game of Hot Zone to decide who is going to be, you know, done and who is going to go to the playoffs. Both teams here very much deserve to go all the way to move on to those playoffs and keep their fight up here at GameStars. But sadly, one of them will have their run end today, and we have the same comp here from Scarlet, but Final Stand bringing in something different, and somehow Angel Tense is gonna come on top of the left side, Reliable of the right side.
This is not a good matchup.
Nah, this is looking really bad for Final Stand so far, and Scarlet Stars are taking a very, very scary lead early on.
Well, Reliable can get pushed back by Cannon. He will pick up the super soon from taking more damage, but it is way, way less than ideal, to say the least, for Sinks to be facing up versus Primo on the right lane. Here is a stun by Reyes. We'll see if Sinks is able to do something. Reliable actually completely shifts gears and migrates over to the left, and there is the noise cancellation by Reyes. No stun for Sinks. Though he is down one gadget now, this could be good for Sinks. There is going to be the kill for Sinks, and FA Scarlet Stars is marginally ahead of these guys. Reliable needs to get stunned out here. He does have the super, but Sinks hasn't used the super yet. No stun, 93 to 95, and it's just counting up for Final Stand. Will they get it? Yes! Final Stand pull it out right at the last second. 2 wins in a row to claim their rightful place as the second qualifying team from this bracket. Congratulations to Final Stands and GG to FA Scarlet Stars. What a match this has been, Teddy.
Man, I can't believe that Final Stand just... the 5 less percentages, man. Like, how wild was that game? I thought it was over, man. They started it off so badly. I did not love that comp, but to be fair, I don't love tanks in general, so that's my bias. But man, what a wild comeback on their side, and somehow they made that work. Scarlet Stars, they definitely had the taste of victory here, but sadly could not make it work. But it's gonna be heartbreaking for them and their fans to go home. I don't say empty-handed, but with not nearly as much as they could have by just getting a couple more percentages in Hot Zone. It's terrifying to think about, but luckily we are the casters and the viewers and not necessarily the players concerned. But man, it's wild though that it's this close despite this skill difference and this damage difference again. But once again, it's the tanks, man. It's the tanks, and Final Stand pull through, make it work, and finally make the difference here in this match. And they've had I wouldn't say both an amazing and a terrible day, right? Because every single match went down to the final set. And maybe their name is just true, right? Maybe they're their best when it is their final stand. But damn, like, those guys have had to grind today. 4 matches, sorry. A 3-2, a 3-1, a 3-2, a 3-2. And a 3-1, they lost against Tribe. And almost picked up a second set in that as well. I mean, it's absolutely mad.
Well, for the side of Final Stand, I mean, this is looking fantastic heading into the finals because, yeah, they did take a single set off of Tribe Gaming EU, but that was all they got. For FA Scarlet Stars, it was a 0-3. Now, something to consider, Teddy, we said, well, what if they're just not even preparing for this matchup? What if you know, taking a set off of Tribe Gaming EU is just a pipe dream? Well, that's not going to take FA Scarlet Stars very far through the single elimination bracket that awaits Final Stand in the round of 8. Tribe Gaming EU and Final Stand will be the 2 qualifying teams from Group A, and unfortunately, we're going to see FA Scarlet Stars and Mood Gaming go home. After some furious matches, might I add, both versus Final Stand, 2-3 versus Final Stand, each time it went to the final set. And in the case of the decider, it went to the final game too. Final stand. Oh, man. Well, good luck in the finals, Final stand.
Man, they had to grind here. They definitely had to grind. But it is true. They also have final in their name, so...
they were destined from the start.
Everything just makes sense now. How did we not expect? How did we not see that coming? Man, that was a wild day of Brawl Stars, a long day of Brawl Stars, because a lot of those matches were intense and close, but it was a lot of fun. I'm also a lot of fun working together already. It's been a hot minute, and getting to do this again is a lot of fun for sure, man. I'm really grateful to be here, and I'm sure that you are as well. I don't know if you have any closing words or closing remarks for today.
I mean, well, Teddy, as usual, it's a pleasure working with you, man. I know that a lot of the people watching have been waiting for Teddy Set to be back, and it's great to have it for the most important matches, right? We're talking the international finals, and, well, everyone, make sure you strap in and get prepared for the finals. That's going to be on the 26th when we're going to get to see the single elimination bracket. It's going to be an absolute gauntlet of, I think, probably 7 hours total of stream, and Teddy and I are going to be here throughout it, so we'll be waiting for you there. We'll be waiting for you tomorrow for tomorrow for the next broadcast. Hope to see you guys for Group B, but with that, this has been Ready, Set, and Teddy. Teddy, it's been great, man, and I'll see you tomorrow, and see all of you guys tomorrow for some more Game Stars. See you then.
The year is drawing to a close, as well as the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. From December 20th to December 23rd, 16 battle-hardened teams will fight for their chance to participate in the playoff stage. On December 26th, we'll find out who takes the sweetest chunk of the prize pool, amounting to $30,000. Follow us on social media to join our streams of the final stage of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2.
you